Chapter 1, Part 1 of Kangaroo by D.H. Lawrence, published in 1923. This is a LibriVox recording. All LibriVox recordings are in the public domain. For more information or to volunteer, please visit LibriVox.org. Chapter 1, Torestin, Part 1. A bunch of workmen were lying on the grass of the park beside Macquarie Street in the dinner hour. It was winter, the end of May, but the sun was warm, and they lay there in shirt-sleeves talking. Some were eating food from paper packages. They were a mixed lot. Taxi drivers, a group of builders who were putting a new inside into one of the big houses opposite, and then two men in blue overalls, some sort of mechanics. Squatting and lying on the grassy bank beside the broad tarred road where taxi and hansom cabs passed continually, they had that air of owning the city which belongs to a good Australian. Sometimes, from the distance behind them, came the faintest squeal of singing from out of the fortified conservatorium of music. Perhaps it was one of these faintly wafted squeals that made a blue-overalled fellow look round, lifting his thick eyebrows vacantly. His eyes immediately rested on two figures approaching from the direction of the conservatorium, across the grass lawn. One was a mature, handsome, fresh-faced woman, who might have been Russian. Her companion was a smallish man, pale-faced, with a dark beard. Both were well-dressed and quiet, with that quiet self-possession which is almost unnatural nowadays. They looked different from other people. A smile flitted over the face of the man in the overalls, or rather a grin. Seeing the strange, foreign-looking little man with the beard and the absent air of self-possession walking unheeded over the grass, the workman instinctively grinned. A comical-looking bloke, perhaps a Bolshie. The foreign-looking little stranger turned his eyes and caught the workman grinning. Half sheepishly, the mechanic had eased round to nudge his mate to look also at the comical-looking bloke, and the bloke caught them both. They wiped the grin off their faces, because the little bloke looked at them quite straight, so observant and so indifferent. He saw that the mechanic had a fine face and pleasant eyes, and that the grin was hardly more than a city habit. The man in the blue overalls looked into the distance, recovering his dignity after the encounter. So the pair of strangers passed on, across the wide asphalt road, to one of the tall houses opposite. The workmen looked at the house into which they had entered. "What do you make of them, Doug?" asked the one in the overalls. "Dunno. Fritzies, most likely. They were talking English." "Would be, naturally, what you expect." "I don't think they were German." "Don't you, Jack?" "Maybe they weren't then." Doug was absolutely unconcerned, but Jack was piqued by the funny little bloke. Unconsciously he watched the house across the road. It was a more or less expensive boarding-house. There appeared the foreign little bloke, dumping down a Gladstone bag at the top of the steps that led from the porch to the street. And the woman, the wife apparently, was coming out and dumping down a black hat-box. Then the man made another excursion into the house and came out with another bag, which he likewise dumped down at the top of the steps. Then he had a few words with the wife and scanned the street. "Wants a taxi," said Jack to himself. There were two taxis standing by the curb near the open grassy slope of the park, opposite the tall brown houses. The foreign-looking bloke came down the steps and across the wide asphalt road to them. He looked into one and then into another. Both were empty. The drivers were lying on the grass smoking an after-luncheon cigar. "Bloke wants a taxi," said Jack. "Could have told you that," said the nearest driver, but nobody moved. The stranger stood on the pavement beside the big cream-colored taxi and looked across at the group of men on the grass. He did not want to address them. "Want a taxi?" called Jack. "Yes, where are the drivers?" replied the stranger in unmistakable English of the old country. "Where do you want to go?" called the driver of the cream-colored taxi without rising from the grass. "Murdoch Street." "Murdoch Street? What number?" 51. "Neighbour of yours, Jack," said Doug, turning to his mate. "Taking it furnished. 4 guineas a week," said Jack, in a tone of information. "All right," said the driver of the cream-colored taxi, rising at last from the grass. "I'll take you." "Go across to 120 first," said the little bloke, pointing to the house. There's my wife and the bags. But look," he added quickly, "you're not going to charge me a shilling each for the bags." "What bags? Where are they?" "They're at the top of the steps." "All right, I'll pull across and look at 'em." The bloke walked across, and the taxi at length curved round after him. The stranger had carried his bags to the foot of the steps, 2 ordinary-sized Gladstones and 1 smallish square hat-box. There they stood against the wall. The taxi-driver poked out his head to look at them. He surveyed them steadily. The stranger stood at bay. "Shilling apiece, them bags," said the driver laconically. "Oh, no, the tariff is 3 pence," cried the stranger. "Shilling apiece, them bags," repeated the driver. He was one of the proletariat that has learnt the uselessness of argument. "That's not just. The tariff is 3 pence." "All right, if you don't want to pay the fare, don't engage the car, that's all. Them bags is a shilling apiece." "Very well, I don't want to pay so much." "Oh, all right, if you don't, you won't. But they'll cost you a shilling apiece on a taxi, and there you are." "Then I don't want a taxi." "Then why don't you say so?" "There's no harm done." "I don't want to charge you for pulling across here to look at the bags. If you don't want a taxi, you don't. I suppose you know your own mind." Thus saying, he pushed off the brakes, and the taxi slowly curved round on the road to resume its previous stand. The strange little bloke and his wife stood at the foot of the steps beside the bags, looking angry, and then a hansom cab came clocking slowly along the road, also going to draw up for the dinner hour at the quiet place opposite. But the driver spied the angry couple. "Want a cab, sir?" "Yes, but I don't think you can get the bags on." "How many bags?" "3, these 3," and he kicked them with his toe angrily. The hansom driver looked down from his Olympus. He was very red-faced and a little bit humble. "Them 3? Oh, yes, easy, easy. Get 'em on easy. Get them on easy, no trouble at all." Then he clambered down from his perch and resolved into a little red-faced man, rather beery and henpecked looking. He stood gazing at the bags. On one was printed the name R. L. Somers. "R. L. Somers. All right, you get in, sir and madam. You get in. Where do you want to go? Station?" "No, 51 Murdoch Street." All right, I'll take you. Fairish long way, but we'll be there under an hour." Mr. Somers and his wife got into the cab. The cabby left the doors flung wide open and piled the 3 bags there like a tower in front of his 2 fares. The hat-box was on top, almost touching the brown hairs of the horse's tail, and perching gingerly. "If you'll keep a hand on that now, to steady it," said the cabby. "All right," said Somers. The man climbed to his perch, and the hansom and the extraneous tower began to joggle away into the town. The group of workmen were still lying on the grass. But Somers did not care about them. He was safely jogging with his detested baggage to his destination. "Aren't they vile?" said Harriet, his wife. "It's God's own country, as they always tell you," said Somers. The hansom man was quite nice. "But the taxi drivers, and the man charged you 8 shillings on Saturday for what would be 2 shillings in London." "He rooked me, but there you are. In a free country, it's the man who makes you pay who is free to charge you what he likes, and you're forced to pay it. That's what freedom amounts to. They're free to charge, and you are forced to pay." In which state of mind they jogged through the city, catching a glimpse from the top of a hill of the famous harbour spreading out with its many arms and legs. Or at least they saw one bay with warships and steamers lying between the houses and the wooded bank-like shores, and they saw the centre of the harbour, and the opposite squat cliffs, the whole low wooded tableland reddened with suburbs and interrupted by the pale spaces of the many-lobed harbour. The sky had gone grey, and the low tableland into which the harbour intrudes squatted dark-looking and monotonous and sad, as if lost on the face of the earth. The same Australian atmosphere, even here within the area of huge, restless modern Sydney, whose 1,000,000 inhabitants seemed to slip like fishes from one side of the harbour to another. Murdoch Street was an old sort of suburb, little squat bungalows with corrugated iron roofs painted red. Each little bungalow was set in its own handbreadth of ground, surrounded by a little wooden palisade fence, and there went the long street like a child's drawing, the little square bungalows, close together and yet apart like modern democracy, each one fenced round with a square rail fence. The street was wide, and strips of worn grass took the place of curbstones. The stretch of macadam in the middle seemed as forsaken as a desert, as the hansom clocked along it. 51 had its name painted by the door. Somers had been watching these names. He had passed Elite and Trebon, and the Angel's Roost, and the Better Old. He rather hoped for one of the Australian names, Wallumbie or Wagga Wagga. When he had looked at the house and agreed to take it for 3 months, it had been dusk, and he had not noticed the name. He hoped it would not be You and Me, or even Stella Maris. Torestin, he said, reading the flourishing T as an F. What language do you imagine that is? It's T, not F, said Harriet. Torestin, he said, pronouncing it like Russian. Must be a native word. No, said Harriet, it means to rest in. She didn't even laugh at him. He became painfully silent. Harriet didn't mind very much. They had been on the move for 4 months, and she felt if she could but come to anchor somewhere in a corner of her own, she wouldn't much care where it was, or whether it was called Torestin or Angel's Roost or even Trebon. It was, thank heaven, quite a clean little bungalow with just commonplace furniture, nothing very preposterous. Before Harriet had even taken her hat off, she removed 4 pictures from the wall, and the red plush tablecloth from the table. Somers had disconsolately opened the bags, so she fished out an Indian sarong of purplish shot color to try how it would look across the table. But the walls were red, of an awful deep bluey red, that looked so fearful with dark oak fittings and furniture. On dark-stained jarrah, which amounts to the same thing, and Somers snapped, looking at the purple sarong, a lovely thing in itself, not with red walls. No, I suppose not, said Harriet, disappointed. We can easily color-wash them white or cream. What, start color-washing walls? It would only take half a day. That's what we come to a new land for, to God's own country, to start color-washing walls in a beastly little suburban bungalow that we've hired for 3 months and mayn't live in 3 weeks? Why not? We must have walls. I suppose you must, he said, going away to inspect the 2 little bedrooms and the kitchen and the outside. There was a scrap of garden at the back, with a path down the middle and a fine Australian tree at the end, a tree with pale bark and no leaves, but big tufts of red spiky flowers. He looked at the flowers in wonder. They were apparently some sort of bean flower and sharp tufts, like great red spikes of stiff wisteria, curving upwards, not dangling. They looked handsome against the blue sky, but again extraneous, more like scarlet cockatoos perched in the bare tree than natural-growing flowers. Queer burning red and hard red flowers. They call it coral tree. There was a little round summer house also, with a flat roof and steps going up. Somers mounted, and found that from the lead-covered roof of the little round place he could look down the middle harbour, and even see the low gateway, the low headlands with the lighthouse, opening to the full Pacific. There was the way out to the open Pacific, the white surf breaking. A tramp steamer was just coming in, under her shaft of black smoke. But near at hand nothing but bungalows, street after street. This was one of the old-fashioned bits of Sydney. A little further off the streets of proper brick houses clustered, but here on this hill the original streets of bungalow places remained almost untouched, still hinting at the temporary shacks run up in the wilderness. Somers felt a little uneasy because he could look down into the whole range of his neighbours' gardens and back premises. He tried not to look at them, but Harriet had come climbing up after him to survey the world, and she began, "Isn't it lovely up here? Do you see the harbour, and the way we came in? Look, look, I remember looking out of the porthole and seeing that lighthouse just as we came in, and those little brown cliffs. Oh, but it's a wonderful harbour. What it must have been when it was first discovered, and now all these little doggy kennelly houses and everything. But this next garden is lovely. Have you seen what are they, the lovely flowers?" "Dahlias. But did you ever see such dahlias? Are you sure they're dahlias?" "They're like pink chrysanthemums, and like roses, so lovely. But all these little dog kennels, awful piggly suburban place, and sort of lousy. Is that all men can do with a new country? Look at those tin cans. What do you expect them to do? Rome was not built in a day. Oh, but they might make it nice. Look at all the little backs, like chicken houses with chicken runs. They call this making a new country, do they? Well, how would you start making a new country yourself? Asked Somers, a little impatiently. I wouldn't have towns in corrugated iron and millions of little fences in empty tins. No, you'd have old chateaux and Tudor manors. They went down, hearing a bang at the back door, and seeing a tradesman with a basket on his arm. And for the rest of the day they were kept busy going to the door to tell the inexhaustible tradespeople that they were now fixed up with grocer and butcher and baker and all the rest. Night came on, and Somers sat on his tub of a summer-house looking at the lights glittering thick in swarms in the various hollows down to the water, and the lighthouses flashing in the distance, and ship-lights on the water, and the dark places thinly sprinkled with lights. It wasn't like a town. It was like a whole country with towns and bays and darknesses, and all lying mysteriously with the Australian underdark, that peculiar, lost, weary aloofness of Australia. There was the vast town of Sydney, and it didn't seem to be real. It seemed to be sprinkled on the surface of a darkness into which it never penetrated. Somers sighed and shivered and went down to the house. It was chilly. Why had he come? Why, oh why? What was he looking for? Reflecting for a moment, he imagined he knew what he had come for, but he wished he had not come to Australia, for all that. He was a man with an income of $400 a year, and a writer of poems and essays. In Europe he had made up his mind that everything was done for, played out, finished, and he must go to a new country, the newest country, young Australia. Now he had tried Western Australia, and had looked at Adelaide and Melbourne, and the vast uninhabited land frightened him. It seemed so hoary and lost, so unapproachable. The sky was pure, crystal pure and blue, of a lovely pale blue color. The air was wonderful, new and unbreathed, and there were great distances. But the bush, the grey charred bush, it scared him. As a poet he felt himself entitled to all kinds of emotions and sensations which an ordinary man would have repudiated. Therefore he let himself feel all sorts of things about the bush. It was so phantom-like, so ghostly, with its tall pale trees and many dead trees like corpses, partly charred by bush-fires, and then the foliage so dark like grey-green iron, and then it was so deathly still. Even the few birds seemed to be swamped in silence. Waiting, waiting. The bush seemed to be horribly waiting, and he could not penetrate into its secret. He couldn't get at it. Nobody could get at it. What was it waiting for? And then one night, at the time of the full moon, he walked alone into the bush, a huge electric moon, huge, and the tree trunks like naked pale aborigines among the dark-soaked foliage in the moonlight. Not a sign of life, not a vestige. Yet something big and aware, and hidden. He walked on, had walked a mile or so into the bush, and had just come to a clump of tall, new, dead trees, shining almost phosphorescent with the moon, when the terror of the bush overcame him. He had looked so long at the vivid moon without thinking, and now there was something among the trees, and his hair began to stir with terror on his head. There was a presence. He looked at the weird white dead trees and into the hollow distances of the bush. Nothing. Nothing at all. He turned to go home, and then immediately the hair on his scalp stirred and went icy cold with terror. What of? He knew quite well it was nothing. He knew quite well, but with his spine cold like ice, and the roots of his hair seeming to freeze, he walked on home, walked firmly and without haste, for he told himself he refused to be afraid, though he emitted the icy sensation of terror. But then to experience terror is not the same thing as to admit fear into the conscious soul. Therefore he refused to be afraid. But the horrid thing in the bush, he schemed as to what it would be. It must be the spirit of the place, something fully evoked tonight, perhaps provoked by that unnatural West Australian moon, provoked by the moon, the roused spirit of the bush. He felt it was watching and waiting, following with certainty just behind his back. It might have reached a long black arm and gripped him. But no, it wanted to wait. It was not tired of watching its victim, an alien people, a victim. It was biding its time with the terrible, ageless watchfulness, waiting for a far-off end, watching the myriad intruding white men. This was how Richard Lovat Somers figured it out to himself when he got back into safety into the scattered township and the clearing on the hill crest, and could see far off the fume of Perth and Fremantle on the seashore, and the tiny sparkling of a farther-off lighthouse on an island. A marvelous night, raving with moonlight, and somebody burned off the bush in a ring of sultry red fire under the moon in the distance, a slow ring of creeping red fire, like some ring of fireflies upon the far-off darkness of the land's body, under the white blaze of the moon above. It is always a question whether there is any sense in taking notice of a poet's fine feelings. The poet himself has misgivings about them, yet a man ought to feel something at night under such a moon. Richard S. had never quite got over that glimpse of terror in the Westralian bush. Pure foolishness, of course, but there's no telling where a foolishness may nip you. And now that night had settled over Sydney, and the town and harbour were sparkling unevenly below with reddish-seeming sparkles, whilst overhead the marvellous southern Milky Way was tilting uncomfortably to the south, instead of crossing the zenith, the vast myriads of swarming stars that cluster all along the Milky Way in the southern sky, and the Milky Way itself leaning heavily to the south, so that you feel all on one side if you look at it. The southern sky at night, with that swarming Milky Way all bushy with stars, and yet with black gaps, holes in the white star road, while misty blotches of star mist floated detached like cloud vapors in the side darkness, away from the road. The wonderful southern night sky that makes a man feel so lonely, alien, with Orion standing on his head in the west, and the sword belt upside down, and his dog star prancing in mid-heaven, high above him, and with the Southern Cross insignificantly mixed in with the other stars, democratically inconspicuous. Well then, now that night had settled down over Sydney, and all this was happening overhead for R.L. Somers and a few more people, our poet once more felt scared and anxious. Things seemed so different. Perhaps everything was different from all he had known. Perhaps if St. Paul and Hildebrand and Darwin had lived south of the equator, we might have known the world all different, quite different. But it is useless ifing. Sufficient that Somers went indoors into the little bungalow and found his wife setting the table for supper with cold meat and salad. "The only thing that's really cheap," said Harriet, "is meat. That huge piece cost 2 shillings. There's nothing to do but to become savage and carnivorous, if you can." "The kangaroo and the dingo are the largest fauna in Australia," said Somers, "and the dingo is probably introduced." "But it's very good meat," said Harriet. "I know that," said he. End of Chapter 1, Torestin, Part 1. Chapter 1, Part 2 of Kangaroo by D.H. Lawrence, published in 1923. Chapter 1, Part 2 of Kangaroo by D.H. Lawrence. This is a LibriVox recording. Our LibriVox recordings are in the public domain. For more information or to volunteer, please visit LibriVox.org. Chapter 1, Torestin, Part 2. The hedge between number 51 and 50 was a rather weary hedge with a lot of dead branches in it on the Somers side. Yet it grew thickly with its dark green, slightly glossy leaves, and it had little pinky green flowers just coming out, sort of pink pea flowers. Harriet went nosing round for flowers. Their garden was just trodden grass with the remains of some bushes and a pumpkin vine, so she went picking sprigs from the intervening hedge, trying to smell a bit of scent in them, but failing. At one place the hedge was really thin, and so of course she stood to look through into the next patch. "Oh, but those dahlias are really marvelous. You must come and look," she sang out to Somers. "Yes, I know, I've seen them," he replied rather crossly, knowing that the neighbours would hear her. Harriet was so blithely unconscious of people on the other side of hedges. As far as she was concerned, they ought not to be there, even if they were in their own garden. "You must come and look, though. Lovely, real plum color, and the loveliest velvet. You must come." He left off sweeping the little yard, which was the job he had set himself for the moment, and walked across the brown grass to where Harriet stood peeping through the rift in the dead hedge, her head tied in a yellow, red-spotted duster. And, of course, as Somers was peeping beside her, the neighbor who belonged to the garden must come backing out of the shed and shoving a motorcycle down the path, smoking a short little pipe meanwhile. It was the man in blue overalls, the one named Jack. Somers knew him at once, though there was now no blue overalls, and the man was staring hard at the dead place in the hedge, where the faces of Harriet and Richard were seen peeping. Somers then behaved as usual on such occasions, just went stony and stared unseeing in another direction, as if quite unaware that the owner of the dahlias had a motorcycle. Any other owner than God, indeed. Harriet nodded a confused and rather distant good morning. The man just touched his cap, very cursory, and nodded, and said good morning across his pipe with his teeth clenched, and strode round the house with his machine. "Why must you go yelling for other people to hear you?" said Somers to Harriet. "Why shouldn't they hear me?" retorted Harriet. The day was Saturday. Early in the afternoon Harriet went to the little front gate because she heard a band, or the rudiments of a band. Nothing would have kept her indoors when she heard a trumpet. Not 6 wild Somerses. It was some very spanking Boy Scouts marching out. There were only 6 of them, but the road was hardly big enough to hold them. Harriet leaned on the gate in admiration of their dashing broad hats and thick calves. As she stood there, she heard a voice. "Would you care for a few dahlias? I believed you liked them." She started and turned. Bold as she was in private, when anybody addressed her in the open, any stranger, she wanted to bolt. But it was the 15 neighbor, the female neighbor, a very good-looking young woman, with loose brown hair and brown eyes and a warm complexion. The brown eyes were now alert with question and with offering, and very ready to be huffy or even nasty if the offering was refused. Harriet was too well bred. "Oh, thank you very much," she said. "But isn't it a pity to cut them?" "Oh, not at all. My husband will cut you some with pleasure. Jack! Jack!" she called. "Hello," came the masculine voice. "Will you cut a few Delilahs for Mrs. I don't know your name." She flashed a soft, warm, winning look at Harriet, and Harriet flushed slightly. "For the people next door," concluded the offerer. "Somers, Somers." Harriet spelled it out. "Oh, Somers!" exclaimed the neighborhood woman, with a gawky little jerk like a schoolgirl. "Mr. and Mrs. Somers," she reiterated with a little laugh. "That's it," said Harriet. "I saw you come yesterday, and I wondered. We hadn't heard the name of who was coming." She was still rather gawky and schoolgirlish in her manners, half shy, half brusque. "No, I suppose not," said Harriet, wondering why the girl didn't tell her own name now. "That's your husband who has the motor bike," said Harriet. "Yes, that's right. That's him. That's my husband, Jack. Mr. Callcott." "Mr. Callcott. Oh," said Harriet, as if she were mentally abstracted trying to spell the word. Somers, in the little passage inside the house, heard all this with inward curses. "That's done it," he groaned to himself. He'd got neighbors now. And sure enough, in a few minutes came Harriet, gushing cries of joy and admiration. "Oh, how lovely! How marvelous! But can they really be dahlias? I've never seen such dahlias. They're really too beautiful." "But you shouldn't give them me. You shouldn't." "Why not?" cried Mrs. Callcott in delight. "So many, and isn't it a pity to cut them?" This rather wistfully to the masculine silence of Jack. "Oh, no, they want cutting as they come, or the blooms get smaller," said Jack, masculine and benevolent. "And scent, they have scent," cried Harriet, sniffing at her velvety bouquet. "They have a little. Not much, though. Flowers don't have much scent in Australia," deprecated Mrs. Callcott. "Oh, I must show them to my husband," cried Harriet, half starting from the fence. Then she lifted up her voice. "Lovat," she called. "Lovat, you must come. Come here. Come and see. Lovat." "What?" Come and see." This dragged the bear out of his den. Mr. Somers, twisting sour smiles of graciousness on his pale, bearded face, crossed the veranda and advanced towards the division fence, on the other side of which stood his Australian neighbour in shirt-sleeves, with a comely young wife very near to him, whilst on this side stood Harriet with a bunch of pink and purple ragged dahlias, and an expression of joyous friendliness, which Somers knew to be false, upon her face. "Look what Mrs. Callcott has given me. Aren't they exquisite?" cried Harriet, rather exaggerated. "Awfully nice," said Somers, bowing slightly to Mrs. Callcott, who looked uneasy, and to Mr. Callcott, otherwise Jack. "Got here all right in the hansom, then," said Jack. Somers laughed, and he could be charming when he laughed as he met the other man's eye. "My wrist got tired propping up the luggage all the way," he replied. "Aye, there's not much waste ground in a hansom. You can't run up a spare bed in the parlour, so to speak, but it saved you 5 bob. Oh, at least 10 between me and a Sydney taxi driver." "Yes, they'll do you down if they can, that is, if you let 'em. I have a motor bike, so I can afford to let 'em get the wind up. Don't depend on 'em, you see, that's the point." "It is, I'm afraid." The two men looked at each other curiously, and Mrs. Callcott looked at Somers with bright, brown, alert eyes, like a cat that has suddenly caught sight of something. A new sort of bird to her was this little man with a beard. He wasn't handsome and impressive like his wife. No, he was odd. But then he had a touch of something, the magic of the old world that she had never seen, the old culture, the old glamour. She thought that, because he had a beard and wore a little green house jacket, he was probably a socialist. The Somers now had neighbours, somewhat to the chagrin of Richard Lovat. He had come to this new country, the youngest country on the globe, to start a new life and flutter with a new hope, and he started with a rabid desire not to see anything and not to speak one single word to any single body, except Harriet, whom he snapped at hard enough. To be sure, the morning sometimes won him over. They were so blue and pure, the blue harbour like a lake among the land. So pale blue and heavenly, with its hidden and half-hidden globes intruding among the low, dark brown cliffs, and among the dark-looking tree-covered shores, and up to the bright red suburbs. But the land, the ever-dark bush that was allowed to come to the shores of the harbour. It was strange that, with the finest of new air dimming to a lovely pale blue in the distance, and with the loveliest stretch of pale blue water, the tree-covered land should be so gloomy and lightless. It is the sun-refusing leaves of the gum trees that are like dark, hardened flakes of rubber. He was not happy, there was no pretending he was. He longed for Europe with hungry longing, Florence with Giotto's pale tower, or the Pincio at Rome, or the woods in Berkshire. Heavens! The English spring with primroses under the bare hazel bushes, and thatched cottages among plum blossom. He felt he would have given anything on earth to be in England. It was May, end of May, almost bluebell time, and the green leaves coming out on the hedges, or the tall corn under the olives in Sicily, or London Bridge with all the traffic on the river, or Bavaria with gentian and yellow globe flowers, and the Alps still icy. Oh God, to be in Europe, lovely, lovely Europe that he had hated so thoroughly and abused so vehemently, saying it was moribund and stale and finished. The fool was himself. He had got out of temper, and so had called Europe moribund, assuming that he himself, of course, was not moribund, but sprightly and chirpy and too vital, as the Americans would say, for Europe. Well, if a man wants to make a fool of himself, it is as well to let him. Somers wandered disconsolate through the streets of Sydney, forced to admit that there were fine streets, like Birmingham, for example, that the parks and the botanical gardens were handsome and well kept, that the harbour, with all the 2-decker brown ferry boats sliding continuously from the circular quay, was an extraordinary place. But oh, what did he care about it all? In Martin Place he longed for Westminster. In Sussex Street he almost wept for Covent Garden and St. Martin's Lane. At the circular quay he pined for London Bridge. It was all London without being London, without any of the lovely old glamour that invests London. This London of the southern hemisphere was all, as it were, made in 5 minutes, a substitute for the real thing. Just a substitute, as margarine is a substitute for butter, and he went home to the little bungalow bitterer than ever, pining for England. But if he hated the town so much, why did he stay? Oh, he had a fanciful notion that if he was really to get to know anything at all about a country, he must live for a time in the principal city. So he had condemned himself to 3 months at least. He told himself, to comfort himself, that at the end of 3 months he would take the steamer across the Pacific, homewards, towards Europe. He felt a long navel string fastening him to Europe, and he wanted to go back, to go home. He would stay 3 months, 3 months penalty for having forsworn Europe, 3 months in which to get used to this land of the Southern Cross. Cross, indeed, a new crucifixion, and then away, homewards. The only time he felt at all happy was when he had reassured himself that by August he would be taking his luggage on to a steamer. That soothed him. He understood now that the Romans had preferred death to exile. He could sympathize now with Ovid on the Danube, hungering for Rome, and blind to the land around him, blind to the savages. So Somers felt blind to Australia, and blind to the uncouth Australians. To him they were barbarians. The most loutish Neapolitan loafer was nearer to him in pulse than these British Australians with their aggressive familiarity. He surveyed them from an immense distance, with a kind of horror. Of course he was bound to admit that they ran their city very well, as far as he could see. Everything was very easy, and there was no fuss. Amazing how little fuss and bother there was on the whole. Nobody seemed to bother. There seemed to be no policeman and no authority. The whole thing went by itself, loose and easy, without any bossing, no real authority, no superior classes, hardly even any boss, and everything rolling along as easily as a full river to all appearances. That's where it was, like a full river of life, made up of drops of water all alike. Europe is really established upon the aristocratic principle. Remove the sense of class distinction, of higher and lower, and you have anarchy in Europe. Only nihilists aim at the removal of all class distinction in Europe. But in Australia, it seemed to Somers, the distinction was already gone. There was really no class distinction. There was a difference of money and of smartness, but nobody felt better than anybody else, or higher, only better off. And there is all the difference in the world between feeling better than your fellow man and merely feeling better off. Now, Somers was English by blood and education, and though he had no antecedents whatsoever, yet he felt himself to be one of the responsible members of society, as contrasted with the innumerable irresponsible members. In old, cultured, ethical England, this distinction is radical between the responsible members of society and the irresponsible. It is even a categorical distinction. It is a caste distinction, a distinction in the very being. It is the distinction between the proletariat and the ruling classes. But in Australia nobody is supposed to rule, and nobody does rule, so the distinction falls to the ground. The proletariat appoints men to administer the law, not to rule. These ministers are not really responsible, any more than the housemaid is responsible. The proletariat is all the time responsible, the only source of authority, the will of the people. The ministers are merest instruments. Somers for the first time felt himself immersed in real democracy, in spite of all disparity in wealth. The instinct of the place was absolutely and flatly democratic, a terre democratic. Demos was here his own master, undisputed, and therefore quite calm about it. No need to get the wind up at all over it. It was a granted condition of Australia that Demos was his own master. And this was what Richard Lovat Somers could not stand. You may be the most liberal Englishman, and yet you cannot fail to see the categorical difference between the responsible and the irresponsible classes. You cannot fail to admit the necessity for rule. Either you admit yourself an anarchist, or you admit the necessity for rule in England. The working classes in England feel just the same about it as do the upper classes. Any working man who sincerely feels himself a responsible member of society feels it is his duty to exercise authority in some way or another, and the irresponsible working man likes to feel that there is a strong boss at the head, if only so he can grumble at him satisfactorily. Europe is established on the instinct of authority. Thou shalt. The only alternative is anarchy. Somers was a true Englishman, with an Englishman's hatred of anarchy and an Englishman's instinct for authority. So he felt himself at a discount in Australia. In Australia, authority was a dead letter. There was no giving of orders here, or if orders were given, they would not be received as such. A man in one position might make a suggestion to a man in another position, and this latter might or might not accept the suggestion, according to his disposition. Australia was not quite yet in a state of anarchy. England had as yet at least nominal authority, but let the authority be removed, and then. For it is notorious, when it comes to constitutions, how much there is in a name. Was all that stood between Australia and anarchy just a name? The name of England, Britain, Empire, Viceroy, or Governor-General, or Governor? The shadow of the old sceptre, the mere sounding of a name. Was it just the hollow word authority sounding across 7,000 miles of sea that kept Australia from anarchy? Australia, authority, anarchy, a multiplication of the alpha. So Richard Lovat cogitated as he roamed about uneasily. Not that he knew all about it. Nobody knows all about it. And those that fancy they know almost all about it are usually most wrong. A man must have some ideas about the thing he's up against, otherwise he's a simple washout. But Richard was wrong. Given a good temper and a genuinely tolerant nature, both of which the Australians seem to have in a high degree, you can get on for quite a long time without rule. For quite a long time the thing just goes by itself. Is it merely running down, however, like a machine running on, but gradually running down? Questions. End of Chapter 1, Torestin, Part 2.
Chapter 2, Part 1 of Kangaroo by D.H. Lawrence. This is a LibriVox recording. All LibriVox recordings are in the public domain. For more information or to volunteer, please visit LibriVox.org. Chapter 2, Neighbours, Part 1. The Somers Callcott acquaintance did not progress very rapidly after the affair of the dahlias. Mrs. Callcott asked Mrs. Somers across to look at their cottage, and Mrs. Somers went. Then Mrs. Somers asked Mrs. Callcott back again. But both times Mr. Somers managed to be out of the way, and managed to cast an invisible frost over the rencontre. He was not going to be dragged in. No, he was not. He very much wanted to borrow a pair of pincers and a chopper for an hour, to pull out a few nails, and to split his little chunks of kindling that the dealer had sent too thick. And the Callcotts were very ready to lend anything, if they were only asked for it. But no, Richard Lovat wasn't going to ask. Neither would he buy a chopper, because the travelling expenses had reduced him to very low water. He preferred to wrestle with the chunks of jarrah every morning. Mrs. Somers and Mrs. Callcott continued, however, to have a few friendly words across the fence. Harriet learned that Jack was foreman in a motor works place, that he had been wounded in the jaw in the war, that the surgeons had not been able to extract the bullet because there was nothing for it to back up against, and so he had carried the chunk of lead in his gizzard for 10 months, till suddenly it rolled into his throat and he coughed it out. The jeweller had wanted Mrs. Callcott to have it mounted in a brooch or a hat pin. It was a round ball of lead, from a shell as big as a marble, and weighing 3 or 4 ounces. Mrs. Callcott had recoiled from this suggestion, so an elegant little stand had been made, like a little lamp post on a polished wood base, and the black little globe of lead dangled by a fine chain like an arc lamp from the top of the toy lamp post. It was now a mantelpiece ornament. All this Harriet related to the indignant Lovat, though she wisely suppressed the fact that Mrs. Callcott had suggested that Perhaps Mr. Somers might like to have a look at it. Lovat was growing more used to Australia, or to the cottage in Murdoch Road, and the view of the harbour from the tub top of his summer house. You couldn't call that all Australia, but then one man can't bite off a continent in a mouthful, and you must start to nibble somewhere. He and Harriet took numerous trips in the ferry steamers to the many nooks and corners of the harbour. One day their ferry steamer bumped into a collier that was heading for the harbour outlet, or rather their ferry boat headed across the nose of the collier, so the collier bumped into them and had his nose put out of joint. There was a considerable amount of yelling, but the ferry boat slid flatly away towards Manly, and Harriet's excitement subsided. It was Sunday, and a lovely sunny day of Australian winter. Manly is the bathing suburb of Sydney, one of them. You pass quite close to the wide harbour gate, the Heads, on the ferry steamer. Then you land on the wharf and walk up the street like a bit of Margate, with seaside shops and restaurants, till you come out on a promenade at the end, and there is the wide Pacific, rolling in on the yellow sand, the wide fierce sea that makes all the built-over land dwindle into non-existence. At least there was a heavy swell on, so the Pacific belied its name, and crushed the earth with its rollers. Perhaps the heavy earth-despising swell is part of its Pacific nature. Harriet, of course, was enraptured, and declared she could not be happy till she had lived beside the Pacific. They bought food and ate it by the sea. Then Harriet was chilled, so they went to a restaurant for a cup of soup. When they were again in the street, Harriet realized that she hadn't got her yellow scarf, her big silky yellow scarf that was so warm and lovely. She declared she had left it in the eating house, and they went back at once for it. The girls in the eating house, the waitresses, said in their cheeky Cockney Australian that they "hadn't seen it," and that the "next people who came after must have taken it." Anyhow, it was gone, and Harriet furious, feeling as if there had been a thief in the night. In this unhappy state of affairs, Somers suggested they should sit on the tram-car and go somewhere. They sat on the tram-car, and ran for miles along a coast with ragged bush, loused over with thousands of small promiscuous bungalows, built of everything from patchwork of kerosene tin up to fine red brick and stucco, like Margate. Not far off the Pacific boomed, but 50 yards inland started these bits of swamp and endless promiscuity of cottages. The tram took them 5 or 6 miles to the terminus. This was the end of everywhere, with new stores, that is, fly-blown shops with corrugated iron roofs, and with the tram shelter, and little house agents' booths plastered with signs, and more cottages. That is, bungalows of corrugated iron or brick, and bits of swamp or lagoon where the sea had got in and couldn't get out. The happy couple had a drink of sticky aerated waters in one of the stores, then walked up a wide sand road dotted on either side with small bungalows, beyond the backs of which lay a whole aura of rusty tin cans chucked out over the back fence. They came to the ridge of sand, and again the pure long-rolling Pacific. "I love the sea," said Harriet. "I wish," said Lovat, "it would send a wave about 50 feet high round the whole coast of Australia." "You are so bad-tempered," said Harriet. "Why don't you see the lovely things?" "I do by contrast." So they sat on the sands, and he peeled pears and buried the peel in the yellow sand. It was winter, and the shore was almost deserted, but the sun was warm as an English May. Harriet felt she absolutely must live by the sea, so they wandered along a wide rutted space of deep sand, looking at the cottages on either side. They had impossible names, but in themselves many of them were really nice. Yet there they stood, like so many forlorn chicken houses, each on its own oblong patch of land, and with a fence between it and its neighbour. There was something indescribably weary and dreary about it. The very ground the houses stood on seemed weary and drabbled, almost asking for rusty tin cans. And so many pleasant little bungalows set there in an improvised road, wide and weary. And then the effort had lapsed. The tin shacks were almost a relief. They did not call for geraniums and lobelias, as did pretty Hampstead Garden suburb cottages, and these latter might call, but they called in vain. They got bits of old paper and tins. Yet Harriet absolutely wanted to live by the sea, so they stopped before each bungalow that was to be let furnished. The estate agents went in for abbreviations. On the boards at the corner of the fences it was either "For Sale" or "To Let." Probably there was a colonial intention of jocularity, but it was almost enough for Somers. He would have died rather than have put himself into one of those cottages. The road ended on the salt pool, where the sea had ebbed in. Across was a state reserve, a bit of aboriginal Australia, with gum trees and empty spaces beyond the flat salt waters. Near at hand a man was working away, silently loading a boat with beach sand upon the lagoon. To the right the sea was rolling on the shore, and spurting high on some brown rocks. Two men in bathing suits were running over the spit of sand from the lagoon to the surf, where two women in waders, those rubber paddling drawers into which we bundle our children at the seaside, were paddling along the fringe of the foam. A blond young man, wearing a jacket over his bathing suit, walked by with two girls. He had huge, massive legs, astonishing. And near at hand Somers saw another youth lying on the warm sandhill in the sun. He had rolled in the dry sand while he was wet, so he was hardly distinguishable, but he lay like an animal on his face in the sun, and again Somers wondered at the thick legs. They seemed to run to leg, these people. Three boys, one a lad of 15 or so, came out of the warm lagoon in their bathing suits to roll in the sand and play. The big lad crawled on all fours, and the little one rode on his back and pitched off into the sand. They were extraordinarily like real young animals, mindless as opossums, lunging about. This was Sunday afternoon. The sun was warm. The lonely man was just pushing off his boat on the lagoon. It sat deep in the water, half full of sand. Somers and Harriet lay on the sandbank. Strange it was, and it had a sort of fascination. Freedom, that's what they always say. You feel free in Australia, and so you do. There is a great relief in the atmosphere, a relief from tension, from pressure, an absence of control or will or form. The sky is open above you, and the air is open around you. Not the old closing in of Europe. But what then? The vacancy of this freedom is almost terrifying In the openness and the freedom, this new chaos, this litter of bungalows and tin cans scattered for miles and miles, this Englishness all crumbled out into formlessness and chaos. Even the heart of Sydney itself, an imitation of London and New York, without any core or pith of meaning, business going on full speed, but only because it is the other end of English and American business. The absence of any inner meaning, and at the same time the great sense of vacant spaces, the sense of irresponsible freedom, the sense of do as you please liberty, and all utterly uninteresting. What is more hopelessly uninteresting than accomplished liberty? Great swarming, teeming Sydney flowing out into these myriads of bungalows, like shallow waters spreading undiked. And what then? Nothing. No inner life, no high command, no interest in anything finally. Somers turned over and shut his eyes. New countries were more problematic than old ones. One loved the sense of release from old pressure and old tight control, from the old world of watertight compartments. This was Sunday afternoon, but with none of the surfeited dreariness of English Sunday afternoons. It was still a raw, loose world. All Sydney would be out by the sea or in the bush, a roving, unbroken world. They all rushed from where they were to somewhere else on holidays, and to-morrow they'd all be working away with just as little meaning, working without any meaning, playing without any meaning, and yet quite strenuous at it all. It was just dazing. Even the rush for money had no real pip in it. They really cared very little for the power that money can give, and except for the sense of power, that had no real significance here. When all is said and done, even money is not much good where there is no genuine culture. Money is a means to rising to a higher, subtler, fuller state of consciousness, or nothing. And when you flatly don't want a fuller consciousness, what good is your money to you? Just to chuck about and gamble with. Even money is a European invention, European and American. It has no real magic in Australia. Poor Richard Lovat wearied himself to death, struggling with the problem of himself, and calling it Australia. There was no actual need for him to struggle with Australia. He must have done it in the hedonistic sense, to please himself, but it wore him to rags. Harriet sat up and began dusting the sand from her coat. Lovat did likewise. Then they rose to be going back to the tram-car. There was a motor car standing on the sand of the road near the gate of the end house. The end house was called St. Columb, and Somers' heart flew to Cornwall. It was quite a nice little place, standing on a bluff of sand sideways above the lagoon. "I wouldn't mind that," said Harriet, looking up at St. Columb. But Somers did not answer. He was shut against any of these humiliating little bungalows. Love's Harbour he was just passing by, and it was for sale. It would be. He ploughed grimly through the sand. Arcady, Stella Maris, Rackety Coo. "I say," called a voice from behind. It was Mrs. Callcott, running unevenly over the sand after them, the colour high in her cheeks. She wore a pale grey crepe de chine dress and grey suede shoes. Some distance behind her, Jack Calcott was following in his shirt sleeves. "Fancy you being here!" gasped Mrs. Calcott, and Harriet was so flustered she could only cry, "Oh, how do you do?" and effusively shake hands, as if she were meeting some former acquaintance on Piccadilly. The shaking hands quite put Mrs. Calcott off her track. She felt it almost an affront, and went red. Her husband sauntered up, and put his hands in his pockets to avoid mistakes. "Ha! What are you doing here?" he said to the Somers pair. "Wouldn't you like a cup of tea?" Harriet glanced at Richard Lovat. He was smiling faintly. "Oh, we should love it," she replied to Mr. Calcott. "But where? Have you got a house here?" "My sister has the End House," said he. "Oh, but will she want us?" cried Harriet, backing out. The Calcotts stood for a moment. "Yes, if you like to come," said Jack, and it was evident he was aware of Somers' desire to avoid contact. "Well, I should be awfully grateful," said Harriet. "Wouldn't you, Lovat?" "Yes," he said, smiling to himself, feeling Jack's manly touch of contempt for all this hedging. So they went off to St. Columb. The sister was a brown-eyed Australian with a decided manner, kindly but a little suspicious of the two newcomers. Her husband was a young Cornishman, rather stout and short and silent. He had his hair cut round at the back, in a slightly rounded line above a smooth, sunburnt reddened nape of the neck. Somers found out later that this young Cornishman, his name was Truella, had married his brother's widow. Mrs. Calcott supplied Harriet later on with all the information concerning her sister-in-law. The first Truella, Alfred John, had died 2 years ago, leaving his wife with a neat sum of money and this house St. Columb, and also with a little girl named Gladys, who came running in shaking her long brown hair just after the Somers appeared. So the present Truellas were a newly married couple. The present husband, William James, went round in a strange silent fashion, helping his wife Rose to prepare tea. The bungalow was pleasant, a large room facing the sea, with verandahs and other little rooms opening off. There were many family photographs, and a framed medal and ribbon and letter praising the first Truella. Mrs. Truella was alert and watchful, and decided to be genteel, so the party sat around in the basket chairs and on the settles under the windows, instead of sitting at table for tea, and William James silently but willingly carried round the bread and butter and the cakes. He was a queer young man, with an Irish-looking face, rather pale, an odd kind of humour in his grey eye and in the corners of his pursed mouth, but he spoke never a word. It was hard to decide his age, probably about 30, a little younger than his wife. He seemed silently pleased about something, perhaps his marriage. Somers noticed that the whites of his eyes were rather bloodshot. He had been in Australia since he was a boy of 15. He had come with his brother from St. Columb, near Newquay, St. Columb Major. So much Somers elicited. "Well, how do you like Sydney?" came the inevitable question from Mrs. Truella. "The harbour, I think, is wonderful," came Somers' invariable answer. "It is a fine harbour, isn't it? And Sydney is a fine town. Oh yes, I've lived here all my life." The conversation languished. Calcott was silent, and William James seemed as if he were never anything else. Even the little girl only fluttered into a whisper and went still again. Everybody was a little embarrassed, rather stiff, too genteel, or not genteel enough, and the men seemed absolute logs. "You don't think much of Australia, then?" said Jack to Somers. "Why?" answered the latter. "How am I to judge? I haven't even seen the fringe of it." "Oh, it's mostly fringe," said Jack, "but it hasn't made a good impression on you." "I don't know yet. My feelings are mixed. The country seems to me to have a fascination, strange, but you don't take to the Aussies at first sight. Bit of a collision between their aura and yours," smiled Jack. "Maybe that's what it is," said Somers. "That's a useful way of putting it. I can't help my aura colliding, can I?" "Of course you can't. And if it is a tender sort of aura, of course it feels the bump." "Oh, don't talk about it!" cried Harriet. "He must be just one big bump, by the way he grumbles." They all laughed, perhaps a trifle uneasily. "I thought so," said Jack. "What made you come here? Thought you'd like to write about it?" "I thought I might like to live here and write here," replied Somers, smiling. "Write about the bushrangers and the heroine lost in the bush and wandering into a camp of bullies?" said Jack. "Maybe," said Somers. "Do you mind if I ask you what sort of things you do write?" said Jack with some delicacy. "Oh, poetry, essays." "Essays? About what?" "Oh, rubbish mostly." There was a moment's pause. "Oh, love it, don't be so silly. You know do speak you don't think your essays rubbish," put in Harriet. "They're about life and democracy and equality and all that sort of thing," Harriet explained. "Oh, yes," said Jack, "I'd like to read some." "Well," hesitated Harriet, "he can lend you a volume. You've got some with you, haven't you?" she added, turning to Somers. "I've got one," admitted that individual, looking daggers at her. "Well, you'll lend it to Mr. Callcott, won't you?" "If he wants it. But it will only bore him." "I might rise up to it, you know," said Jack laconically, "if I bring all my mental weight to bear on it." Somers flushed and laughed at the contradiction in metaphor. "It's not the loftiness," he said, rather amused. "It's that people just don't care to hear some things." "Well, let me try," said Jack. "We're a new country, and we're out to learn." "Ha! That's exactly what we're not," broke out William James, with a Cornish accent and a blurt of a laugh. "We're out to show everybody that we know everything there is to be known." "That's some of us," said Jack. "And most of us," said William James. "Have it your own way, boy, but let us speak for the minority, and there's a minority that knows we've got to learn a big lesson, and that's willing to learn it." Again there was silence. The women seemed almost effaced. "There's one thing," thought Somers to himself. "When these colonials do speak seriously, they speak like men, not like babies." He looked up at Jack. "It's the world that's got to learn a lesson," he said, "not only Australia." His tone was acid and sinister, and he looked with his hard, pale blue eyes at Callcott. Callcott's eyes, brown and less concentrated, less hard, looked back curiously at the other man. "Possibly it is," he said, "but my job is Australia." Somers watched him. Callcott had a pale, clean-shaven, lean face, with close-shut lips, but his lips weren't bitten in until they just formed a slit, as they so often are in colonials, and his eyes had a touch of mystery, of aboriginal darkness. "Do you care very much for Australia?" said Somers, a little wistfully. "I believe I do," said Jack. "But if I was out of a job, like plenty of other unlucky diggers, I suppose I should care more about getting a job." "But you care very much about your Australia?" "My Australia? Yes. I own about 7 acres of it, all told. I suppose I care very much about that. I pay my taxes on it all right." "No, but the future of Australia. You'll never see me on a platform shouting about it." The Lovat's said they must be going. "If you like to crowd in," said Jack, "we can take you in the car. We can squeeze in Mr. Somers in front, and there'll be plenty of room for the others at the back, if Gladys sits on her dad's knee." This time Somers accepted at once. He felt the halting refusals were becoming ridiculous. End of Chapter 2, Part 1. Chapter 2, Part 2 of Kangaroo by D.H. Lawrence. This is a LibriVox recording. All LibriVox recordings are in the public domain. For more information or to volunteer, please visit LibriVox.org. Chapter 2, Neighbours, Part 2. They left at sunset. The west over the land was a clear gush of light up from the departed sun. The east over the Pacific was a tall concave of rose-coloured clouds, a marvellous high apse. Now the bush had gone dark and spectral again on the right hand, you might still imagine inhuman presences moving among the gum trees, and from time to time on the left hand they caught sight of the long green rollers of the Pacific with the star-white foam, and behind that the dusk-green sea glimmered over with smoky rose, reflected from the eastern horizon, where the bank of flesh-rose colour and pure smoke-blue lingered a long time, like magic, as if the sky's rim were cooling down. It seemed to Somers characteristic of Australia, this far-off flesh-rose bank of colour on the sky's horizon, so tender and unvisited, topped with the smoky, beautiful blueness, and then the thickness of the night stars overhead, and one star very brave in the last effulgence of sunset, westward over the continent. As soon as the night came, all the raggle-taggle of amorphous white settlements disappeared, and the continent of the Kangaroo reassumed its strange unvisited glamour, a kind of virgin sensual aloofness. Somers sat in front between Jack and Victoria Callcott, because he was so slight. He made himself as small as he could, like the ham in the sandwich. When he looked her way, he found Victoria watching him under her lashes, and as she met his eyes she flared into smile that filled him with wonder. She had such a charming, innocent look, like an innocent girl, naive and a little gawky. Yet the strange exposed smile she gave him in the dusk, it puzzled him to know what to make of it. Like an offering, and yet innocent, perhaps like the sacred prostitutes of the temple, acknowledgment of the sacredness of the act. He chose not to think of it, and stared away across the bonnet of the car at the fading land. "Queer," thought Somers. "This girl at once sees perhaps the most real me, and most women take me for something I am not at all. Queer to be recognized at once, as if one were of the same family." He had to admit that he was flattered also. She seemed to see the wonder in him, and she had none of the European women's desire to make a conquest of him, none of that feminine rapacity which is so hateful in the old world. She seemed like an old Greek girl just bringing an offering to the altar of the mystic Bacchus, the offering of herself. Her husband sat steering the car and smoking his short pipe in silence. He seemed to have something to think about. At least he had considerable power of silence, a silence which made itself felt. Perhaps he knew his wife much better than anyone else. At any rate, he did not feel it necessary to keep an eye on her. If she liked to look at Somers with a strange exposed smile, that was her affair. She could do as she liked in that direction, so far as he, Jack Calcott, was concerned. She was his wife. She knew it, and he knew it, and it was quite established and final. So long as she did not betray what was between him and her, as husband and wife, she could do as she liked with the rest of herself, and he could quite rightly trust her to be faithful to that undefinable relation which subsisted between them as man and wife. He didn't pretend, and didn't want to occupy the whole field of her consciousness. And in just the same way, that bond which connected himself with her he would always keep unbroken for his part. But that did not mean that he was sworn body and soul to his wife. Oh no! There was a good deal of him which did not come into the marriage bond, and with all this part of himself he was free to make the best he could according to his own idea. He loved her quite sincerely for her naive, sophisticated innocence, which allowed him to be unknown to her, except in so far as they were truly and intimately related. It was the innocence which has been through the fire and knows its own limitations. In the same way, he quite consciously chose not to know anything more about her than just so much as entered into the absolute relationship between them. He quite definitely did not want to absorb her, or to occupy the whole field of her nature. He would trust her to go her own way, only keeping her to the pledge that was between them. What this pledge consisted, he did not try to define. It was something indefinite, the field of contact between their two personalities. Where their two personalities met and joined, they were one, and pledged to permanent fidelity. But that part in each of them which did not belong to the other was free from all inquiry, or even from knowledge. Each silently consented to leave the other in large part unknown, unknown in word and deed and very being. They didn't want to know. Too much knowledge would be like shackles. Such marriage is established on a very subtle sense of honour and of individual integrity. It seems as if each race and each continent has its own marriage instinct, and the instinct that develops in Australia will certainly not be the same as the instinct that develops in America, and each people must follow its own instinct if it is to live, no matter whether the marriage law be universal or not. The Calcotts had come to no agreement verbally as to their marriage. They had not thought it out. They were Australians of strongly, subtly developed desire for freedom, and with considerable indifference to old formulae and the conventions based thereon. So they took their stand instinctively and calmly. Jack had defined his stand as far as he found necessary. If his wife was good to him and satisfied him in so far as he went, then he was pledged to trust her to do as she liked outside his ken, outside his range. He would make a cage for nobody. This he openly propounded to his mates, to William James, for example, and later to Somers. William James said yes, but thought the more. Somers was frankly disturbed, not liking the thought of applying the same prescription to his own marriage. They put down the Truellas at their house in North Sydney, and went on to Murdoch Road over the ferry. Jack had still to take the car down to the garage in town. Victoria said she would prepare the high tea, which takes the place of dinner and supper in Australia, against his return. So Harriet boldly invited them to this high tea, a real substantial meal, in her own house. Victoria was to help her prepare it, and Jack was to come straight back to Torestin. Victoria was as pleased as a lamb with two tails over this arrangement, and went in to change her dress. Somers knew why Harriet had launched this invitation. It was because she had had a wonderfully successful cooking morning. Like plenty of other women, Harriet had learned to cook during wartime, and now she loved it once in a while. This had been one of the whiles. Somers had stoked the excellent little stove, and peeled the apples and potatoes and onions and pumpkin, and looked after the meat and the sauces, while Harriet had lashed out in pies and tarts and little cakes and baked custard. She now surveyed her prize-beaten shelf with love, and began to whisk up a mayonnaise for potato salad. Victoria appeared in a pale gauze dress of pale pink with little dabs of gold, a sort of tea-party dress, and with her brown hair loosely knotted behind, and with innocent sophistication pulled a bit untidy over her womanly forehead, she looked winsome. Her colour was very warm, and she was gawkily excited. Harriet put on an old yellow silk frock, and Somers changed into a dark suit. For tea there was cold roast pork with first-class brown crackling on it, and potato salad, beetroot and lettuce, and apple chutney. Then a dressed lobster, or crayfish, very good, pink and white, and then apple pie and custard tarts and cakes, and a dish of apples and passion fruits and oranges, a pineapple and some bananas, and of course big cups of tea, breakfast cups. Victoria and Harriet were delighted. Somers juggled with colour schemes on the table. The one central room in the bungalow was brilliantly lighted, and the kettle sang on the hearth. After months of India, and all the Indian decorum, and two silent men servants waiting at table, and after the old-fashioned gentility of the P&O steamer, Somers and Harriet felt this show rather a come-down, maybe, but still good fun. Victoria felt it was almost society. They waited for Jack. Jack arrived, bending forward rather in the doorway, a watchful look on his pale, clean-shaven face, and that atmosphere of silence about him which is characteristic of many Australians. "Kept you waiting?" he asked. "We were just ready for you," said Harriet. Jack had to carve the meat, because Somers was so bad at it and didn't like doing it. Harriet poured the great cups of tea. Callcott looked with a quick eye round the table to see exactly what he wanted to eat, and Victoria peeped through her lashes to see exactly how Harriet behaved. As Harriet always behaved in the vaguest manner possible, and ate her sweets with her fish fork and her soup with her pudding spoon, a study of her table manners was not particularly profitable. To Somers it was like being back 25 years, back in an English farmhouse in the Midlands at Sunday tea. He had gone a long way from the English Midlands, and got out of the way of them, only to find them here again with hardly a change. To Harriet it was all novel and fun, but Richard Lovat felt vaguely depressed. The pleasant heartiness of the life he had known as a boy now depressed him. He hated the promiscuous mixing in of all the company, the lack of reserve in manner. He had preferred India for that. The gulf between the native servants and the whites kept up a sort of tone. He had learned to be separate, to talk across a slight distance, and that was an immense relief to him, because it was really more his nature. Now he found himself soused again in the old familiar, jolly and cosy spirit of his childhood and boyhood, and he was depressed. Jack, of course, had a certain reserve, but of a different sort, not a physical reserve. He did keep his coat on, but he might as well have sat there in his shirt sleeves. His very silence was, so to speak, in its shirt sleeves. There was a curious battle in silence going on between the two men. To Harriet all this familiar shirt sleeve business was just fun, the charades. In her most gushing, genial moments she was still only masquerading inside her class, the upper class of Europe. But Somers was of the people himself, and he had that alert instinct of the common people, the instinctive knowledge of what his neighbour was wanting and thinking, and the instinctive necessity to answer. With the other classes there is a certain definite breach between individual and individual, and not much goes across except what is intended to go across. But with the common people, and with most Australians, there is no breach. The communication is silent and involuntary. The give and take flows like waves from person to person, and each one knows, unless he is foiled by speech. Each one knows in silence, reciprocates in silence, and the talk as a rule just babbles on the surface. This is the common people among themselves. But there is this difference in Australia. Each individual seems to feel himself pledged to put himself aside, to keep himself at least half out of count. The whole geniality is based on a sort of code of "you put yourself aside, and I'll put myself aside." This is done with a watchful will, a sort of duel, and above this a great geniality. But the continual holding most of himself aside, out of count, makes a man go blank in his withheld self. And that too is puzzling. Probably this is more true of the men than of the women. Probably women change less from land to land, play fewer code tricks with themselves. At any rate, Harriet and Victoria got on like a house on fire, and as they were both beautiful women, and both looking well as they talked, everything seemed splendid. But Victoria was really paying just a wee bit of homage all the time, homage to the superior class. As for the two men, Somers seemed a gentleman, and Jack didn't want to be a gentleman. Somers seemed a real gentleman, and yet Jack recognized in him at once the intuitive response which only subsists normally between members of the same class, between the common people. Perhaps the best of the upper classes have the same intuitive understanding of their fellow man. But there is always a certain reserve in the response, a preference for the non-intuitive forms of communication, for deliberate speech. What is not said is supposed not to exist. That is almost code of honour with the other classes. With the true common people, only that which is not said is of any vital significance. Which brings us back to Jack and Somers. The one thing Somers had kept, and which he possessed in a very high degree, was the power of intuitive communication with others. Much as he wanted to be alone, to stand clear from the weary business of unanimity with everybody, he had never chosen really to suspend this power of intuitive response. Not till he was personally offended, and then it switched off and became a blank wall. But the smallest act of real kindness would call it back into life again. Jack had been generous, and Somers liked him. Therefore he could not withhold his soul from responding to him in a measure. And Jack, what did he want? He saw this other little fellow a gentleman apparently, and yet different, not exactly a gentleman, and he wanted to know him, to talk to him. He wanted to get at the bottom of him, for there was something about Somers. He might be a German, he might be a Bolshevist, he might be anything, and he must be something, because he was different, a gentleman and not a gentleman. He was different because when he looked at you, he knew you more or less in your own terms, not as an outsider. He looked at you as if he were one of your own sort. He answered you intuitively, as if he were one of your own sort, and yet he had the speech and the clear definiteness of a gentleman, neither one thing nor the other, and he seemed to know a lot. Jack was sure that Somers knew a lot, and could tell him a lot, if he would but let it out. If he had been just a gentleman, of course, Jack would never have thought of wanting him to open out, because a gentleman has nothing to open towards a man of the people. He can only talk, and the working man can only listen across a distance. But seeing that this little fellow was both a gentleman and not a gentleman, seeing he was just like one of yourselves, and yet had all the other qualities of a gentleman, why, you might just as well get the secret out of him. Somers knew the attitude, and was not going to be drawn. He talked freely and pleasantly enough, but never as Jack wanted. He knew well enough what Jack wanted, which was that they should talk together as man to man, as pals, you know, with a little difference. But Somers would never be pals with any man. It wasn't in his nature. He talked pleasantly and familiarly, fascinating to Victoria, who sat with her brown eyes watching him while she clung to Jack's arm on the sofa. When Somers was talking and telling, it was fascinating, and his quick mobile face changed and seemed full of magic. Perhaps it was difficult to locate any definite Somers, any one individual, in all this ripple of animation and communication. The man himself seemed lost in the bright aura of his rapid consciousness. This fascinated Victoria. She of course imagined some sort of god in the fiery bush, but Jack was mistrustful. He mistrusted all this bright quickness. If there was an individual inside the brightly burning bush of consciousness, let him come out man to man. Even if it was a sort of god in the bush, let him come out man to man. Otherwise, let him be considered a sort of mountebank, a showman, too clever by half. Somers knew pretty well Jack's estimation of him. Jack, sitting there smoking his little short pipe, with his lovely wife in her pink georgette frock hanging on to his side, and the watchful look on his face, was the manly man, the consciously manly man. And he had just a bit of contempt for the brilliant little fellow opposite, and he felt just a bit uneasy, because the same little fellow laughed at his manliness, knowing it didn't go right through. It takes more than manliness to make a man. Somers' very brilliance had an overtone of contempt in it for the other man. The women, of course, not demanding any orthodox manliness, didn't mind the knock at Jack's particular sort, and to them Somers' chief fascination lay in the fact that he was never Powell's. They were too deeply women to care for the sham of Powell's. So Jack went home after a whisky and soda with his nose a little bit out of joint. The little man was never going to be Powell's. That was the first fact to be digested, and he couldn't be despised as a softy. He was too keen. He just laughed at the other man's attempt at despising him. Yet Jack did want to get to him somehow or other. End of Chapter 2, Part 2.
Chapter 3 of Kangaroo by D.H. Lawrence. This is a LibriVox recording. All LibriVox recordings are in the public domain. For more information or to volunteer, please visit LibriVox.org. Recording by Courtney Miller. Chapter 3. Larbovrd Watch Ahoy. "What do you think of things in general?" Calcutt asked of Somers one evening, a fortnight or so after their first encounter. They were getting used to one another, and they liked one another in a separated sort of way. When neither of them was on the warpath, they were quite happy together. They played chess together now and then, a wild and haphazard game. Somers invented quite brilliant attacks, and rushed in recklessly, occasionally wiping Jack off the board in a quarter of an hour. But he was very careless of his defense. The other man played at this. To give Calcutt justice, he was more accustomed to draughts than to chess, and Somers had never played draughts, not to remember. So Jack played a draughts game, aiming at seizing odd pieces. It wasn't Somers' idea of chess, so he wouldn't take the trouble to defend himself. His men fell to this ambush, and he lost the game, because at the end, when he had only one or two pieces to attack, Jack was very clever at cornering, having the draughts moves off by heart. "But it isn't chess," protested Somers. "You've lost, haven't you?" said Jack. "Yes, and I shall always lose that way. I can't piggle with those draftsman dodges." "Ah, well, if I can win that way, I have to do it. I don't know the game as well as you do," said Jack, and there was a quiet sense of victory, done you down, in his tones. Somers required all his dignity not to become angry, but he shrugged his shoulders. Sometimes, too, if he suggested a game, Calcutt would object that he had something he must do. Lovat took the slight rebuff without troubling. Then an hour or an hour and a half later, Calcutt would come tapping at the door and would enter, saying, "Well, if you are ready for a game," and Lovat would unsuspectingly acquiesce. But on these occasions Jack had been silently, secretly accumulating his forces. There was a silence, almost a stealth in his game, and at the same time his bearing was soft, as it were submissive, and Somers was put quite off his guard. He began to play with his usual freedom, and then Jack wiped the floor with his little neighbor, simply wiped the floor with him, and left him gasping. 1, 2, 3 games, it was the same every time. "But I can't see the board," cried Somers, startled. "I can hardly distinguish black from white." He was really distressed. It was true what he said. He was as if stupefied, as if some drug had been injected straight into his brain. For his life he could not gather his consciousness together, not till he realized the state he was in. And then he refused to try. Jack gave a quiet little laugh. There was on his face a subtle little smile of satisfaction. He had done his high-flying opponent down. He was the better man. After the first evening that this had taken place, Somers was much more wary of his neighbor, much less ready to open towards him than he had been. He never again invited Jack to a game of chess. and when Calcutt suggested a game, Somers played, but coldly, without the recklessness and the laughter which were the chief charm of his game, and Jack was once more snubbed, put back into second place. Then, once he was reduced, Somers began to relent, and the old guerrilla warfare started again. The moment Somers heard this question of Jack's, "What do you think of things in general?" he went on his guard. "The man is trying to draw me, to fool me," he said to himself. He knew by a certain quiet, almost sly intention in Jack's voice, and a certain false deference in his bearing. It was this false deference he was most wary of. This was the Judas approach. "How in general?" he asked. "Do you mean the cosmos?" "No," said Jack, foiled in his first move. He had been through the Australian high school course, and was accustomed to think for himself. Over a great field he was quite indifferent to thought, and hostile to consciousness. It seemed to him more manly to be unconscious, even blank, to most of the great questions. But on his own subjects, Australian politics, Japan, and machinery, he thought straight and manly enough. And when he met a man whose being puzzled him, he wanted to get at the bottom of that too. He looked up at Somers with a searching, penetrating, inimical look that he tried to cover with an appearance of false deference. For he was always aware of the big empty spaces of his own consciousness, like his country, a vast empty desert at the center of him. "No," he repeated. "I mean the world, economics and politics, the welfare of the world." "It's no good asking me," said Somers. "Since the war burst my bubble of humanity, I'm a pessimist, a black pessimist about the present human world." "You think it's going to do the bad?" said Jack, still drawing him with the same appearance of deference, of wanting to hear. "Yes, I do. Faster or slower. Probably I shall never see any great change in my lifetime, but the tendency is all downhill in my opinion. But then I'm a pessimist, so you needn't bother about my opinion." Somers wanted to let it all go at that, but Calcutt persisted. "Do you think there'll be more wars? Do you think Germany will be in a position to fight again very soon?" "Bah! You bolster up an old bogey out here. Germany's the bogey of yesterday, not of tomorrow." "She frightened us out of our sleep before," said Jack, resentful. "And now, for the time being, she's done. As a war machine she's done, and done for ever. So much scrap iron, her iron fist." "You think so?" said Jack, with all the animosity of a returned hero who wants to think his old enemy the one and only bugbear, and who feels quite injured if you tell him there's no more point in his old hate. "That's my opinion. Of course I may be wrong." "Yes, you may," said Jack. "Sure," said Somers, and there was silence. This time Somers smiled a little to himself. "And what do you consider, then, is the bogey of tomorrow?" asked Jack at length, in a rather small, unwilling voice. "I don't really know. What should you say?" "Me? I wanted to hear what you have to say." "And I'd rather hear what you have to say," laughed Somers. There was a pause. Jack seemed to be pondering. At last he came out with his bluff, manly, Australian self. "If you ask me," he said, "I should say that labor is the bogey you speak of." Again, Somers knew that this was a draw. He wants to find out if I'm socialist or anti, he thought to himself. "You think labor is a menace to society?" he returned. "Well," Jack hedged, "I won't say that labor is the menace exactly. Perhaps the state of affairs forces labor to be the menace." "Oh, quite. But what's the state of affairs?" "That's what nobody seems to know." "So it's quite safe to lay the blame on," laughed Somers. He looked with real dislike at the other man, who sat silent and piqued and rather diminished. "Coming here just to draw me and get to know what's inside me," he said to himself angrily, and he would carry the conversation no further. He would not even offer Jack a whiskey and soda. No, he thought to himself. If he trespasses on my hospitality, coming creeping in here, into my house, just to draw me and get the better of me, underhandedly, then I'll pour no drink for him. He can go back to where he came from. But Somers was mistaken. He only didn't understand Jack's way of leaving 7/10 of himself out of any intercourse. Richard wanted the whole man there, openly, and Jack wanted his own way, of 7/10 left out. So that after a while Jack rose slowly, saying, "Well, I'll be turning in. It's work tomorrow for some of us." "If we're lucky enough to have jobs," laughed Somers. "Or luckier still to have the money so that we don't need a job," returned Jack. "Think how bored most folks would be on a little money and no settled occupation," said Somers. "Yes, I might be myself," said Jack, honestly admitting it, and at the same time slightly despising the man who had no job, and therefore no significance in life. "Why, of course." When Calcutt came over to Torestin, Either Victoria came with him, or she invited Harriet across to Wywark. Wywark was the name of Jack's bungalow. It had been built by a man who had inherited from an aunt a modest income, and who had written thus permanently his retort against society on his door. "Wywark?" said Jack. "Because you've jolly well got to." The neighbours nearly always spoke of their respective homes by their elegant names. "Won't Mrs. Somers go across to Wywark?" Vicky says. "She's making a blouse or something, sewing some old bits of rag together, or new bits, and I expect she'll need a pageful of advice about it." This was what Jack had said. Harriet had gone with apparent alacrity, but with real resentment. She had never in all her life had neighbours, and she didn't know what neighbouring really meant. She didn't care for it, on trial. Not after she and Victoria had said and heard most of the things they wanted to say and hear. But they liked each other also, and though Victoria could be a terribly venomous little cat, once she unsheathed her claws and became rather common, still, so long as her claws were sheathed, her paws were quite velvety and pretty. She was winsome and charming to Harriet, a bit deferential before her, which flattered the other woman. And then, lastly, Victoria had quite a decent piano, and played nicely, whereas Harriet had a good voice, and played badly. So that often, as the two men played chess, or had one of their famous encounters, they would hear Harriet's strong, clear voice singing Schubert or Schumann, or French or English folk songs, whilst Victoria played. And both women were happy, because though Victoria was fond of music and had an instinct for it, her knowledge of songs was slight, and to be learning these old English and old French melodies, as well as the German and the Italian songs, was a real adventure and a pleasure to her. They were still singing when Jack returned. "Still at it," he said manfully from the background, chewing his little pipe. Harriet looked round. She was just finishing the joyous moan of Plaisir d'amour, a song she loved because it tickled her so. "Dure toute la vie," she sang the concluding words at him, laughing in his face. "You're back early," she said. "Felt a mental twilight coming on," he said, "so thought we'd better close down for the night." Harriet divined that, to use her expression, Somers had been disagreeable to him. "Don't you sing?" she cried. "Me? Have you ever heard a cow at a gate when she wants to come in and be milked?" "Oh, he does!" cried Victoria. "He sang a duet at the Harbour Lights concert." "There!" cried Harriet. "How exciting! What duet did he sing?" "Larbovrd watch Ahoy." "Oh, I know that!" cried Harriet, remembering a farmer friend of Somers who had initiated her into the thrilling harmony down in Cornwall. "There wasn't a soul left in the hall when we'd finished, except Victoria and the other chap's wife," said Jack. "Oh, what a fib! They applauded like anything and made you give an encore." "Aye, and we didn't know another bally duet between us, so we had to sing Larbovrd watch over again. It was Larbovrd alarum clock by the time we got to the end of it. It went off with such a rattle." "Oh, do let us sing it," said Harriet. "You must help me when I go wrong, because I don't know it well." "What part do you want to sing?" said Jack. "Oh, I sing the first part." "Nay," said Jack, "I sing that part myself. I'm a high tenor, I am, once I get the wind up." "I couldn't possibly sing the alto," said Harriet. "Oh, Jack, do sing the alto," said Victoria. "Go on, do. I'll help you." "Oh, well, if you'll go bail for me, I don't care what I do," said Jack. And very shortly Somers heard a gorgeous uproar in Wywark, Harriet breaking down occasionally and being picked up. She insisted on keeping on till she had it perfect, and the other two banged and warbled away with no signs of fatigue, so that they were still hailing the Larbovrd watch Ahoy when the clock struck 11. Then, when silence did ensue for a moment, Mrs. Calcutt came flying over to Torestin. "Oh, Mr. Somers, won't you come and have a drink with Jack? Mrs. Somers is having a glass of hop bitters." When Somers entered the living-room of Wywark, Jack looked up at him with a smile and a glow in his dark eyes, almost like love. "Beer?" he said. "What's the alternative?" "Nothing but gas water." "Then beer." Harriet and Victoria were still at the piano, excitedly talking songs. Harriet was teaching Victoria to pronounce the words of a Schubert song, for there was still one person in the world unacquainted with Du bist wie eine Blume, and Victoria was singing it in a wavering, shy little voice. "Let's drink our beer by the kitchen fire," said Jack. "Then we shall be able to hear ourselves speak, which is more than we can do in this aviary." Somers solemnly followed into the tiny kitchen, and they sat in front of the still hot stove. "The women will keep up the throat-stretching for quite a time yet," said Jack. "If we let them. It's getting late. Oh, I've just started my second awakening. Feel as sharp as a new tin tack." "Talking about pessimism," he resumed after a pause, "there's some of us here that feels things are pretty shaky, you know." He spoke in a subdued, important sort of voice. "What is shaky? Australian finance?" "Aye, Australian everything." "Well, it's pretty much the same in every country. Where there's such a lot of black smoke, there's not a very big fire. The world's been going to the dogs ever since it started to toddle, apparently. Aye, I suppose it has. But it'll get there one day. At least Australia will." "What kind of dogs?" "Maybe financial smash, and then hell to pay all round. Maybe, you know. We've got to think about it." Somers watched him for some moments with serious eyes. Jack seemed as if he were a little bit drunk. Yet he had only drunk a glass of lager beer. He wasn't drunk, but his face had changed. It had a kind of eagerness, and his eyes glowed big. Strange, he seemed, as if in a slight ecstasy. "It may be," said Somers slowly. "I am neither financier nor politician. It seems as if the next thing to come a cropper were capital. Now there are no more kings to speak of. It may be the middle classes are coming smash, which is the same thing as finance, as capital. But also it may not be. I've given up trying to know." "What will be, eh?" said Jack with a smile. "I suppose so, in this matter." "Aye, but look here, I believe it's right what you say. The middle classes are coming down. What do they sit on? They sit on money, on capital, and this country is as good as bankrupt. So then what have they left to stand on? They say most countries are really bankrupt. But if they agree among themselves to carry on, the word doesn't amount to much." "Oh, but it does. It amounts to a hull of a lot, here in this country. If it ever came to the push, and the state was bankrupt, there'd be no holding New South Wales in." "The state never will be bankrupt." "Won't it? Won't there be a financial smash, a proper cave-in before we're much older? Won't there? We'll see. But look here, do you care if there is?" "I don't know what it means, so I can't say. Theoretically, I don't mind a bit if international finance goes bust. If it can go bust." "Never mind about theoretically. You'd like to see the power of money, the power of capital, broke. Would you or wouldn't you?" Somers watched the excited, handsome face opposite him, and answered slowly. "Theoretically, yes. Actually, I really don't know." "Oh, to hell with your theoretically. Drown it. Speak like a man with some feeling in your guts. You either would or wouldn't. Don't leave your shirt tail hanging out with a theoretically. Would you or wouldn't you?" Somers laughed. "Why, yes, I would," he said, "and be damned to everything." "Shake!" cried Jack, stretching over, and he took Somers' small hand between both his own. "I knew," he said in a broken voice, "that we was mates." Somers was rather bewildered. "But you know," he said, "I never take any part in politics at all. They aren't my affair." They're not. You are quite right. You're quite right, you are. You're a damned sight too good to be mixing up in any dirty politics. But all I want is that your feelings should be the same as mine, and they are, thank my stars, they are." By this time Somers was almost scared. "But why should you care?" he said with some reserve. The other, however, did not heed him. "You're not with the middle classes, as you call them, the money men, as I call them, and I know you're not. And if you're not with them, you're against them. My father was a working man. I come from the working people. My sympathy is with them, when it's with anybody, I assure you." Jack stared at Somers wide-eyed, a smile gathering round his mouth. "Your father was a working man, was he? Is that really so? Well, that is a surprise. And yet," he changed his tone, "no, it isn't. I might have known. Of course I might. How should I have felt for you as I did the very first minute I saw you if it hadn't been so? Of course you're one of us. Same flesh and blood, same clay. Only you've had the advantages of a money man. But you've stuck true to your flesh and blood, which is what most of them don't do. They turn into so much dirt, like the washings in the pan. A lot of dirt to a very little gold. Well, well. And your father was a working man, and you now being as you are, wonderful what we may be, isn't it?" "It is indeed," said Somers, who was infinitely more amazed at the present Jack than ever Jack could be at him. "Well, well. That brings us a great deal nearer than ever, that does," said Calcutt, looking at Somers with glowing, smiling eyes, which the other man could not quite understand, eyes with something desirous, and something perhaps fanatical in them. Somers could not understand. As for the being brought nearer to Calcutt, that was apparently entirely a matter of Jack's own feeling. Somers himself had never felt more alone and far off. Yet he trembled at the other man's strange fervour. He vibrated helplessly in some sort of troubled response. The vibration from the two men had by this time quite penetrated into the other room, and into the consciousness of the two women. Harriet came in all wondering and full of alert curiosity. She looked from one to the other, saw the eyes of both men shining, saw the puzzled, slightly scared look on her husband's face, and the glowing handsomeness on Jack's, and she wondered more than ever. "What are you two men talking about?" she asked pointedly. "You look very much moved about something." "Moved?" laughed Jack. "We're doing 50 miles an hour and not turning a hair." "I'm glad I'm not going with you, then," said Harriet. "It's much too late at night for me for that sort of thing." Victoria went over to her husband, and stood close at his side, ruffling up his brown, short, crisp, bright hair. "Doesn't he talk nonsense, Mrs. Somers? Doesn't he talk nonsense?" the young wife crooned, in her singing contralto voice, as she looked down at him. Harriet started at the sudden revelation of palpitating intimacy. She wanted to go away, quick. So did Somers, but neither Jack nor Victoria wanted them to go. Jack was looking up at Victoria with a curious smile, touched with a leer. It gave his face, his rather long, clean-shaven face with the thick eyebrows, most extraordinarily the look of an old mask. One of those old Greek masks that gave a fixed mockery to every feeling. Leering up at his young wife with the hearty leer of a player masked as a fawn that is at home on its own ground. Both Harriet and Somers felt amazed, as if they had strayed into the wrong wood. "You talk all the sense, don't you, Kitty?" he said, with a strong Australian accent again. And as he spoke with his face upturned to her, his Adam's apple moved in his strong white throat, as if it chuckled. "Of course I do," she crooned in her mocking, crooning contralto. "Of course I do." He put his arm round her hips. They continued to look into each other's faces. "It's awfully late. We shall have simply to fly to bed. I'm so sleepy now. Good night. Thank you so much for the singing. I enjoyed it awfully. Good night." Victoria looked up with a brightly flushed face, entirely unashamed, her eyes glowing like an animal's. Jack relaxed his grip of her, but did not rise. He looked at the Somers pair with eyes gone dusky, as if unseeing, and the mask-like smile lingering on his face like the reflection from some fire, curiously natural, not even grotesque. "Find your way across all right," he said. "Good night, good night." But he was as unaware of them actually as if they did not exist within his ken. "Well," said Harriet, as they closed the door of Torestin, "I think they might have waited just 2 minutes before they started their love-making. After all, one doesn't want to be implicated, does one?" "One emphatically doesn't," said Somers. "Really, it was as if he'd got his arm round all the 4 of us. Horrid," said Harriet resentfully. "He felt he had, I'm sure," said Somers. It was a period when Sydney was again suffering from a bubonic plague scare, a very mild scare, some 15 cases to 1,000,000 people, according to the newspapers. But the town was placarded with notices, "Keep your town clean," and there was a stall in Martin Place where you could write your name down and become a member of a cleanliness league, or something to that effect. The battle was against rats, fleas, and dirt. "The plague affects rats first," said the notices, "then fleas, and then man." All citizens were called upon to wage war with the vermin mentioned. Alas, there was no need to call on Somers to wage the war. The first morning they had awakened in Torestin, it was to a slight uneasy feeling of uncleanliness. Harriet, who hated the thought of contamination, found the apples gnawed when she went to take one to eat before breakfast. And rat-dirts, she said, everywhere. Then had started such a cleaning, such a scouring, such a stopping of holes as Torestin had never known. Somers sourly rechristened the house Toscrubbin, and after that, every night he had the joyful business of setting 2 rat traps, those traps with the powerful fly-back springs, which springs were a holy terror to him, for he knew his fingers would break like pipe stems if the spring flew back on them. And almost every morning he had the nauseous satisfaction of finding a rat pinned by its nose in the trap, its eyes bulging out, a blot of deep red blood just near. Sometimes 2 rats. They were not really ugly save for their tails. Smallish rats, perhaps only half-grown, and with black silky fur, not like the brown rats he had known in the English country. But big or little, ugly or not ugly, they were very objectionable to him, and he hated to have to start the day by casting 1 or more corpses gingerly, by the tip of the tail, into the garbage tin. He railed against the practice of throwing cans, and everything promiscuously onto any bit of waste ground. It seemed to his embittered fancy that Sydney Harbour, and all the coast of New South Wales, was moving with this pest. It reminded him of the land of Egypt, under the hand of the Lord, plagues of mice and rats and rabbits and snails and all manner of crawling things. And then he would say, perhaps it must be so in a new country. For all that, the words new country had become like acid between his teeth. He was always recalling what Flinders Petrie says somewhere. A colony is no younger than the parent country. Perhaps it is even older, 1 step further gone. This evening, or rather midnight, he went to the back kitchen to put every scrap of any sort of food beyond rat reach, and to bait the 2 traps with bits of cheese rind. Then he bent back the 2 murderous springs, and the traps were ready. He washed his hands hard from the contamination of them. Then he went into the garden, even climbed the tub-like summer house, to have a last look at the world. There was a big slip of very bright moon risen, and the harbour was faintly distinct. Now that night had fallen, the wind was from the land, and cold. He turned to go indoors, and as he did so he heard a motor car run quickly along the road, and saw the bright lights come to a stop at the gate of Wywark. Wywark was in darkness already, but a man left the car and came along the path to the house, giving a peculiar whistle as he did so. He went round to the back door and knocked sharply, once, twice, in a peculiar way. Then he whistled and knocked again, after which he must have heard an answer, for he waited quietly. In a few minutes more the light switched on and the door opened. Jack was there in his pyjamas. "That you, Jaz boy?" he said in a quiet tone. "Why the blazes didn't you come half an hour sooner, or half a minute later? You got me just as I'd taken the jump, and I fell all over the bloomin' hedge. Come in, you'll make a nervous wreck of me between you." The figure entered. It was William James, the brother-in-law. Somers heard him go again in about 10 minutes, but Harriet did not notice. End of Chapter 3. Larbovrd watch Ahoy.
Chapter 4, Part 1 of Kangaroo by D.H. Lawrence. This is a LibriVox recording. All LibriVox recordings are in the public domain. For more information or to volunteer, please visit LibriVox.org. Recording by Lisa Murphy, Richmond, Virginia. Chapter 4, Jack and Jaz, Part 1. The following evening, Somers could feel waves of friendliness coming across the hedge from Victoria, and she kept going out to the gate to look for Jack, who was late returning home. And as she went, she always looked long towards the veranda of Torestin to catch sight of the Somers. Somers felt the yearning and amicable advance in the atmosphere. For some time he disregarded it. Then, at last, he went out to look at the nightfall. It was early June. The sun had set beyond the land, casting a premature shadow of night. But the eastern sky was very beautiful, full of pure, pure light, the light of the southern seas, next the Antarctic. There was a great mass of cloud settling low, and it was all gleaming, a golden physical glow. Then, across the upper sky trailed a thin line of little dark clouds, like a line of porpoises swimming in the extremely beautiful clarity. "Isn't it a lovely evening again?" Victoria called to him as he stood on the summer housetop. "Very lovely. Australia never ceases to be a wonderland for me at nightfall," he answered. "Aha," she said. "You are fond of the evening?" He had come down from his point of vantage, and they stood near together by the fence. "In Europe, I always like morning best, much best. I can't say what it is. I find so magical in the evening here." "No," she replied, looking upwards round the sky. "It's going to rain." "What makes you think so?" he asked. "It looks like it, and it feels like it. I expect Jack will be here before it comes on." "He's late tonight, is he?" "Yes, he said he might be. Is it 6 o'clock?" "No, it's only a little after 5. "It is? I needn't be expecting him yet, then. He won't be home till 6:15. She was silent for a while. "We shall soon have the shortest day," she said. "I'm glad when it's gone. I always miss Jack so much when the evening comes, and he isn't even home. You see, I was used to a big family, and it seems a bit lonely to me yet, all alone in the cottage. That's why we're so glad to have you and Mrs. Somers next door. We get on so well, don't we?" "Yes, it's surprising. I always felt nervous of English people before, but I love Mrs. Somers. I think she's lovely." "You haven't been married long?" asked Somers. "Not quite a year. It seems a long time in some ways. I wouldn't not be with Jack, not for anything, but I do miss my family. We were 6 of us, all at home together, and it makes such a difference, being all alone." "Was your home in Sydney?" "No, on the south coast, dairy farming. No, my father was a surveyor, so was his father before him. Both in New South Wales." Then he gave it up and started this farm down south. Oh, yes, I liked it. I love home. I love going down home. I've got a cottage down there that Father gave me when I got married. You must come down with us sometime when the people that are in it go. It's right on the sea. Do you think you and Mrs. Somers would like it? I'm sure we should. And will you come with us for a weekend? The people in it are leaving next week. We let it furnished. We should like to very much indeed, said Somers, being polite over it, because he felt a little unsure still whether he wanted to be so intimate. But Victoria seemed so wistful. We feel ourselves with you and Mrs. Somers, said Victoria, and yet you're so different from us, and yet we feel so much ourselves with you. But we're not different, he protested. Yes, you are, coming from home. It's Mother who always called England home. She was English. She always spoke so prettily. She came from Somerset. Yes, she died about 5 years ago. Then I was the mother of the family. Yes, I am the eldest, except Alfred. Yes, they're all at home. Alfred is a mining engineer. There are coal mines down the south coast. He was with Jack in the war on the same job. Jack was a captain, and Alfred was a lieutenant. But they drop all the army names now. That's how I came to know Jack. Through Alfred. Jack always calls him Fred. You didn't know him before the war? No, not till he came home. Alfred used to talk about him in his letters, but I never thought then that I should marry him. They are great friends yet, the two of them. The rain that she had prophesied now began to fall, big straight drops that resounded on the tin roofs of the houses. Won't you come in and sit with us till Jack comes? Asked Somers. You'll feel dreary, I know. Oh, don't think I said it for that, said Victoria. Come round, though, said Somers, and they both ran indoors out of the rain. Lightning had started to stab in the southwestern sky, and clouds were shoving slowly up. Victoria came round and sat talking, telling of her home on the south coast. It was only about 50 miles from Sydney, but it seemed another world to her. She was so quiet and simple now that both the Somers felt drawn to her, and glad that she was sitting with them. They were talking still of Europe, Italy, Switzerland, England, Paris, the wonder world to Victoria, who had never been out of New South Wales in her life, in spite of her name, which name her father had given her to annoy all his neighbours, because he said the state of Victoria was run like a paradise compared to New South Wales, although he, too, never went a yard out of his home state if he could help it. They were talking still of Europe when they heard Jack's voice calling from the opposite yard. "Hello!" cried Victoria, running out. "Are you there, Jack? I was listening for the motorbike. I remember now you went by tram." Sometimes she seemed a little afraid of him, physically afraid, though he was always perfectly good-humoured with her. And this evening she sounded like that, as if she feared his coming home and wanted the Somers to shelter her. "You found a second home over there, apparently," said Jack, advancing towards the fence. "Well, how's things?" It was dark, so they could not see his face, but he sounded different. There was something queer, unknown about him. "I'll come over for a game of chess tonight, old man, if you'll say the word," he said to Somers. "And the ladies can punish the piano again, meanwhile, if they feel like it. I bought something to sweeten the melodies with, and give us sort of breathing space now and then. Sort of little ear rest, you know." "That means a pound of chocolates," said Victoria like a greedy child, "and Mrs. Somers will come and help me to eat them. Good!" And she ran in home. Somers thought of a picture advertisement in the bulletin. "Madge, I can't think what you see in Jack. He is so unintellectual." Gladys, "Oh, but he always brings a pound of Billiers chocolates." Or else, "Sweets to the sweet, give her Billiers chocolates." Or else, "Billiers chocolates sweeten the home." The game of chess was a very quiet one. Jack was pale and subdued. Silent, tired, thought Somers, after his long day and short night. Somers, too, played without any zest, and yet they were satisfied, just sitting there together, a curious peaceful ease in being together. Somers wondered at it, the rich, full peace that there seemed to be between him and the other man. It was something he was not used to. as if one blood ran warm and rich between them. Then shall thy peace be as a river. There was nothing wrong at Truhello's, was there, that made William James come so late? Asked Somers. Jack looked up with a tinge of inquiry in his eyes at this question, as if he suspected something behind it. Somers flushed slightly. No, nothing wrong, said Jack. I beg your pardon for asking, said Somers hastily. I heard a whistle when I'd just done setting the rat traps, and I looked out, and heard you speak to him. That's how I knew who it was. I only wondered if anything was wrong. No, nothing wrong, repeated Jack laconically. That's all right, said Somers. It's your move. Mind your queen. Mind my queen, eh? She takes some minding, that lady does. I feel I need a special eye at the end of my nose to keep track of her. Come out of it, old lady. I'm not very bright at handling royalty, that's a fact. Somers was now silent. He felt he had made a faux pas, and was rebuffed. They played for some time, Jack talking to himself, mostly in that facetious strain which one had to just get used to in him, though Somers occasionally found it tiring. Then, after a time, Jack put his hands into his lap and looked at Somers. You mustn't think I get the wind up, you know, he said, if you ask me a question. You can ask me what you like, you know. And when I can tell you, I'll tell you. I know you'd never come shoving your nose in like a rat from under the skirting board when nobody's looking. Even if I seem to? Said Somers ironically. No, you don't seem to. And when I can tell you, I'll do so. I know I can trust you. Somers looked up wondering and met the meditative dark eyes of the other man resting on his face. There's some of us chaps, said Jack, who've been through the war and had a lick at Paris and London, you know, who can tell a man by the smell of him, so to speak. If we can't see the color of his aura, we can jolly well size up the quality of it. And that's what we go by. Call it instinct or what you like. If I like a man, slap out at the first sight, I'd trust him into hell, I would. Fortunately, you haven't anything very risky to trust him with, laughed Somers. I don't know so much about that, said Jack. When a man feels he likes a chap and trusts him, he's risking all he need, even by so doing. Because none of us likes to be taken in, and to have our feelings thrown back in our faces, as you may say, do we? We don't, said Somers grimly. No, we don't. And you know what it means to have them thrown back in your face, and so do I. There's a lot of the people here that I wouldn't trust with a thank you, I wouldn't. But then there's some that I would. And mind you, taking all for all, I'd rather trust an Aussie. I'd rather trust an Australian than an Englishman, I would, and a lot rather. Yet there's some of the rottenest people in Sydney that you'd find if you sifted hell over. Rotten, absolute yellow rotten. And many of them in public positions, too. Simply white-anting society, that's what they're doing. Talk about public affairs in Sydney. Talk about undercurrents of business in Sydney. The wickedest crew on God's earth, bar none. All the underhanded tricks of a chink, a bloomin' yellow Chinaman, and all the barefaced fair talk of an Englishman. There you are. And yet, I'm telling you, I'd rather trust even a Sydney man, and he's a special sort of wombat, than an Englishman. So you've told me before, for my good, I suppose, laughed Somers, not without irony. No, now you don't go running away with any wrong ideas, said Jack, suddenly reaching out his hand and laying it on Somers' arm. I'm not hinting at anything. If I was, I'd ask you to kick me out of your house. I should deserve it. No, you're an Englishman. You're a European, perhaps I ought to say, for you've lived all over that old continent, and you've studied it, and you've got tired of it. And you've come to Australia. Your instinct brought you here, however much you may rebel against rats and tin cans and a few other things like that. Your instinct brought you here, and brought you straight up against me. Now, that I call fate. He looked at Somers with dark, burning, questioning eyes. I suppose following one's deepest instinct is one's fate, said Somers, rather flatly. There, you know what I mean, you see? Well then, instinct brings us together. I knew it the minute I set eyes on you, when I saw you coming across from the botanical gardens, and you wanted a taxi. And then, when I heard the address, 51 Murdoch Street, I said to myself, that chap is coming into my life. And it is so. I'm a believer in fate, absolute. Yes, said Somers, non-committal. It's fate that you left Europe and came to Australia, bit by bit, and unwilling to come, as you say yourself. It's fate that brings you to Sydney, and makes me see you that dinner hour coming from the botanical gardens. It's fate that brings you to this house, and it's fate that sets you and me here, at this minute, playing chess. If you call it playing chess, laughed Somers. Jack looked down at the board. I'm blessed if I know whose move it is, he said, but never mind. I say that fate meant you and Mrs. Somers to come here, her as much as you. I say fate meant me and you and Victoria and her to mean a lot to one another. And when I feel my fate, I absolutely give myself up to it. That's what I say. Do you think I'm right? His hand, which held Somers' arm lightly, now gripped the biceps of that arm hard, while he looked into the other man's face. I should say so, said Somers rather uncomfortably. Jack hardly heeded the words. He was watching the face. You're a stranger here. You're from the old country. You're different from us. But you're a man we want, and you're a man we've got to keep. I know it. What? What do you say? I can't trust you, can't I? What with? Asked Somers. What with? Jack hesitated. Why, everything, he blurted. Everything. Body and soul and money and every blessed thing. I can trust you with everything. Isn't that right? Somers looked with troubled eyes into the dark, dilated, glowing eyes of the other man. But I don't know what it means, he stammered. Everything. It means so much that it means nothing. Jack nodded his head slowly. Oh, yes, it does, he reiterated. Oh, yes, it does. Besides, said Somers, why should you trust me with anything, let alone everything? You've no occasion to trust me at all, except as one neighbor trusts another, in common honor. Common honor? Jack just caught up the words, not heeding the sense. It's more than common honor. It's most uncommon honor. But look here, he seemed to rouse himself. Supposing I came to you, to ask you things and tell you things, you'd answer me man to man, wouldn't you? With common honor? You'd treat everything I say with common honor, as between man and man. Why, yes, I hope so. I know you would. But for the sake of saying it, say it. I can trust you, can't I? Tell me now, can I trust you? Somers watched him. Was it any good making reservations and qualifications? The man was in earnest. And, according to standards of commonplace honor, the so-called honor of man to man, Somers felt that he would trust Calcott, and that Calcott might trust him. So he said simply, yes. A light leaped into Jack's eyes. That means you trust me, of course, he said. Yes, replied Somers. Done, said Jack, rising to his feet and upsetting the chessman. Somers also pushed his chair and rose to his feet, thinking they were going across to the next house. But Jack came to him and flung an arm round his shoulder and pressed him close, trembling slightly, and saying nothing. Then he let go and caught Somers by the hand. This is fate, he said, and we'll follow it up. He seemed to cling to the other man's hand, and on his face was a strange light of purpose and of passion, a look at once exalted and dangerous. I'll soon bring the others to see it, he said. But you know I don't understand, said Somers, withdrawing his hand and taking off his spectacles. I know, said Jack, but I'll let you know everything in a day or two. Perhaps you wouldn't mind if William James, if Jaz, came here one evening, or you wouldn't mind having a talk with him over in my shack. I don't mind talking to anybody, said the bewildered Somers. Right you are. They still sat for some time by the fire, silent. Jack was pondering. Then he looked up at Somers. You and me, he said in a quiet voice. In a way we're mates, and in a way we're not. In a way it's different. With which cryptic remark he left it. And in a few minutes the women came running in with the sweets to see if the men didn't want a macaroon. End of Chapter 4, Jack and Jaz, Part 1. Chapter 4, Part 2 of Kangaroo by D.H. Lawrence. This is a LibriVox recording. All LibriVox recordings are in the public domain. For more information or to volunteer, please visit LibriVox.org. Recording by Lisa Murphy, Richmond, Virginia. Chapter 4, Jack and Jaz, Part 2. On Sunday morning, Jack asked Somers to walk with him across to the Truhalas. That is, they walked to one of the ferry stations and took the ferry steamer to Mossman's Bay. Jack was a late riser on Sunday morning. The Somers, who were ordinary 7:30 people, rarely saw any signs of life in Wywork before 10:30 on the Sabbath. Then it was Jack in trousers and shirt, with his shirt sleeves rolled up, having a look at his dahlias while Vicky prepared breakfast. So the two men did not get a start till 11 o'clock. Jack rolled along easily beside the smaller, quieter Somers. They were an odd couple, ill-assorted. In a colonial way, Jack was handsome, well-built, with strong, heavy limbs. He filled out his expensively tailored suit, and looked a man who might be worth anything from $500 to $5,000 a year. The only lean, delicate part about him was his face. Seeing him from behind, his broad shoulders and loose, erect carriage, and brown nape of the neck, and you expected a good square face to match. He turned, and his long, lean, rather pallid face really didn't seem to belong to his strongly animal body. For the face wasn't animal at all, except perhaps in a certain slow, dark, lingering look of the eyes, which reminded one of some animal or other, some patient, enduring animal, with an indomitable but naturally passive courage. Somers, in a light suit of thin cloth, made by an Italian tailor, and an Italian hat, just looked a foreign sort of little bloke, but a gentleman. The chief difference was that he looked sensitive all over. His body, even its clothing, and his feet, even his brown shoes, all equally sensitive with his face. Whereas Jack seemed strong and insensitive in the body, only his face vulnerable. His feet might have been made of leather all the way through, tramping with an insentient tread. Whereas Somers put down his feet delicately, as if they had a life of their own, mindful of each step of contact with the earth. Jack strode along. Somers seemed to hover along. There was decision in both of them, but oh, of such different quality. And each had a certain admiration of the other, and a very definite tolerance. Jack just barely tolerated the quiet finesse of Somers, and Somers tolerated with difficulty Jack's facetious familiarity and heartiness. Calcutt met quite a number of people he knew, and greeted them all heartily. "Hello, Bill, old man, how's things? New boots pinchin' yet, Antony? Happy sort of look about you this morning. Right-o. So long, Antony. Different girl again. Boy, go on, Sydney's full of your sisters. All right, goodbye, old chap." The same breezy intimacy with all of them, and the moment they had passed by, they didn't exist for him any more than the gull that had curved across in the air. They seemed to appear like phantoms, and disappear in the same instant, like phantoms. Like so many Flying Dutchmen, the Australian's acquaintances seemed to steer slap through his consciousness, and were gone on the wind. What was the consecutive thread in the man's feelings? Not his feeling for any particular human beings, that was evident. His friends, even his loves, were just a series of disconnected, isolated moments in his life. Somers always came again upon this gap in the other man's continuity. He felt that if he knew Jack for 20 years, and then went away, Jack would say, "Friend of mine, Englishman, rum sort of bloke, but not a bad sort. Dunno where he's hanging out just now. Somewhere on the surface of the old humming top, I suppose." The only consecutive thing was that facetious attitude, which was the attitude of taking things as they come, perfected, a sort of ironical stoicism. Yet the man had a sort of passion and a passionate identity, but not what Somers called human, and threaded on this ironical stoicism. They found Truhella dressed and expecting them. Truhella was a coal and wood merchant on the north side. He lived quite near the wharf, had his sheds at the side of the house, and in the front a bit of garden running down to the practically tideless bay of the harbor. Across the bit of blue water were many red houses, and new wide streets of single cottages, seaside-like, disappearing rather forlorn over the brow of the low hill. William James, or Jaz, as Jack called him, was as quiet as ever. The three men sat on a bench just above the brown rocks of the water's edge, in the lovely sunshine, and watched the big ferry steamer slip in and discharge its stream of summer-dressed passengers, and embark another stream, watched the shipping of the middle harbor away to the right, and the boats loitering on the little bay in front. A motorboat was sweeping at a terrific speed, like some broom sweeping the water, past the little round fort away in the open harbor, and two tall white sailing boats, all wing and no body, were tacking across the pale blue mouth of the bay. The inland sea of the harbor was all bustling with Sunday morning animation, and yet there seemed space and loneliness. The low, coffee-brown cliffs opposite, too low for cliffs, looked as silent and as aboriginal as if white men had never come. The little girl Gladys came out shyly. Somers now noticed that she wore spectacles. "Hello, Kitty," said Jack. "Come here and make a footstool of your uncle, and see what your Aunt Vicky's been thinking of. Come on, then, amble up this road." He took her on his knee and fished out of his pocket a fine sort of hatband that Victoria had contrived with ribbon and artificial flowers and wooden beads. Gladys sat for a moment or two shyly on her uncle's knee, and he held her there as if she were a big pillow and he was scarcely conscious of holding. Her stepfather sat exactly as if the child did not exist or were not present. It was neutrality brought to a remarkable pitch. Only Somers seemed actually aware that the child was a little human being, and to him she seemed so absent that he didn't know what to make of her. Rose came out bringing beer and sausage rolls, and the girl vanished away again, seemed to evaporate. Somers felt uncomfortable, and wondered what he had been brought for. "You know Cornwall, do you?" said William James, the Cornish sing-song still evident in his Australian speech. He looked with his light grey, inscrutable eyes at Somers. "I lived for a time near Padstow," said Somers. "Padstow? I have been to Padstow," said William James. And they talked for a while of the bleak, lonely northern coast of Cornwall, the black huge cliffs with the gulls flying away below, and the sea boiling, and the wind blowing in huge volleys, and the black Cornish nights, with nothing but the violent weather outside. "Oh, I remember it," said William James. "Though I was a half-starved youngster on a bit of a farm out there, you know, for everlasting chasing half a dozen heifers from the cliffs, where the beggars wanted to fall over and kill themselves, and hunting a dozen sheep among the gorse bushes, and wading up to my knees in mud most part of the year, and then in summer, in the dry times, having to haul water for a mile over the rocks in a wagon, because the well had run dry. And, at the end of it, my father gave me one new suit in 2 years, and 6 pence a week. Aye, that was a life for you. I suppose if I was there still, he'd be giving me my keep and 5 shillin' a week, if he could open his heart as wide as 2 half-crowns, which I'm doubting very much." "You have money out here, at least," said Somers. "But there was a great fascination for me in Cornwall." "Fascination? And where do you find the fascination? In a little Wesleyan chapel of a Sunday night, and a girl with her father waiting for her with a strap if she's not in by 9 o'clock? Fascination, did you say?" "It had a great fascination for me. Magic. A magic in the atmosphere." "All the fairy tales they'll tell you," said William James, looking at the other man with a smile of slow ridicule. "Why, you didn't go and believe them, did ye?" "More or less. I could more easily have believed them there than anywhere else I've been." "Aye, no doubt. And that shows what sort of a place it be. Lot of dumb silly nonsense." He stirred on his seat impatiently. "At any rate, you're well out of it. You're set up all right here," said Somers, who was secretly amused. The other man did not answer for some time. "Maybe I am," he said at last. "I'm not pining to go back and work for my father. I tell you, on a couple of pasties and a lot of abuse, no. After that, I like you to tell me what's wrong with Australia." "I'm sure I don't know," said Somers. "Probably nothing at all." Again, William James was silent. He was a short, thick man, with a little felt hat that sat over his brow with a half-humorous flap. He had his knees wide apart, and his hands clasped between them. And he looked for the most part down at the ground. When he did cock up his eye at Somers, it was with a look of suspicion, marked with humor, and troubled with a certain desire. The man was restless, desirous, craving something. Heaven knows what. "You thinking of settling out here, then, are you?" he asks. "No," said Somers. "But I don't say I won't. It depends." William James fidgeted, tapping his feet rapidly on the ground, though his body was silent. He was not like Jack. He, too, was sensitive all over, though his body looked so thick it was silently alive, and his feet were still uneasy. He was young, too, with a youth that troubled him, and his nature was secretive, maybe treacherous. It was evident Jack only half liked him. "You've got the money, you can live where you like and go where you like," said William James, looking up at Somers. "Well, I might do the same. If I cared to do it, I could live quietly on what I've got, whether here or in England." Somers recognized the Cornishman in this. "You could very easily have as much as I've got," he said, laughing. "The thing is, what's the good of a life of idleness?" said William James. "What's the good of a life of work?" laughed Somers. Shrewdly, with quick gray eye, Truhella looked at the other man to see if he were laughing at him. "Yet, I expect you've got some purpose in coming to Australia," said William James, a trifle challenging. "Maybe I had, or have. Maybe it was just whim." Again, the other man looked shrewdly to see if it were the truth. "You aren't investing money out here, are you?" "No, I've none to invest." "Because if you was, I'd advise you not to." And he spat into the distance and kept his hands clasped tight. All this time Jack sat silent, and as if unconcerned, but listening attentively. "Australians have always been croakers," he said now. "What do you think of this Irish business?" asked William James. I really don't think much at all. I don't feel Ireland is my job, personally. If I had to say, offhand, what I'd do myself, why, if I could, I'd just leave the Irish to themselves as they want, and let them wipe each other out or kiss and make friends as they please. They bore me, rather. And what about the Empire? That, again, isn't my job. I'm only one man, and I know it. But personally, I'd say to India and Australia and all of them the same. If you want to stay in the Empire, stay. If you want to go out, go. And suppose they went out? That's their affair. Supposing Australia said she was coming out of the Empire and governing herself, and only keeping a sort of entente with Britain. What do you think she'd make of it? By the looks of things, I think she'd make a howling mess of it. Yet it might do her good if she were thrown entirely on her own resources. You've got to have something to keep you steady. England has really kept the world steady so far, as steady as it's been. That's my opinion. Now, she's not keeping it very steady, and the world's sick of being bossed, anyhow. Seems to me you may as well sink or swim on your own resources. Perhaps we're too likely to find ourselves sinking. Then you'll come to your senses after you've sunk for the third time. What about England? Cling to England again, you mean? No, I don't. I mean, you can't put the brotherhood of man on a wage basis. That's what a good many people say here, put in Jack. You don't trust socialism, then? Said Jaz in a quiet voice. What sort of socialism? Trades unionism? Soviet? Yes, any. I really don't care about politics. Politics is no more than your country's housekeeping. If I had to swallow my whole life up in housekeeping, I wouldn't keep house at all. I'd sleep under a hedge. Same with a country and politics. I'd rather have no country than be gulfed in politics and social stuff. I'd rather have the moon for a motherland. Jaz was silent for a time, contemplating his knuckles. "And that," he said, "is how the big majority of Australians feel. And that's why they care nothing about Australia. It's cruel to the country." "Anyhow, no sort of politics will help the country," said Somers. "If it won't, then nothing will," retorted Jaz. "So you'd advise us all to be like 7/10 of us here, not care a blooming hang about anything except your dinner and which horse gets in?" asked Jack, not without sarcasm. Now Richard was silent, driven into a corner. "Why," he said, "there's just this difference. The bulk of Australians don't care about Australia. That is, you say they don't. And why don't they? Because they care about nothing at all, neither in earth below or heaven above. They just blankly don't care about anything, and they live in defiance, a sort of slovenly defiance of care of any sort, human or inhuman, good or bad. If they've got one belief left, now the war is safely over, it's a dull, rock-bottom belief in obstinately not caring about anything. It seems to me they think it manly, the only manliness, not to care, not to think, not to attend to life at all, but just to tramp blankly on from moment to moment and over the edge of death without carrying a straw. The final manliness." The other two men listened in silence, the distant, colonial silence that hears the voice of the old country passionately speaking against them. "But if they're not to care about politics, what are they to care about?" asked Jaz in his small, insinuating voice. There was a moment's pause. Then Jack added his question. "Do you yourself really care about anything, Mr. Somers?" Richard turned and looked him for a moment in the eyes. And then, knowing the two men were trying to corner him, he said coolly, "Why, yes, I care supremely." "About what?" Jack's question was soft as a drop of water falling into water, and Richard sat struggling with himself. "That," he answered, "you either know or don't know. And if you don't know, it would only be words my trying to tell." There was a silence of checkmate. "I'm afraid for myself I don't know," said Jack. But Somers did not answer, and the talk, rather lamely, was turned off to other things. The two men went back to Murdoch Street rather silent, thinking their own thoughts. Jack only blurted once, "What do you make of Jaz, then?" "I like him. He lives by himself and keeps himself pretty dark, which is his nature. He's a cleverer man than you'd take him for, figures things out in a way that surprises me. And he's better than a detective for getting to know things. He's got one or two Cornish pals downtown, you see, and they tip one another the wink. They're like the Irish in many ways, and they're not uncommonly unlike a Chink. I always feel as if Jaz had got a bit of Chinese blood in him. That's what makes the women like him, I suppose." "But do the women like him?" "Rose does. I believe he'd make any woman like him if he laid himself out to do it. Got that quiet way with him, you know, and a sly sort of touch the harp gently. That's what they like on the quiet. But he's the sort of chap I don't exactly fancy mixing my broth with and drinking of the same can with." Somers laughed at the avowal of antipathy between the two men. They were not home till 2:00. Somers found Harriet looking rather plaintive. "You've been a long time," she said. "What did you do?" "Just talked." "What about?" "Politics." "And did you like them?" "Yes, quite well." "And have you promised to see them again today?" "Who?" "Why, any of them. The Calcutts." "No." "Oh, they're becoming rather an institution." "You like them too?" "Yes, they're all right. But I don't want to spend my life with them. After all, that sort of people isn't exactly my sort. And I thought you used to pretend it wasn't yours." "It isn't. But then no sort of people is my sort." "Yes, it is. Any sort of people, so long as they make a fuss of you." "Surely they make an even greater fuss of you." "Do they? It's you they want, not me." "And you go as usual, like a lamb to the slaughter." "Bah," he said. Yes, bah! You should hear yourself bleat. I'll listen, he said. But Harriet was becoming discontented. They had been in their house only 6 weeks, and she had had enough of it. Yet it was paid for 3 months at 4 guineas a week, and they were pretty short of money, and would be for the rest of the year. He had already overdrawn. Yet she began to suggest going away from Sydney. She felt humiliated in that beastly little Murdoch Street. "What did I tell you?" he retorted. "The very look of it humiliated me. Yet you wanted it, and you said you liked it." "I did like it for the fun of it. But now there's all this intimacy and neighboring. I just can't stand it. I just can't." "But you began it." "No, I didn't. You began it. And your beastly sweetness and gentleness with such people. I wish you kept a bit of it for me." He went away in silence, knowing the uselessness of argument. And to tell the truth, he was feeling also a revulsion from all this neighboring, as Harriet called it, and all this talk. It was usually the same. He started by holding himself aloof. Then, gradually, he let himself get mixed in, and then he had revulsions. And today was one of his revulsions. Coming home from Mossman's Bay, he had felt himself dwindle to a cipher in Jack's consciousness. Then, last evening, there had been all this fervor and protestation. And this morning, all the cross-examination by Trewhella. And he, Somers, had plainly said all he thought. And now, as he walked home with Jack, Jack had no more use for him than the stump of cigar which he chewed between his lips, merely because he forgot to spit it away. Which state of affairs did not go at all well with our friend's sense of self-importance. Therefore, when he got home, his eyes opened once more to the delicacy of Harriet's real beauty, which he knew as none else knew it after 12 years of marriage. And once more he realized her gay, undying courage, her wonderful fresh zest in front of life. And all these other little people seemed so common in comparison, so common. He stood still with astonishment, wondering how he could have come to betray the essential reality of his life, and Harriet's, to the common use of these other people with their watchful, vulgar wills. That scene of last evening, what right had a fellow like Calcutt to be saying these things to him? What right had he to put his arm around his, Richard's, shoulder and give him a tight hug? Somers winced to think of it. And now Calcutt had gone off with his Victoria in Sunday clothes to some other outing. Anything was as good as anything else. Why not? A gulf there was between them, really, between the Somers and the Calcutts. And yet the easy way Calcutt flung a flimsy rope of intimacy across the gulf, and was embracing the pair of his neighbors in mid-air, as it were, without a grain of common foothold. And Somers let himself be embraced. So he sat pale and silent and mortified in the kitchen that evening, thinking of it all, and wishing himself far away in Europe. "Oh, how I detest this treacly democratic Australia," he said. "It swamps one with a sort of common emotion like trickle, and before one knows where one is caught like a fly on a fly-paper, in one mess with all the other buzzers. How I hate it! I want it to go away." "It isn't Australia," said Harriet. "Australia's lonely. It's just the people. And it isn't even the people, if you would only keep your proper distance, and not make yourself cheap to them and get into messes. No, it's the country. It's in the air. I want to leave it." But he was not very emphatic. Harriet wanted to go down to the south coast, of which she had heard from Victoria. "Think," she said, "it must be lovely there, with the mountain behind and steep hills and blackberries, and lovely little bays with sand." "There'll be no blackberries. It's end of June, which is their midwinter. But there'll be other things. Let's do that, and never mind the beastly money for this poky Torestin. They've asked us to go with them to Mullumbimby in a fortnight. Shall we wait till then and look?" Harriet sat in silence for some moments. "We might," she said reluctantly. She didn't want to wait. But what Victoria had told her of Mullumbimby, the township on the south coast, so appealed to her that she decided to abide by her opportunity. And then, curiously enough, for the next week the neighbors hardly saw one another. It was as if the same wave of revulsion had passed over both sides of the fence. They had fleeting glimpses of Victoria as she went about the house. And when he could, Jack put in an hour at his garden in the evening, tidying it up finally for the winter. But the weather was bad. It rained a good deal, there were fogs in the morning, and foghorns on the harbor. And the Somers kept their doors continually blank and shut. End of Chapter 4, Jack and Jaz, Part 2. Chapter 4, Part 3 of Kangaroo by D.H. Lawrence. This is a LibriVox recording. All LibriVox recordings are in the public domain. For more information or to volunteer, please visit LibriVox.org. Recording by Lisa Murphy, Richmond, Virginia. Chapter 4, Jack and Jaz, Part 3. Somers went round to the shipping agents and found out about boats to San Francisco, and talked of sailing in July, and of stopping at Tahiti or at Fiji on the way, and of cabling for money for the fares. He figured it all out, and Harriet mildly agreed. Her revulsion from Australia had passed quicker than his, now that she saw herself escaping from town and from Neighbours to the quiet of a house by the sea alone with him. Still, she let him talk. Verbal agreement and silent opposition is perhaps the best weapon on such occasions. Harriet would look at him sometimes wistfully as he sat with his brow clouded. She had a real instinctive mistrust of other people, all other people. In her heart of hearts, she said she wanted to live alone with Somers and know nobody all the rest of her life. In Australia, where one can be lonely, and where the land almost calls to one to be lonely, and then drives one back again on one's fellow men in a kind of frenzy, Harriet would be quite happy by the sea, with a house and a little garden, and as much space to herself as possible, knowing nobody, but having Lovat always there. And he could write, and it would be perfect. But he wouldn't be happy, and he said so, and she knew it. She saw it like a doom on his brow. And why couldn't we be happy in this wonderful new country, living to ourselves? We could have a cow and chickens, and then the Pacific, and this marvelous new country. Surely that's enough for any man. Why must you have more? Because I feel I must fight out something with mankind yet. I haven't finished with my fellow men. I've got to struggle with them yet. But what struggle? What's the good? What's the point of your struggle? And what's your struggle for? I don't know, but it's inside me and I haven't finished yet. To make some kind of an opening, some kind of a way for the afterwards. The afterwards will make its own way. It won't wait for you. It's a kind of nervous obstinacy and self-importance in you. You don't like people. You always turn away from them and hate them. Yet, like a dog to his vomit, you always turn back. And it will be the same old game here again as everywhere else. What are these people after all? Quite nice, but just common and not in your line at all. But there you are. You stick your head into a bush like an ostrich and think you're doing wonders. I intend to move with men and get men to move with me before I die, he said. Then he added hastily, or at any rate, I'll try a bit longer yet. When I make up my mind that it's really no good, I'll go with you and we'll live alone somewhere together and forget the world. And in Australia, too, just like a businessman retiring. I'll retire away from the world and forget it. But not yet. Not till I feel I've finished. I've got to struggle with men and the world of men for a time yet. When it's over, I'll do as you say. You and your men. What do these Calcuts and these little Tuhela people mean to you after all? Are they men? They are only something you delude yourself about. And then you'll come a cropper and fall back on me. Just as it always is. You fall back on me, and I'm expected to like it. I'm good enough to fall back on when you've made a fool of yourself with a lot of tuppenny little people, imagining you're doing something in the world of men. Much men there is about it. Common little street people. That's all. He was silent. He heard all she had to say, and he knew that as far as the past went, it was all quite true. He had started off on his fiery courses, always, as she said, to fall back rather the worse for the attempt on her. She had no use at all for fiery courses and efforts with the world of men. Let all that rubbish go. Well, he said, it's my need to make these tries yet. Wait till I've exhausted the need, and we'll have a little place of our own and forget the world, really. I know I can do it. I could almost do it now, and here in Australia. The country appeals to me that way, to lose oneself and have done with this side of life. But wait a bit longer. I suppose I shall have to, she said recklessly. You'll have to go, one making a fool of yourself, till you're tired. Wives are supposed to have to take their husbands back a little damaged and repentant from their love affairs with other women. And I'm hanged if it wouldn't be more fun than this business of seeing you come back once more fooled from your attempts with men. The world of men, as you call it. If they were real men, I wouldn't mind. But look at your Jack Calcutt, really. And you're supposed to have had some experience in life? Clip in, old man, she imitated Jack's voice and manner. And you stand it all and think it's wonderful. Nay, men are too foolish for me to understand them. I give them up. He laughed, realizing that most of what she said was true. You see, he said, I have the roots of my life with you. But I want, if possible, to send out a new shoot in the life of mankind. The effort man makes forever to grow into new forms. She looked at him, and somehow she wanted to cry because he was so silly in refusing to be finally disappointed in his efforts with mankind. And yet his silliness was pathetic, in a way beautiful. But then it was so silly she wanted to shake him. Send out a new shoot then. Send it out. You do it in your writing already, she cried. But getting yourself mixed up with these impudent little people won't send any shoots, don't you think it? They'll nip you in the bud again, as they always do. He pondered this also, stubbornly, and knew it was true. But he had set his will on something, and wasn't going to give way. I want to do something with living people, somewhere, somehow, while I live on the earth. I write, but I write alone, and I live alone, without any connection whatever with the rest of men. Don't swank, you don't live alone. You've got me there safe enough to support you. Don't swank to me about being alone, because it insults me, you see? I know how much alone you are, with me always there keeping you together. And again he sulked and swallowed it, and obstinately held out. Nonetheless, he retorted, I do want to do something along with men. I am alone and cut off. As a man among men, I just have no place. I have my life with you, I know. Et praeterea nihil. Et praeterea nihil? And what more do you want? Besides, you liar, haven't you your writing? Isn't that all you want? Isn't that doing all there is to be done? Men, much men there is about them. Bah, when it comes to that, I have to be even the only man as well as the only woman. That's the whole trouble, he said bitingly. Bah, you creature, you ought to be grateful, cried Harriet. William James arrived one morning when the Calcutts were both out, and brought a little basket of persimmons and passion fruits for Harriet. As it happened, Somers also was out. I remember you said you liked these date plums, Mrs. Somers. Over at our place we don't care for them, so if you like to have them you're welcome. And these are about the last of the passion fruit, seemingly. The persimmons were good big ones, of that lovely suave orange-red color, which is perhaps their chief attraction, and they were just beginning to go soft. Harriet, of course, was enchanted. William James came in and sat down for a few minutes, wondering what had become of Victoria. He looked round the room curiously. Harriet had, of course, arranged it to her own liking, taking away all the pictures and ornaments, hung a Tunis curtain behind the couch, stood 2 tall red lacquer candlesticks on the mantelpiece, and altogether given the room that air of pleasant distinction, which a woman who knows how to do it finds so easy, especially if she has a few shawls and cushion covers, and bits of interesting brass or china. Harriet insisted on traveling with a few such things. She was prepared to camp in a furnished bungalow or cottage on any continent, but a few of her own things she must have about her. Also, she wore a dress of Bavarian peasant stuff, very thin black woolen material, sprinkled all over with tiny pink roses with green leaves. And on her feet she had heelless sandals of plaited strips of leather from Colombo. William James noticed every one of these things. They had a glamour like magic for him. "This is quite a pleasant room you have here," he said in his Cornish voice, with the alert, subtle, faintly smiling look of wonder on his face. "It isn't bad," said Harriet, "but a bit poky." "Poky, you call it? Do you remember the little stone holes they have for rooms in those old stone Cornish cottages?" "Yes, but we had a lovely one. And the great thick granite walls and the low ceilings." "Walls are always letting the damp in, can't keep it out, because all the chinks and spaces are just stuffed with plain earth, and a bit of mortar smeared over the outside like butter scraped on bread. Don't I remember it? I should think I do. Cornwall had a great charm for me. Well, I don't know where you found it, I'm sure. But I suppose you've got a way of your own with a place, let it be Cornwall, or where it may, to make it look well. It all depends where you're born and where you come from." "Perhaps," said Harriet. "I've never seen an Australian cottage looking like this now, and yet it isn't the number of things you've put into it." "The number I've taken out," laughed Harriet. William James sat there with his quiet, slumberous-seeming body, watching her, watching the quick radiance of her fair face and the charm of her bearing. There was something quick and sure, as it were, beyond the ordinary clay about her that exercised a spell over him. She was his real Cornish idea of a lady, simple, living among people as if one of themselves, and yet not one of themselves, a sort of magic about her. He could almost see a glow in the air around her, and he could see that for her he was just a nice fellow who lived in another world and on another plane than herself, and that he could never come up or she come down. She was the queen that slumbers somewhere in every Cornish imagination, the queen ungrudged. And perhaps, in the true Celtic imagination, slumbers the glamorous king as well. The Celt needs the mystic glow of real kingliness. Hence his loneliness in the democratic world of industry, in his social perversity. "I don't suppose Rose could ever learn to do this with a room, could she now?" he asked, making a slight gesture with his hand. He sat with his clear, queer, light gray eyes fixed on Harriet's face. "I think so," cried Harriet. Then she met the watchful eyes. "In her own way she could. Every woman has her own way, you know." "Yes, I do know," he answered. "And you see," said Harriet, "we're more or less lazy people who have no regular work in the world. If we had, perhaps we should live in a different way." William James shook his head. "It's what's bred into you," he said. "That comes out. Now, if I was a really rich man, I think I could learn to carry it off with the best of them out here. But when it comes to being the real thing, why, I know it would be beyond me. So there you are." "But can one be sure?" she cried. "I think I can. I can see the difference between common and uncommon. I can do more than that. I can see the difference between gentlemen who haven't got the gift and those that have. Take Lord Washburn, for example. He's a gentleman, all right. He comes of an old family, they tell me. But I doubt very much if he's any better than I am." "Why should he be?" cried Harriet. "What I mean is," said William James, "he hasn't got the gift, you know." "The gift of what?" said Harriet, puzzled. "How shall I put it? The gift that you've got now, and that Mr. Somers has as well, and that people out here don't have." "But that may only be manner," said Harriet. "No, it's more than manner. It's the gift of being superior. There now, better than most folks. You understand me. I don't mean swank and money. That'll never give it to you. Neither is it thinking yourself superior. The people that are superior don't think it, and don't even seem to feel it in a way. And yet, in a way, they know it. But there aren't many of them out here, and what there are go away. This place is meant for all one dead level sort of people." He spoke with curious sarcasm. "But," said Harriet, "you are Australian yourself now, aren't you? Or don't you feel it?" "Oh, yes, I suppose I feel it," he said, shifting uneasily on his seat. "I am Australian, and I'm Australian partly because I know that in Australia there won't be anybody any better than me. There now." "But," laughed Harriet, "aren't you glad then?" "Glad?" he said. "It's not a matter for gladness. It's a fact. But I'm not one of the fools who think there's nobody any better than me in the world. I know there are." "How queer to hear you say so. But this isn't the place for them. Here in Australia we don't want them. We want the new-fashioned sort of people who are all dead level as good as one another. You're going to Mullumbimby this week with Jack and Victoria, aren't you?" "Yes, and I thought if we liked it we might stay down there for a while, by the sea, away from the town." "You please yourselves, of course. Perhaps better there than here." "But it's no business of mine, you know that." He shrugged his shoulders. "But there's something comes over me when I see Mr. Somers thinking he can live out here and work with the Australians. I think he's wrong. I really do. They'll drag him down to their level and make what use they can of him. And, well, in my opinion, you'd both be sorry for it." "How strange that you should say so. You, who are one of them." "I am one of them, and I'm not. I'm not one of anybody. But I haven't got only just the two eyes in my head that can tell the kettle from the teapot. I've got another set of eyes inside me somewhere that can tell real differences, when there are any. And that's what these people don't seem to have at all. They've only got the outside eyes." Harriet looked at him in wonder. And he looked at her queer, rather large, but thin-skinned, soft hands. "You need a thick skin to live out here," he said. But still she sat with her hands folded, lost in meditation. "But Lovat wants so much to do something in the world with other men," she said at last. "It's not my urging, I assure you. He's making a mistake. He's making a mistake to come out here. Tell him from me. They'll take him at their own level, not at his." "But perhaps he wants to be taken at their level," said Harriet, rather bitterly, almost loving the short, thick man opposite for his quiet, Cornish voice, and his uncanny gray eyes, and his warning. "If he does, he makes the mistake of his life. Tell him from me." And William James rose to his feet. "You'll excuse me for stopping talking like this, over things that's no business of mine," he added. "It's awfully good of you," said Harriet. "Well, it's not often I interfere with people's doings, but there was just something about you and Mr. Somers. Awfully good of you." He had taken his little black felt hat. He had an almost Italian or Spanish look about him, from one of the big towns, Barcelona or even Palermo. "I suppose I'll have to be getting along," he said. She held out her hand to him to bid him goodbye. But he shook hands in a loose, slack way and was gone, leaving Harriet uneasy, as if she had received warning of a hidden danger. She hastened to show Somers the persimmons when he came home, and to tell of her visitor. "And he's queer, Lovat. He's awfully queer. Nice, too. He told me we were superior people, and that we made a mistake coming here, because they'd bring us down to their level. Not if we don't let them. He says we can't help it. Why did he come to tell you that, I wonder?" They were going down to Mullumbimby in 2 days' time, and they had hardly seen anything of Jack and Victoria since the Sunday at Mosman's Bay. But Victoria called across the fence, rather hesitatingly. "You're going with us Saturday, aren't you, Mrs. Somers?" "Oh, yes, we're looking forward to it immensely, if it really suits you." "I'm so glad. I thought perhaps you didn't want to go." That same evening, Jack and Victoria came across for a few minutes. "Look at the lovely cachi," said Harriet, giving the persimmons their Italian name. William James brought them me this morning." "William James brought them?" cried Victoria and Jack in a breath. "Why, whatever have you done to him?" "Nothing," laughed Harriet. "I hope not, I'm sure." "You must have given him a glad eye," said Jack. "Did he come in?" "Yes, he came in and talked to me quite a long time. He said he would see you tomorrow in town." Wonders never cease. I tell you, you've done it on him. What did he talk to you about then? "Oh, Australia. He said he didn't think we should really like it." "He did he? Wanted to warn you off, so to speak." "Perhaps," laughed Harriet. "The little Mingo, he's as deep as a 500 feet boring, and I've never got down to sweet water in him yet." "Don't you trust him?" said Harriet. "Trust him? Oh, yes, he'd never pick my pocket." "I didn't mean that." "That's the only way I have of trusting folks," said Jack. "Then you don't trust them far," mocked Harriet. "Perhaps I don't, and perhaps I'm wise of it." End of Chapter 4, Jack and Jaz, Part 3.
Chapter 5, Part 1 of Kangaroo by D.H. Lawrence, published in 1923. This is a LibriVox recording. All LibriVox recordings are in the public domain. For more information or to volunteer, please visit LibriVox.org. Recording by William Jones, Bonita Springs, Florida. Chapter 5, Coo-Ee, Part 1 of 3. They went to Mullumbimby by the 2 o'clock train from Sydney on the Friday afternoon, Jack having managed to get a day off for the occasion. He was a sort of partner in the motor works place where he was employed, so it was not so difficult, and work was slack. Harriet and Victoria were both quite excited. The Somers had insisted on packing 1 basket of food for the house, and Victoria had brought some dainties as well. There were few people in the train, so they settled themselves right at the front in one of those long, open second-class coaches with many cane seats and a passage down the middle. "This is really for the coal miners," said Victoria. "You'll see they'll get in when we get further down." She was rather wistful after the vague coolness that had subsisted between the two households. She was so happy that Somers and Harriet were coming with her and Jack. They made her feel, she could hardly describe it, but so safe, so happy and safe. Whereas, often enough, in spite of the stalwart Jack, she felt like some piece of fluff blown about on the air, now that she was taken from her own home. With Somers and Harriet, she felt like a child that is with its parents, so lovely and secure, without any need ever to look around. Jack was a man, and everything a man should be in her eyes, but he was also like a piece of driftwood drifting on the strange, unknown currents in an unexplored nowhere, without any place to arrive at. Whereas, to Victoria, Harriet seemed to be rooted right in the center of everything. At last she could come to perfect rest in her, like a bird in a tree that remains still firm when the floods are washing everything else about. If only Somers would let her rest in Harriet and him. But he seemed to have a strange vindictiveness somewhere in his nature that turned round on her and terrified her worse than before. If he would only be fond of her, that was what she wanted. If he would only be fond of her and not ever really leave her. Not love. When she thought of lovers, she thought of something quite different, something rather vulgar, rather common, more or less naughty. Ah, no, he wasn't like that. And yet, since all men are potential lovers to every woman, wouldn't it be terrible if he asked for love? Terrible, but wonderful. Not a bit like Jack, not a bit. Would Harriet mind? Victoria looked at Harriet with her quick, bright, shy brown eyes. Harriet looked so handsome and distant, she was a little afraid of her. Not as she was afraid of Somers. Afraid as one woman is of another fierce woman. And Harriet was fierce, Victoria decided. Somers was demonish, but could be gentle and kind. It came on to rain, streaming down the carriage windows. Jack lit a cigarette and offered one to Harriet. She, though she knew Somers disliked it intensely when she smoked, particularly in a public place like this long, open railway carriage, accepted, and sat by the closed window smoking. The train ran for a long time through Sydney, or the endless outsides of Sydney. The town took almost as much leaving as London does, but it was different. Instead of solid rows of houses, solid streets like London, it was mostly innumerable detached bungalows and cottages, spreading for great distances, scattering over hills, low hills, and shallow inclines. And then waste and marshy places, and old iron and abortive corrugated iron works, all like the last day of creation, instead of a new country. Away to the left, they saw the shallow waters of the big opening where Botany Bay is, the sandy shores, the factory chimneys, the lonely places where it is still bush, and the weary half-established straggling of more suburb. "Como," said the station sign, and they ran on bridges over 2 arms of water from the sea, and they saw what looked like a long lake with wooded shores and bungalows. A bit like Lake Como, but oh, so unlike. That curious somberness of Australia, the sense of oldness with the forms all worn down, low and blunt, squat. The squat seeming earth, and then they ran at last into the real country, rather rocky, dark old rocks, and sombre bush with its different pale-stemmed, dull-leaved gum trees standing graceful, and various healthy-looking undergrowth, and great spiky things like zuccas. As they turned south, they saw tree ferns standing on one knobby leg among the gums, and among the rocks ordinary ferns, and small bushes spreading in glades and up sharp hill slopes. It was virgin bush, and as if unvisited, lost, sombre, with plenty of space, yet spreading gray for miles and miles in a hollow toward the west. Far in the west, the sky having suddenly cleared, they saw the magical range of the Blue Mountains, and all this hoary space of bush between. The strange, as it were, invisible beauty of Australia, which is undeniably there, but which seems to lurk just beyond the range of our white vision. You feel you can't see, as if your eyes hadn't the vision in them to correspond with the outside landscape. For the landscape is so unimpressive, like a face with little or no features, a dark face. It is so aboriginal, out of our ken, and it hangs back so aloof. Somers always felt that he looked at it through a cleft in the atmosphere, as one looks at one of the ugly-faced, distorted aborigines with his wonderful dark eyes that have such an incomprehensible ancient shine in them, across gulfs of unbridged centuries. And yet, when you don't have the feeling of ugliness or monotony, in landscapes or in nigger, you get a sense of subtle, remote, formless beauty more poignant than any ever experienced before. "You're wonderful Australia," said Harriet to Jack. "I can't tell you how it moves me. It feels as if no one had ever loved it. Do you know what I mean? England and Germany and Italy and Egypt and India, they've all been loved so passionately. But Australia feels as if it had never been loved and never come out into the open, as if man had never loved it and made it a happy country, a bride country, or a mother country." "I don't suppose they ever have," said Jack. "But they will?" asked Harriet. "Surely they will. I feel that if I were Australian, I should love the very earth of it, the very sand and dryness of it, more than anything." "Where should we poor Australian wives be?" put in Victoria, leaning forward, her delicate, frail face that reminded one of a flickering butterfly in its wavering. "Yes," said Harriet meditatively, as if they had to be considered, but were not as important as the other question. "I'm afraid most Australians come to hate the Australian earth a good bit before they're done with it," said Jack. If you call the land a bride, she's the sort of bride not many of us are willing to tackle. She drinks your sweat and your blood, and then often as not lets you down, does you in. Of course, said Harriet, it will take time, and of course a lot of love. A lot of fierce love, too. Well, let's hope she gets it, says Jack. They treat the country more like a woman they pick up on the streets than a bride, to my thinking. I feel I could love Australia, declared Harriet. Do you feel you could love an Australian? Asked Jack, very much to the point. Well, said Harriet, arching her eyes at him, that's another matter. From what I see of them, I rather doubt it. She laughed, teasing him. I should say you would, but that's no good loving Australia if you can't love the Australian. Oh, yes, it is. If, as you say, Australia is like the poor prostitute, and the Australian just bullies her to get what he can out of her, and then treats her like dirt. It's a good deal like that, said Jack. And then you expect me to approve of you? Oh, we're not all alike, you know. It always seemed to me, said Somers, that somebody will have to water Australia with their blood before it's a real man's country. The soil, the very plants, seem to be waiting for it. You've got a lurid imagination, my dear man, said Jack. Yes, he has, said Harriet.
He's always so extreme.
The train jogged on, stopping at every little station. They were near the coast, but for a long time the sea was not in sight. The land grew steeper, dark, straight hills like cliffs, masked in somber trees, and then the first plume of colliery smoke among the trees on the hill face. But they were little collieries, for the most part, where the men just walked into the face of the hill, down a tunnel, and they hardly disfigured the land at all. Then the train came out on the sea, lovely bays with sand and grass and trees sloping up towards the sudden hills that were like a wall. There were bungalows dotted in most of the bays. Then suddenly more collieries and quite a large settlement of bungalows. From the train they looked down on many, many pale gray zinc roofs, sprinkled about like a great camp, close together, yet none touching, and getting thinner towards the sea. The chimneys were faintly smoking. There was a haze of smoke and a sense of home, home in the wilds. A little way off, among the trees, plumes of white steam betrayed more collieries. A bunch of schoolboys clambered into the train with their satchels, at home as schoolboys are, and several black colliers with tin luncheon boxes. Then the train ran for a mile and a half to stop at another little settlement. Sometimes they stopped at beautiful bays in a hollow between hills, and no collieries, only a few bungalows. Harriet hoped Mullumbimby was like that. She rather dreaded the settlements with the many, many iron roofs and the wide, unmade roads of sandy earth running between, down to the sea, or skirting swamp-like little creeks. The train jogged on again. They were there. The place was half and half. There were many tin roofs, but not so many. There were the wide, unmade roads running so straight as it were to nowhere, with the little bungalow homes half lost at the side. But they were pleasant little bungalow homes. Then, quite near, inland, rose a great black wall of mountain, or cliff, or tor, a vast, dark tree-covered tor that reminded Harriet of Matlock, only much bigger. The town trailed down from the foot of this mountain towards the railway, a huddle of gray and red-painted iron roofs. Then over the railway toward the sea, it began again in a scattered, spasmodic fashion, rather forlorn bungalows and new stores, and fields with rail fences, and more bungalows above the fields, and more still, running down the creek shallows toward the hollow sea, which lay beyond like a gray mound, the strangest sight Harriet had ever seen. Next to the railway was a field, with men and youths playing football for their lives. Across the road from the football field was a barber shop, where a man on horseback was leaning, chattering to the barber, a young, intelligent gentleman in eyeglasses. and on the broad grass of the roadside grew the trees with the bright scarlet flowers perching among the gray twigs. Going toward the sea, they were going away from the town that slid down at the bush-covered foot of the dark tor. The sun was just sinking to this great hill face amid a girdle of gray and white clouds, the faintest gold reflected in the more open eastern sky in front. Strange and forlorn, the wide, sandy-rutted road with the broad grass margin and just one or two bungalows. Verdun was the first, a wooden house painted dark red. But some had quite wide grass around them, inside their fences like real lawns. Victoria had to dart to the house agent for the key. The other three turned to the left, up another wide road cut in the almost nothingness, past two strained bungalows perched on brick supports, then across a piece of grassland as yet unoccupied, where small boys were kicking a football, then round the corner of another new road, where water lay in a great puddle, so that they had to climb onto the grass beside the fence of a big red-painted bungalow. Across the road was a big bungalow built with imitation timbered walls and a great corrugated roof and red, huge water tanks. The sea roared loudly, but was not in sight. Next, along the forlorn little road, nestled a real bright red tiled roof among a high bushy hedge and with a white gate. "I do hope it's that," said Harriet to herself. She was so yearning to find another home. Jack stood waiting at the corner of the tall bit of grassy land above the muddy cut-out road. There came Victoria running in her eager way across the open space, up the slight incline. Evening was beginning to fall. "Got 'em?" called Jack. "Yes, Mrs. Wynne was just washing herself, so I had to wait a minute." Victoria came panting up. "Is that it?" said Harriet, timidly at last, pointing to the bright red roof. "Yes, that's it," said Victoria, pleased and proprietary. A boy from the big red bungalow called to ask if he could bring milk across. The big red bungalow was a dairy, but Harriet followed eagerly on Jack's footsteps across the road. She peeped over the white gate as he unfastened it. A real lovely brick house with a roof of bright red tiles coming down very low over dark wooden verandas and huge round rain tanks, and a bit of grass and a big shed with double doors. Joy! The gate was open, and she rushed in under the tall, overleaning hedge that separated them from the neighbor, and that reached almost to touch the side of her house. A wooden side veranda with bedsteads, old rusty bedsteads, patched with strip and rope, and then grass, a little front all of grass, with loose hedges on either side, and the sea, the great Pacific, right there, and rolling in huge white thunderous rollers not 40 yards away, under her grassy platform of a garden. She walked to the edge of the grass. Yes, just down the low cliff, really only a bank, went her own little path, as down a steep bank, and then was smooth yellow sand, and the long sea swishing white up its incline, and rocks to the left, and incredible long rollers furling over and crushing down on the shores. At her feet, at her very feet, the huge rhythmic Pacific. She turned to the house. There it crouched, with its long windows and its wide veranda, and its various slopes of low, red-tiled roofs. Perfect, perfect! The sun had gone down behind the great front of the black mountain wall, which she could still see over the hedge. The house inside was dark, with its deep verandas like dark eyelids half closed. Somebody switched on a light. Long cottage windows and a white ceiling with narrow dark beams. She rushed indoors, once more in search of a home, to be alone with Lovat, where he would be happy. How the sea thundered! Harriet liked the house extremely. It was beautifully built, solid, in the good English fashion. It had a great big room, with dark jarrah timbering on the roof and the walls. It had a dark jarrah floor and doors, and some solid, satisfactory jarrah furniture, a big, real table, and a sideboard, and strong square chairs with cane seats. The Lord had sent her here, that was certain. And how delighted Victoria was with her raptures. Jack whipped his coat off and went to the shed for wood and coal, and soon had a lavish fire in the open hearth. A boy came with milk, and another with bread and fresh butter and eggs, ordered by Mrs. Wynne. The big black kettle was on the fire, and Harriet took Lovat's arm. She was so moved. Through the open seaward door, as they sat at the table, the near sea was glimmering pale and greenish in the sunset, and breaking with a crash of foam right, as it seemed, under the house. If the house had not stood with its little grassy garden some 30 or 40 feet above the ocean, sometimes the foam would have flown to the doorstep or to the steps of the loggia. The great sea roaring at one's feet. After the evening meal, the women were busy making up beds and tidying round, while the men sat by the fire. Jack was quiet. He seemed to brood, and only spoke abstractly, vaguely. He just sucked his pipe and stared in the fire, while the sea boomed outside, and the voices of the women were heard eager in the bedrooms. When one of the doors leading on to the verandas was opened, the noise of the sea came in frightening like guns. The house had been let for 7 months to a man and wife with 11 children. When Somers got up at sunrise in the morning, he could well believe it. But the sun rose golden from a low fume of haze in the northeastern sea. The waves rolled in pale and bluey glass green, wonderfully heavy and liquid. They curved with a long arch, then fell in a great hollow thud, and a spurt of white foam, and a long, soft, snow-pure rush of forward flat foam. Somers watched the crest of fine, bristling spume fly back from the head of the waves as they turned and broke. The sea was all yellow-green light, and through the light came a low, black tramp steamer lurching up and down on the waves, disappearing altogether in the lustrous water, save for her bit of yellow-banded funnel and her mast-tips, then emerging like some long, out-of-shape dolphin on a wave-top. She was like some lost mongrel running over a furrowed land. She bellowed and barked forlornly, and hung round on the up and down waves. Somers saw what she wanted. At the south end of the shallow bay was a long, high jetty straddling on great tree-trunk poles out onto the sea, and carrying a long line of little red coal trucks, the sort that can be tipped up. Beyond the straddling jetty was a spit of low, yellow-brown land, grassy, with a stiff little group of trees like ragged Noah's Ark trees, and further in, a little farm place with 2 fascinating, big gum trees that stuck out of their clots of foliage in dark tufts at the end of slim, upstarting branches. But the lines from the jetty ran inland for 200 yards, to where a tiny colliery was plumbing steam and smoke from beyond a marsh-like little creek. The steamer wanted to land. She saw the line of little trucks full and ready. She bellowed like a miserable cow, sloping up and down, and turning round on the waters of the bay. Near the jetty, the foam broke high on some sheltering rocks. The steamer seemed to watch yearningly, like a dog outside a shut door. A little figure walked along the jetty, slowly, unconcernedly. The steamer bellowed again. The figure reached the end of the jetty and hung out a red flag. Then the steamer shouted no more, but slowly, fearfully turned and slunk up and down the waves back toward Sydney. The jetty, the forlorn, pale-brown, grassy bank running out to the sea, with the clump of sharp, hard-pointed, dark conifers, trees of the southern hemisphere, stiff and mechanical, then the foreshore with yellow sand and rollers, then 2 bungalows and a bit of waste ground full of this. That was the southern aspect. Northwards, Next door was the big imitation black and white bungalow, with a tuft of wind-blown trees and half-dead hedge between it and the Somers house. That was north, and the sun was already sloping upwards and northwards. It gave Somers an uneasy feeling, the northward traveling of the climbing sun, as if everything had gone wrong. Inland, lit up dark gray, with its plummy trees in the morning light, was the great mountain, or tor, with bare graying rocks showing near the top, and above the ridge top the pure blue sky, so bright and absolutely unsullied, it was always a wonder. There was an unspeakable beauty about the mornings. The great sun from the sea, such a big, untamed, proud sun, rising up into a sky of such tender delicacy, blue, so blue, and yet so frail that even blue seems too coarse a color to describe it, more virgin than humanity can conceive. The land inward lit up, the prettiness of many painted bungalows with tin roofs, clustering up the low upslopes of the gray-treed bush, and then rising like a wall, facing the light, and still lightless, the tor face, with its high up rim so gray, having tiny trees feathering against the most beautiful, frail sky in the world. Morning. But Somers turned to the house. It stood on one of the regulation lots, probably 50 feet by 150. The bits of level grass in front was only 50 feet wide, and perhaps about the same from the house to the brim of the sea bank, which dropped bushily down some 40 feet to the sand and the flat shore rocks and the ocean. But this grassy garden was littered with bits of rag and newspapers, seashells, tins, and old sponges, and the lot next to it was a marvelous constellation of tin cans in every stage of rustiness, if you peeped between the bushes. "You'll take the ashes and the rubbish, too?" said Somers to the sanitary man, who came to take the sanitary tin of the earth closet every Monday morning. "No," responded the individual briefly. A true Australian Cockney answer, impossible to spell, a sort of meow sound. "Does anybody take them?" "No, we take no garbage." "Then what do I do with them?" "Do what you like with them." And he marched off with the can. It was not rudeness, it was a kind of colonial humor. After this, Somers surveyed the cans and garbage of the next lot, under the bushes and everywhere, with colonial hopelessness. But he began at once to pick up rags and cans from his own grass. End of Chapter 5, Coo-Ee, Part 1 of 3. Chapter 5, Part 2 of Kangaroo by D.H. Lawrence. This is a LibriVox recording. All LibriVox recordings are in the public domain. For more information or to volunteer, please visit LibriVox.org. Recording by William Jones, Bonita Springs, Florida. Chapter 5, Coo-Ee, Part 2 of 3. The house was very pretty and beautifully built, but it showed all signs of the 11 children. On the veranda at the side, on either side of the visitor's door, was a bed. One a huge family iron bedstead with an indescribably rusty, saggy wire mattress, the other a single iron bedstead with the wire mattress all burst and so mended with a criss-cross of ropes. These beds were screened from the sea wind by sacks, old pieces of awful carpeting, and pieces of linoleum tacked to the side of the veranda. The same happened on the third side of the house, 2 more rope-mended iron bedsteads, and a nailed-up lot of unspeakable rags to screen from the wind. The house had 3 little bedrooms, one opening from each of the side verandas, and one from the big central room. Each contained 2 saggy single beds. That was 5 people. Remained 7 with the father and mother. 3 children must have gone into the huge bed by the side of the entrance door, and the other 4 must have been sprinkled over the other 3 outside rope-mended beds. The bungalow contained only the big room with 5 doors, one on each side the fireplace, opening into the inner bedroom and the kitchen respectively, and on each of the other 3 sides a door opening onto the veranda. From the kitchen opened a little pantry and a zinc-floored cubbyhole fitted with the inevitable Australian douche and a little sinkhole to carry off the water. This was the bathroom. There it was, all compact and nice, 2 outer bedrooms on the wings, and for the central block, the big room in front, the bedroom and kitchen at the back. The kitchen door opened onto the bit of grass at the back near the shed. It was a well-built little place, amazing in a world of wood and tin shacks, but Somers would not have liked to live in it with a 13-people family. There were 11 white breakfast cups, of which 9 had smashed handles, and broad tin substitutes quite cannily put on. There were 2 saucers only, and all the rest to match, 7 large brown teapots, of which 5 had broken spouts, not one whole dish or basin of any sort except a sauce boat, and rats. To rest in was a clean and ratless spot compared with Coo-Ee, for the house was called Coo-Ee to fetch the rats in, Jack said. The women flew at the house with hot water and soda. Jack and Somers spent the morning removing bedsteads into the shed, tearing down the horrid rag and dirt screens, pulling out the nails with which these screens had been held in place, and pulling out the hundreds of nails which had nailed down the dirt-gray thin carpet as if forever to the floor of the big room. Then they banged and battered this thin old patternless carpet, and washed it with soda and water, and then they banged and battered the 2 sofas that were like sandbags, so full of sand and dust, and they took down all the ugly dirt-filmed pictures of the Dana Gibson sort, and the "My refuge is in God" text. "I should think so," said Jack, "away from the muck they'd made down here." Like demons, the 4 of them flew at this Coo-Ee house, and afternoon saw Jack and Somers polishing floors with a stuff called glow wax, and Harriet and Victoria putting clean papers on all the shelves, and arranging the battered remnant of well-washed white crockery. "The crockery is the worst item here," said Victoria. "You pay 3 and 6 and 4 shillings for one of these cups and saucers, and 4 and 6 for a common brown quart jug, and 12 guineas for a white dinner service." Harriet looked at the horrid breakable stuff aghast. "I feel like buying a tin mug at once," she said. But Victoria did not bother. She took it all as it came. The people with the 11 children had paid 3.5 guineas a week for 7 months for the house. At 3 o'clock, Victoria's brother, a shy youth of 17, arrived in a buggy and drove Jack and Victoria away the 4 miles to the home of the latter. Somers and Harriet had tea alone. "But I love and adore the place," said Harriet. "Victoria says we can have it for 30 shillings a week, and if they'd let you off even half of the month for Torestin, we should be saving." The Callcotts arrived home in the early dark. "Oh, but doesn't the house smell different?" cried Victoria. "Beeswax and turps," said Jack. "Not a bad smell." Again the evening passed quietly. Jack had not been his own boisterous self at all. He was silent, and you couldn't get at him. Victoria looked at him curiously, wondering, and tried to draw him out. He laughed and was pleasant enough, but relapsed into silence as if he were sad or gloomy. In the morning sunlight, Harriet and Somers were out first. After Somers had made a fire, having a frightened dip in the sandy foam, they kept far back from the great rollers, which, as the 2 sat on the dribbling backwash, reared up so huge and white and fanged in the front attack that Harriet always rose and ran, and it was long before she got really wet. And then, when they did venture to sit in a foot of water, up came a sudden flush and flung them helpless, rolling a dozen yards in, and banged them against the pebbles. It was distinctly surprising. Somers had never known that he weighed so little, that he was such a scrap of unimportance. And he still dared not quite imagine the whole of the blind, invisible force of that water. It was so different being in it, even on the edge of it, from looking at it from the outside. As they came trembling and panting up to the bank, to the grass plot, dripping and smelling so strong and sticky of the Pacific, they saw Jack standing, smoking and watching. "Are you going to try it?" said Somers. He shook his head and lit a cigarette. "No, it's past my bathing season," he said. They ran to the little tub house and washed the sand and salt and sea stickiness off with fresh water. Somers wondered whether Jack was going to say anything to him or not. He was not sure. Perhaps Jack himself was not sure, and Somers had that shrinking feeling one has from going to see the doctor. In a quiet sort of way, the two men kept clear of one another. They loitered about in the sun and round the house during the morning, mending the broken deck chairs and doing little jobs. Victoria and Harriet were cooking roast pork and apple sauce and baking little cakes. It had already been arranged that the Somers would come and live in Coo-Ee, and Victoria was quite happy and determined to leave a supply of nice eatables behind her. In the afternoon, they all went strolling down the sands, Somers and Victoria, Jack and Harriet. They picked up big, iridescent abalone shells, such as people had on their mantelpiece at home, and bits of purplish coral stuff. And they walked across 2 fields to have a look at an aeroplane which had come down with a broken propeller. Jack, of course, had to talk about it to the people there, while Somers hung back and tried to make himself invisible, as he always did when there were strange onlookers. Then the 4 returned home. Jack and Victoria were leaving by the 7 train next morning. Somers and Harriet were staying on a few days before they returned to Sydney to pack up. Harriet was longing to have the house to themselves. So was Somers. He was also hoping that Jack wouldn't talk to him, wouldn't want anything of him, and at the same time he was waiting for some sort of approach. The sea's edge was smoking with the fume of the waves, like a mist, and the high shore ahead, with the few painted red-roofed bungalows, was all dim, like a Japanese print. Tier after tier of white frost foam piled breaking towards the shore in a haste. The tide was nearly high. Somers could hardly see beyond the white wall tops of the breaking waves. Only on the clear horizon, far away, a steamer was like a small black scratch and a fantastic thread of smoke. He lingered behind the rest. They were nearly home. They were at the wide sandy place where the creek left off. Its still brackish waters just sank into the sands without ever running to meet the waves. And beyond the sands was a sort of marsh, bushes and tall, stark, dead gum trees, and a few thin-tufted trees. Half-wild ponies walked heavily from the bush to the sands, and across to the slope where the low cliff rose again. In the depth of the marsh-like level was the low chimney of the mine and the tips of roofs, and beyond, a long range of wire-like trees holding up tufts of foliage in handfuls, in front of the pale blue, diminishing range of the hills in the distance. It was a weird scene, full of definite detail, fascinating detail, yet all in the funeral gray monotony of the bush. Somers turned to the piled-up, white-fronted sea again. On the tip of a rock above him sat a little bird with hunched-up shoulders and a long beak, an absurd silhouette. He went towards it, talking to it. It seemed to listen to him, really to listen. That is another of the charms of Australia. The birds are not really afraid, and one can really communicate with them. In West Australia, Somers could sit in the bush and talk to the flocks of big, handsome, black and white birds that they call magpies, but which are a sort of butcher bird apparently. And they would gurgle little answers in their throats and cock their heads on one side. Handsome birds they were, some with mottled gray breasts like fish, and the boldest would even come and take pieces of bread from his hands. Yet they were quite wild, only they seemed to have a strange power of understanding the human psyche. Now this little kingfisher by the sea. It sat and looked at Somers and cocked its head and listened. It liked to be talked to. When he came quite near, it sped with a straight low flight of kingfishers to another boulder and waited for him. It was beautiful, too, with a sheeny sea-green back and a pale breast touched with burnt yellow. A beautiful, dandy little fellow, and there he waited for Somers like a little penguin perching on a brown boulder. And Somers came softly near, talking quietly, till he could almost touch the bird. Then away it sped a few yards, and waited. Sheeny grayish-green, like the gum leaves, become vivid, and the yellowish breast like the suave gum-tree trunks, and listening and waiting and wanting to be talked to, wanting the contact. The other three had disappeared from the seaside. Somers walked slowly on. Then suddenly he saw Jack running across the sand in a bathing suit and entering the shallow rim of a long, swift upwash. He went in gingerly, then threw himself into a little swell and rolled in the water for a minute. Then he was rushing back before the next big wave broke. He had gone again by the time Somers came to climb the cliff bank to the house. They had a cup of tea on the wooden veranda. The air had begun to waft icily from the inland, but in the sheltered place facing the sea it was still warm. This was only 4 o'clock, or today 5 o'clock tea. Proper tea was at 6 or 1/2 past, with meat and pies and fruit salad. The women went indoors with the cups. Jack was smoking his pipe. There was something unnatural about his stillness. "You had a dip, after all," said Somers. "Yes, a dip in and out." Then silence again. Somers' thoughts wandered out to the gently darkening sea, and the bird, and the whole of vast Australia lying behind him, flat and open to the sky. "You like it down here?" said Jack. "I do indeed." "Let's go down to the rocks again. I like to be near the waves." Somers rose and followed him. The house was already lit up. The sea was bluey. They went down the steps cut in the earth of the bank top and between the bushes to the sand. The tide was half full, and swishing against a flat ledge of rocks. Jack went to the edge of this ledge, looking in at the surging water, white, hissing, and heavy. Somers followed again. Jack turned his face to him. "Funny thing it should go on doing this all the time for no purpose," said Jack, amid all the noise. "Yes." Again they watched the heavy waves unfurl and fling the white challenge of foam on the shore. "I say," Jack turned his face, "I shan't be making a mistake if I tell you a few things in confidence, shall I?" "I hope not, but judge for yourself." "Well, it's like this," shouted Jack. They had to shout at one another in unnaturally lifted voices because of the huge noise of the sea. "There's a good many of us chaps as has been in France, you know, and been through it all in the army. We jolly well know you can't keep a country going on the vote-catching system. As you said the other day, we know it can't be done." "It can't," said Somers with a shout. "Forever. If you've got to command, you don't have to ask your men first if it's right before you give the command." "Of course not," yelled Somers. But Jack was musing for the moment. "What?" he shouted as he woke up. "No," yelled Somers. A further muse and the roar of the waves. "Do the men know better than the officers, or do the officers know better than the men?" he barked. "Of course," said Somers. These damned politicians, they invent a cry, and they want to see if the public will take it up. And if it won't, they drop it. And if it will, they make a mountain out of it, if it's only an old flower pot. They do, yelled Somers. They stood close side by side, like two mariners in a storm amid the breathing spume of the foreshore, while darkness slowly sank. Right at the tip of the flat, low rocks they stood, like pilots. It's no good, barked Jack, with his hands in his pocket. Not a bit. If you're an officer, you study what is best for the cause and for the men. You study your men, but you don't ask them what to do. If you do, you're a washout. Quite. And if that's where it is in politics, you see the papers howling and blubbering for a statesman. Why, if they'd got the finest statesman the world ever saw, they'd chuck him onto the scrap heap the moment he really wanted his own way, doing what he saw was the best. That's where they've got anybody who's any good, on the scrap heap. Same the world over. It's got to alter somewhere. It has. When you've been through the army, you know that what you depend on is a general, and on discipline and on obedience, and nothing else is the slightest bit of good. But they say the civil world is not an army. It's the will of the people, cried Somers. Will of my grandmother's old tomcat. They've got no will, except to stop anybody else from having any. I know. Look at Australia, absolutely fermenting rotten with politicians and the will of the people. Look at the country going rottener every day like an old pear. All the democratic world the same. Of course it's the same, and you may well say Australian soil is waiting to be watered with blood. It's waiting to be watered with our blood, once England's got too soft to help herself, let alone us, and the Japs come down this way. They'd squash us like a soft pear. I think that's quite likely. What? Likely. It's pretty well a certainty, and would you blame them? If you was thirsty, wouldn't you pick a ripe pear if it hung on nobody's tree? Why, of course you would, and who'd blame you? Blame myself if I didn't, said Somers. And then their colored labor. I tell you, this country's far too from Europe to risk it. They'll swallow us, and sure as guns is guns, if we let in colored labor, they'll swallow us. They hate us. All the other colors hate the white, and they're only waiting till we haven't got the pull over them. They're only waiting. And then what about poor little Australia? Heaven knows. There'll be the Labour Party, the Socialists, uniting with the workers of the world. They'll be the workers if ever it comes to it. Those black and yellow people make 'em work, not half. It isn't one side only that can keep slaves. Why, the fools, the colored races, don't have any feeling for liberty. They only think you're a fool when you give it to them. And if they got a chance, they'd drive you out to work in gangs and fairly laugh at you. All this world's worker business is simply playing their game. Of course, said Somers, what is Indian nationalism but a strong bid for power, for tyranny? The Brahmins want their old absolute caste power, the most absolute tyranny, back again, and the Mohammedans want their military tyranny. That's what they are lusting for, to wield the rod again. Slavery for millions. Japan the same, and China in part the same. The niggers the same. The real sense of liberty only goes with white blood, and the ideal of democratic liberty is an exploded ideal. We've got to have wisdom and authority somewhere, and you can't get it out of any further democracy. There, said Jack, that's what I mean. We'll be wiped out, and we know it. Look here, as man to man, you and me here, if you were an Australian, wouldn't you do something if you could do something? I would. Whether you got shot or whether you didn't, we went to France to get ourselves shot for something that didn't touch us very close either. Then why shouldn't we run a bit of risk for what does touch us very close? Why, with things as they are, I don't want Victoria and me to have any children. I'd a jolly sight rather not, and I'll watch it too. Same with me, yelled Somers. Jack had come closer to him and was now holding him by the arm. What's a man's life for, anyhow? Is it just to save up like rotten pears on a shelf in the hopes that one day it'll rot into a pink canary or something of that? No, said Somers. What we want in Australia, said Jack, isn't a statesman. Not yet. It's a set of chaps with some guts in them who'll obey orders when they find a man who'll give the orders. Yeah, and we've got such men. We've got them. But we want to see our way clear. We don't never feel quite sure enough over here. That's where it is. We sound as sure as a gas explosion, but it's all bang and no bump. We all never raise no lids. We shall only raise the roof, our politicians will, with shouting, because we're never quite sure. We know it when we meet you English people. You're a lot surer than we are, but you're mostly bigger fools as well. It takes a fool to be sure of himself sometimes. That fact. And there's where it is. Most Englishmen are too big cocked-up fools for us. And there you are. Their sureness may help them along to the end of the road, but they haven't the wit to turn a corner, not a proper corner. And we can see it. They can only go back on themselves. Yes, you're the only man I've met who seems to me sure of himself and what he means. I may be mistaken, but that's how it seems to me, and William James knows it too. But it's my belief William James doesn't want you to come in because it would spoil his little game. I don't understand. I know you don't. Now, look here. This is absolutely between ourselves now, isn't it? Yeah. Certain? Yeah. Jack was silent for a time. Then he looked round the almost dark shore. The stars were shining overhead. Give me your hand, then, said Jack. Somers gave him his hand, and Jack clasped it, drawing the smaller man to him and putting his arm around his shoulders and holding him near to him. It was a tense moment for Richard Lovat. He looked at the dark sea and thought of his own everlasting gods and felt the other man's body next to his. Well, now, he said in Somers' ear, in a soothed tone, there's quite a number of us in Sydney, and in the other towns as well. We're mostly diggers back from the war. We've joined up into a kind of club, and we're sworn in, and we're sworn to obey the leaders no matter what the command, when the time is ready, and we've sworn to keep silent till then. We don't let out much, nothing of any consequence to the general run of the members. Richard listened with his soul. Jack's eager conspirator voice seemed very close to his ear, and it had a kind of caress, a sort of embrace. Richard was absolutely motionless. But who are your leaders? He asked, thinking, of course, that it was his own high destiny to be a leader. Why, the first club got 50 members to start with, then we chose a leader and talked things over, and then we chose a secretary and a lieutenant, and every member quietly brought in more chaps, and as soon as we felt we could afford it, we separated, making the next 30 or so into a second club with a lieutenant for a leader. Then we chose a new lieutenant, and the new club chose a secretary and a lieutenant. Richard didn't follow all this lieutenant and club business very well. He was thinking of himself entering in with these men in a dangerous, desperate cause. It seemed unreal. Yet there he was, with Jack's arm round him, and Jack would want him to be his mate. Could he? His cobber? Could he ever be mate to any man? You sort of have a lot of leaders. What if one of them let you down? He asked. None of them have yet, but we've arranged for that. How? I'll tell you later. But you get a bit of the hang of the thing, do you? I think so. But what do you call yourselves? How do you appear to the public? We call ourselves the Diggers' Clubs, and we go in chiefly for athletics, and we do spend most of the time in athletics. But those that aren't diggers can join if a pal brings them in and vouches for them. Richard was now feeling rather out of it. Returned soldiers and clubs and athletics, all unnatural things to him. Was he going to join in with this? How could he? He was so different from it all. And how do you work? I mean, together, he faltered. End of Chapter 5, Coo-Ee, Part 2 of 3. Chapter 5, Part 3 of Kangaroo by D.H. Lawrence. This is a LibriVox recording. All LibriVox recordings are in the public domain. For more information or to volunteer, please visit LibriVox.org. Recording by William Jones, Bonita Springs, Florida. Chapter 5, Coo-Ee, Part 3 of 3. We have a special lodge of the leaders and lieutenants and secretaries from all the clubs, and again in every lodge they choose a master, that's the highest, and then a jack, he's like a lieutenant, and a teller. He's the sort of secretary and president. We have lodges in all the biggish places, and then all the masters of the lodges of the 5 states of Australia keep in touch, and they choose 5 masters who are called the 5, and these 5 agree among themselves which order shall stand in, 1st, 2nd, 3rd, 4th, and 5th. When once they've chosen the 1st, then he has 2 votes toward the placing of the other 4, and so they settle it. And then they grade the 5 jacks and the 5 tellers. I tell it to you just in rough, you know. Yeah, and what are you? I'm a master. Richard was still trying to see himself in connection with it all. He tried to piece together all that Jack had been letting off at him. Returned soldiers' clubs, chiefly athletics, with a more or less secret corps to each club, and all the secret corps working together secretly in all the state under one chief head, and apparently with military penalties for any transgression. It was not a bad idea, and the aim, apparently, a sort of revolution and a seizing of political power. How long have you been started? He asked. About 18 months, nearly 2 years altogether. Somers was silent, very much impressed, though his heart felt heavy. Why did his heart feel so heavy? Politics, conspiracy, political power, it was all so alien to him. Somehow in his soul he always meant something quite different when he thought of action along with other men. Yet Australia, the wonderful, lonely Australia with her 7 million people only, it might begin here. And the Australians, so queer, so absent as it were, leaving themselves out all the time, they might be capable of a beautiful unselfishness and steadfastness of purpose. Only his heart refused to respond. What is your aim, though? What do you want, finally? He asked rather lamely. Jack hesitated, and his grip on the other man's arm tightened. Well, he said, it's like this. We don't talk a lot about what we intend. We fix nothing. But we start certain talks, and we listen so we know more or less what most of the ordinary members feel like. Why, the plan is more or less this. The Labour people, the Reds, are always talking about a revolution, and the Conservatives are always talking about a disaster. Well, we keep ourselves fit and ready for as soon as the revolution comes, or the disaster. Then we step in, you see, and we are the revolution. We've got most of the trained fighting men behind us, and we can make the will of the people, don't you see? If the members stand steady, we shall have Australia for the word. We stand for Australia, not for any of your parties. Somers at once felt the idea was a good one. Australia is not too big, 7 millions or so, and the biggest part of the 7 concentrated in the 5 or 6 cities. Get hold of your cities, and you've got hold of Australia. The only thing he mistrusted was the dryness in Jack's voice, a sort of "that's how it's got to be" dryness, sharp and authoritative. "What do you think of it?" said Jack. "A good idea," said Somers. "I know that, if we can bite onto it. Feel like join in, do you think?" Somers was silent. He was thinking of Jack even more than of the venture. Jack was trying to put something over on him in some way, to get a hold over him. He felt like an animal that is being lassoed. Yet here was his chance. If he wanted to be a leader of men, he had only to give himself up to it and to the men. "Let me think about it a bit, will you?" he replied, "and I'll tell you when I come up to Sydney." "Right-o," said Jack, a tinge of disappointment in his acquiescence. "Look before you leap, you know." "Yes, for both sides. You wouldn't want me to jump in and then squirm because I didn't like it." "Right you are, old man. You take your own time. I know you won't be wagging your jaw to anybody. No, not even to Harriet. Oh, bless you, no. We're not having the women in if we can help it. Don't believe in it, do you?" "Not in real politics, I don't." They stood a moment longer by the sea. Then Jack let go Somers' arm. "Well," he said, "I'd rather die in a forlorn hope than drag my days out in a forlorn mope. Besides, damn it, I do want to have a shot at something. I do. These politicians absolutely get my wind up running the country. If I can't do better than that, then let me be shot and welcome." "I agree," said Somers. Jack put his hand on his shoulder and pressed it hard. "I knew you would," he said in moved tones. "We want a man like you know, like a sort of queen bee to a hive." Somers laughed, rather startled by the metaphor. He had thought of himself as many things, but never as a queen bee to a hive of would-be revolutionaries. The 2 men went up to the house. "Wherever have you been?" said Victoria. "Talking politics and red-hot treason," said Jack, rubbing his hands. "Till you're almost frozen, I'm sure," said Victoria. Harriet looked at the 2 men in curiosity and suspicion, but she said nothing. Only next morning, when the Callcotts had gone, she said to Lovat, "What were you and Mr. Callcott talking about, really?" "As he said, politics and hot treason. An idea that some of them have got for making a change in the Constitution." "What sort of change?" asked Harriet. "Why, don't bother me yet. I don't know myself." "Isn't it so important you mustn't tell me?" she asked sarcastically. "Or else so vague," he answered. But she saw by the shut look on his face that he was not going to tell her, that this was something he intended to keep apart from her, forever apart, a part of himself which he was not going to share with her. It seemed to her unnecessary, and a breach of faith on his part, wounding her. If their marriage was a real thing, then anything very serious was her matter as much as his, surely. Either her marriage with him was not very important, or else this Jack Callcott stuff wasn't very important, which probably it wasn't. Yet she hated the hoity-toity way she was shut out. "Pah!" she said, "a bit of little boy silly showing off." But he had this other cold side to his nature that could keep a secret cold and isolated till doomsday. And for 2 or 3 years now, since the war, he had talked like this about doing some work with men alone, sharing some activity with men, turning away from the personal life to the hateful male impersonal activity, and shutting her out from this. She continued bright through the day. Then at evening he found her sitting on her bed with tears in her eyes and her hands in her lap. At once his heart became very troubled, because after all she was all he had in the world, and he couldn't bear her to be really disappointed or wounded. He wanted to ask her what was the matter, and to try to comfort her. But he knew it would be false. He knew that her greatest grief was when he turned away from their personal human life of intimacy to this impersonal business of male activity for which she was always craving. So he felt miserable, but went away without saying anything, because he was determined, if possible, to go forward in this matter with Jack. He was also determined that it was not a woman's matter. As soon as he could, he would tell her about it, as much as it was necessary for her to know. But once he had slowly and carefully weighed a course of action, he would not hold it subject to Harriet's approval or disapproval. It would be out of her sphere, outside the personal sphere of their two lives, and he would keep it there. She emphatically opposed this principle of her externality. She agreed with the necessity for impersonal activity, but she had insisted on being identified with the activity, impersonal or not. And he insisted that it could not and should not be, that the pure male activity should be womanless, beyond woman. No man was beyond woman, but in this one quality of ultimate maker and breaker, he was womanless. Harriet denied this bitterly. She wanted to share, to join in, not to be left out lonely. He looked at her in distress and did not answer. It is a knot that can never be untied. It can only, like a navel string, be broken or cut. For the moment, however, he said nothing, but Somers knew from his dreams what she was feeling. His dreams of a woman he loved, something like Harriet, something like his mother, and yet unlike either. A woman sullen and obstinate against him, repudiating him. Bitter the woman was grieved beyond words, grieved till her face was swollen and puffy, and almost mad or imbecile, because she had loved him so much, and now she must see him betray her love. That was how the dream woman put it. He had betrayed her great love, and she must go down desolate into an everlasting hell, denied and denying him absolutely in return. A sullen, awful soul. The face reminded him of Harriet, and of his mother, and of his sister, and of the girls he had known when he was younger. Strange glimpses of all of them, each glimpse excluding the last, and at the same time, in the terrible face, some of the look of that bloated face of a madwoman which hung over Jane Eyre in the night in Mr. Rochester's house. The Somers of the dream was terribly upset. He cried tears from his very bowels, and laid his hand on the woman's arm, saying, "But I love you. Don't you believe in me? Don't you believe in me?" But the woman, she seemed almost old now, only shed a few bitter tears, bitter as vitriol from her distorted face, and bitterly, hideously turned away, dragging her arm from the touch of his fingers. Turned, as it seemed to the dream Somers, away to the sullen and dreary, everlasting hell of repudiation. He woke at this, and listened to the thunder of the sea with horror. With horror. 2 women in his life he had loved down to the quick of life and death, his mother and Harriet, and the woman in the dreams was so awfully his mother, risen from the dead, and at the same time Harriet, as it were, departing from this life, that he stared at the night paleness between the window curtains in horror. "They neither of them believed in me," he said to himself. Still in the spell of the dream, he put it in the past tense, though Harriet lay sleeping in the next bed. He could not get over it. Then he tried to come right awake. In his full consciousness, he was a great enemy of dreams. For his own private life, he found his dreams were like devils when he was asleep and off his guard. Then his own weaknesses, especially his old weaknesses that he had overcome in his full day-waking self, rose up again maliciously to take some picturesque form and torment and overcome his sleeping self. He always considered dreams as a kind of revenge, which old weaknesses took on the victorious, healthy consciousness. Like past diseases come back for a phantom triumph. So he said to himself, the dream is one of those larvae of my past emotions. It means that the danger is past, the evil is overcome, so it has to resort to dreams to terrify me. In dreams, the diseases and evil weaknesses of the soul and of our relations with other souls take form to triumph falsely over the living, healthy, onward struggling spirit. This dream means that the actual danger is gone. So he strengthened his spirit, and in the morning, when he got up and remembered, he was no longer afraid. A little uneasy still, maybe, especially as to what Harriet would do. But surely his mother was not hostile in death, and if she were a little bit hostile at this forsaking, it was not permanent. It was only remains of a weakness and unbelief which haunted the soul in life. So he reasoned with himself, for he had an ingrained instinct or habit of thought which made him feel that he could never take the move into activity unless Harriet and his dead mother believed in him. They both loved him, that he knew. They both believed in him terribly, in personal being. In the individual man he was, and the Son of Man, they believed with all the intensity of undivided love. But in the impersonal man, the man that would go beyond them, with his back to them, away from them, into an activity that excluded them, in this man they did not find it so easy to believe. Harriet, however, said nothing for 2 days. She was happy in her new house, delighted with the sea and the being alone. She loved her Coo-Ee bungalow, and loved making it look nice. She loved having Lovat alone with her, and all her desires, as it were, in the hollow of her hand. She was bright and affectionate with him, but underneath lurked this chagrin of his wanting to go away from her for his activity. "You don't take Callcott and his politics seriously, do you?" she said to him at evening. "Yes," he said rather hesitatingly. "But what does he want?" "To have another sort of government for the Commonwealth, with a sort of dictator, not the democratic vote-casting sort." "But what does that matter to you?" "It does matter, if you can start a new life for him." "You know quite well. You say to yourself, life doesn't start with a form. It starts with a new feeling and ends with a form." "I know, but I think there is a new feeling." "In Callcott?" She had a very skeptical intonation. "Yes." "I very much doubt it. He's a returned war hero, and he wants a chance of keeping on being a hero, or something like that." "But even that is a new feeling," he persisted. "Yeah," she said, rather wearily skeptical. "I'd rather even believe in William James. There seems to be more real feeling even in him. Deeper, at any rate. Your Jacks are shallow, really." "Nay, he seemed a man to me." "I don't know what you mean by your men." "Really, I give up. I don't know what you want. You change so. You've always said you despise politics, and yet here you are." She trailed off as if it were hopeless. "It's not the politics, but it is a new life form, a new social form. We're pot-bound inside democracy and the democratic feeling." "But you know what you said yourself. You don't change the Roman Empire with a revolution. Christianity grew up for centuries without having anything at all to do with politics. Just a feeling and a belief." This was indeed what he had said himself often enough, that a new religious inspiration and a new religious idea must gradually spring up and ripen before there could be any constructive change. And yet he felt that preaching and teaching were both no good at the world's present juncture. There must be action, brave, faithful action, and in the action the new spirit would arise. "You see," he said, Christianity is a religion which preaches the despising of the material world. And I don't believe in that part of it, at least any longer. I believe that the men with a real passion for life, for truth, for living, and not for having, I feel they now must seize control of the material possessions just to safeguard the world from all the masses who want to seize material possessions for themselves blindly and nothing else. The men with soul and with passionate truth in them must control the world's material riches and supplies, absolutely put possessions out of the reach of the mass of mankind, and let life begin to live again in place of this struggle for existence or struggle for wealth. Yeah, I don't believe it's so all-important who controls the world's material riches and supplies. That'll always be the same. It won't. It will. Conservatives or Bolshevists or Labor Party, they're all alike. They all want to grab and have things in their clutches, and they're devilish with jealousy if they haven't got them. That's politics. You've said thousands of times that politics are a game for the base people with no human soul in them. Thousands of times you've said it, and yet now... He was silent for a while. Now, he said slowly, now I see that you don't have only to give all your possessions to the poor. You've got to have no poor that can be saved just by possessions. You've got to put the control of all supplies into the hands of sincere, sensible men who are still men enough to know that manhood isn't the same thing as goods. We don't want possessions. Oh, nobody wants possessions more than just the immediate things. As you say yourself, one trunk for you, one for me, and one for the household goods. That's about all. We don't want anything else, and the world is ours. Australia or India, Coo-Ee or Ordinary, or where you like. You've got to teach people that by withholding possessions and stopping the mere frenzy for possession which runs the world today, you've got to do that first, not last. And you think Jack Calcott will do it? I did think so as he talked to me. Well then, let him. Why do you want to interfere? In my opinion, he's chiefly jealous because other people run the show and he doesn't have a look in. Having once been a captain with some power, he wants the same again and more. I'd rather trust William James to be disinterested. Nay, Jack Calcott is generous by nature, and I believe he'd be disinterested. In his way, he's generous, but that isn't the same as being disinterested for all that. He wants to have his finger in the pie. That's what he wants. To pull out plums? That's not true. Perhaps to pull out money plums, but to be bossy, to be a captain once more, feeling his feet and being a boss over something. Well, why shouldn't he be? Why not? I don't care if he bosses all Australia and New Zealand and all the lot, but I don't see why you should call it disinterested, because it isn't. He paused, struck. Am I disinterested? He asked. Not, she hesitated, not when you want just power. But I don't want just power. I only see that somebody must have power, so those should have it who don't want it selfishly and who have some natural gift for it and some reverence for the sacredness of it. Ha! Power? Power? What does it all mean, after all? And especially in people like Jack Calcott. Where does he see any sacredness? He's a sentimentalist, and, as you say yourself, nothing is sacred then. This discussion ended in a draw. Harriet had struck home once or twice, and she knew it. That appeased her for the moment, but he stuck to his essential position, though he was not so sure of the circumstantial standing. Harriet loved Coo-Ee, and was determined to be happy there. She had at last gradually realized that Lovat was no longer lover to her or anybody or even anything, and amidst the chagrin was a real relief, because he was her husband, that was undeniable. And if, as her husband, he had to go on to other things outside the marriage, well, that was his affair. It only angered her when she thought these other things, revolutions or governments or whatnot, higher than their essential marriage. But then he would come to himself and acknowledge that his marriage was the center of his life, the core, the root, however he liked to put it, and this other business was the inevitable excursion into his future, into the unknown, onwards, which man by his nature was condemned to make, even if he lost his life a dozen times in it. Well, so be it. Let him make the excursion, even without her. But she was not, if she could help it, going to have him setting off on a trip that led nowhere. No, if he was going to excurse ahead, it must be ahead, and her instinct must be convinced, as the needle of a mariner's compass is convinced. And regarding this Australian business of Calcott's, she had her doubts. However, she had for the moment a home where she felt for a moment as rooted, as central as the tree of life itself. She wasn't a bit of flotsam, and she wasn't a dog chained to a dog kennel. Coo-Ee might be absurd, and she knew it was only a camp, but then where she camped with Lovat Somers was now the world's center to her, and that was enough. She loved to wake in the morning and open the bedroom door. They had the north bedroom on the veranda, the room that had the sun all day long. Then she liked to lie luxuriously in bed and watch the lovely broken colors of the Australian dawn. Always strange, mixed colors, never the primary reds and yellows. The sun rose on the northeast. She could hardly see it, but she watched the first yellow of morning, and then the strange, strong, smoky red purple of floating pieces of cloud. Then the rose and mist blue of the horizon, and the sea all reddish, smoky flesh color, moving under a film of gold like a glaze. Then the sea, gradually going yellow, going primrose, with the foam breaking blue as forget-me-nots or frost in front. And on the near swing of the bluey primrose, sticking up through the marvelous liquid pale yellow glaze, the black fins of sharks, the triangular black fins of sharks like small hard sails of hell-boats, amid the swimming luminousness. Then she would run out on the veranda. Sharks! 4 or 5 sharks, skulking in the morning glow, and so near she could almost have thrown bread to them. Sharks slinking along quite near the coast, as if they were walking on the land. She saw one caught in the heave of a breaker and lifted. Then she saw him start, saw the quick flurry of his tail as he flung himself back. The land to him was horror, as to her the sea beyond that wall of ice-blue foam. She made Lovat come to look. He watched them slowly, holding the brush in his hand. He had made the fire and was sweeping the hearth. Coffee was ready by the time Harriet was dressed, and he was crouching to make toast. They had breakfast together on the front veranda facing the sea eastwards, and the sun slanted warm, though it was midwinter, and the much-washed red and white tablecloth that had been in so many lands with them, and that they used outdoors, looked almost too strongly colored in the tender-seeming atmosphere. The coffee had a lot of chicory in it, but the butter and milk were good, and the brownish honey, that also, like the landscape, tasted queer, as if touched with an unkindled smoke. It seemed to Somers as if the people of Australia ought to be dusky. Think of Sicilian honey, like the sound of birds singing, and now this with a dusky undertone to it. But good, too. So good. End of Chapter 5, Coo-Ee, Part 3 of 3. Chapter 6, Part 1 of 3 of Kangaroo by D.H. Lawrence. This is a LibriVox recording. All LibriVox recordings are in the public domain. For more information or to volunteer, please visit LibriVox.org. Recording by William Jones, Bonita Springs, Florida. Kangaroo, Chapter 6, Part 1 of 3. They went back to Sydney on the Thursday for 2 days to pack up and return to Coo-Ee. All the time they could hear the sea. It seemed strange that they felt the sea so far away in Sydney. In Sydney itself there is no sea. It might be Birmingham. Even in Mullumbimby, a queer, raw little place, when Somers lifted his head and looked down Main Street and saw a mile away the high level of the solid sea, it was almost a shock to him. Half a mile inland, the influence of the sea has disappeared, and the land since is so heavy, buried, that it is hard to believe that the dull rumble of the air is the ocean. It sounds like a coal mine or something. "You'll let Mr. Somers and me have a little chat to ourselves, Mrs. Somers, won't you?" said Jack, appearing after tea. "Willingly. I assure you I don't want to be bothered with your important affairs," said Harriet. Nonetheless, she went over rather resentfully to Victoria, turned out of her own house. It wasn't that she wanted to listen. She would really have hated to attend to all their high and mighty revolution stuff. She didn't believe in revolutions. They were vieux jeu, out of date. "Well," said Jack, settling down in a wooden armchair and starting his pipe, "you've thought it over, have you?" "Over and over," laughed Somers. "I knew you would." He sucked his pipe and thought for a time. "I've had a long talk with Kangaroo about you today," he said. "Who's Kangaroo?" "He's the first," replied Jack slowly, and again there was silence. Somers kept himself well in hand and said nothing. "A lawyer, well up. I knew him in the army, though. He was one of my lieutenants." Still Somers waited, without speaking. "He'd like to see you. Would you care to have lunch with him and me in town tomorrow?" "Have you told him you've talked to me?" "Oh, yes. Told him before I did it. He knows your writings, read all you've written, apparently. He's heard about you from a chap on the Naldera. That's the boat you came by, isn't it?" "Yes," said Somers. "Yes," echoed Jack. "He was all over me when I mentioned your name. You'd like Kangaroo. He's a great chap." "What's his name?" "Coo-Ee. Benjamin Coo-Ee. They like him on the bulletin, don't they? Didn't I see something about Ben Coo-Ee and his straight talk?" "Yes. Oh, he can talk straight enough, and crooked enough as well, if it comes to that." "You'll come to lunch, then. We'll lunch in his chambers." Somers agreed. Jack was silent, as if he had not much more to say. After a while, he added reflectively, "Yes, I'm glad to have brought you and Kangaroo together." "Why do they call him Kangaroo?" "Looks like one." Again there was a silence, each man thinking his own thoughts. "You and Kangaroo will catch on like wax as far as ideas go," Jack prognosticated, "but he's an unfeeling bugger, really. And that's where you won't cotton to him. That's where I come in." He looked at Somers with a faint smile. "Come into what?" laughed Somers. Jack took his pipe from his mouth with a little flourish. "In a job like this," he said, "a man wants a mate. Yes, a mate that he can say anything to and be absolutely himself. Must have it. And as far as I go, for me, you don't mind if I say it, do you? Kangaroo could never have a mate. He's as odd as any phoenix bird I've ever heard tell of. You couldn't mate him to anything in the heavens above or in the earth beneath, or in the waters under the earth. No, there's no female kangaroo of his species. Fine chap for all that, but as lonely as a nail in a post." "Sounds rather something fatal and fixed," laughed Somers. "It does, and he is fatal and fixed. Those eyeglasses of his, you know, they alone make a man into a sort of eye of God, rather glassy. But my idea is, in a job like this, every man should have a mate, like most of us had in the war. Mine was Victoria's brother, and still is in a way. But he got some sort of a sickness that seems to have taken all the fight out of him, fooling about with the wrong sort of women. Can't get his pecker up again now, the fool. Poor devil and all. Jack sighed and resumed his pipe. Men fight better when they've got a mate. They'll stand anything when they've got a mate, he went on again after a while. But a mate's not all that easy to strike. We're a lot of decent chaps, stick at nothing once they wanted to put a thing through in our lodge and in my club. But there's not one of them I feels quite up to me, if you know what I mean. Rattling good fellows, but nary one of them quite my cut. Well, that's usually so, laughed Somers. It is, said Jack. Then he narrowed and diminished his voice. Now I feel, he said cautiously and intently, that if you and me was mates, we could put any damn mortal thing through if we had to knock the bottom out of the blanky show to do it. Somers dropped his head. He liked the man, but what about the cause? What about the mistrust and reluctancy he felt? And at the same time, the thrill of desire. What was over it? He wanted so much, the mates with Jack in this cause, life and death mates, and yet he felt he couldn't, not quite. Something stopped him. He looked up at Callcott. The other man's face was alert and waiting, curiously naked of face, too. Somers wished it had had even a mustache, anything rather than this clean, all clean, bare flesh. If Jack had only had a beard, too, like a man, and not one of these clean-shaven, too much exposed faces. Alert, waiting face, almost lurking, waiting for an answer. Could we ever be quite mates? Somers asked gently. Jack's dark eyes watched the other man fixedly. Jack himself wasn't unlike a kangaroo, thought Somers, a long-faced, smooth-faced, strangely watchful kangaroo with powerful hindquarters. Perhaps not as me and Fred Wilmot was. Anyway, you're higher up than I am, but that's what I like, you know? A mate that's better than I am, a mate who I feel is better than I am. That's what I feel about you, and that's what makes me feel, if we was mates, I'd stick to you through hellfire and back, and we'd clear some land between us. I know if you and me was mates, we could put any bloomin' thing through. There'd be nothing to stop us. Not even Kangaroo? Oh, he'd be our way, and we'd be his. He's a sensible chap. Somers was tempted to give Jack his hand then and there, and pledge himself to a friendship or a comradeship that nothing should ever alter. He wanted to do it, yet something withheld him, as if an invisible hand were upon him, preventing him. I'm not sure that I'm a mating man, either, he said slowly. You? Jack eyed him. You are and you aren't. If you had once come over, my man, do you think I wouldn't lay my life down for you? Somers went pale. He didn't want anybody laying down their life for him. Greater love than this, but he didn't want this great love. He didn't believe in it, in that way of love. Let's leave it, Jack, he replied, laughing slowly and rising, giving his hand to the other man. Don't let us make any pledges yet. We're friends, whatever else we are. As for being mates, wait till I feel sure. Wait till I've seen Kangaroo. Wait till I see my way clear. I feel I'm only 6 strides down the way yet, and you ask me to be at the end. At the start, you mean, said Jack, gripping the other man's hand and rising too. But take your time, old man. He laid his hand on Somers' shoulder. If you're slow and backward like a woman, it's because it's your nature. Not like me. I go at it in jumps like a kangaroo. I feel I could jump clean through the bloomin' tent canvas sometimes. As he spoke, he was pale, intense with emotion, and his eyes were like black holes, almost wounds in the pallor of his face. Somers was in a dilemma. Did he want to mix and make with this man? One part of him perhaps did, but not a very big part, since for his life he could not help resenting it when Jack put his hand on his shoulder or called him old man. It wasn't the commonness either. Jack's common speech and manner was largely assumed, part of the colonial bluff. He could be accurate enough if he chose, as Somers knew already and would soon know more emphatically. No, it was not the commonness, the vulgar touch in the approach. Jack was sensitive enough, really, and the quiet, well-bred appeal of upper-class young Englishmen who have the same yearning for intimate comradeship, combined with a sensitive delicacy really finer than a woman's. And this made Somers shrink just the same. He half wanted to commit himself to this whole affection with a friend, a comrade, a mate. And then, in the last issue, he didn't want it at all. The affection would be deep and genuine enough, that he knew, but when it came to the point, he didn't want any more affection. All his life, he had cherished a beloved ideal of friendship, David and Jonathan. And now, when true and good friends offered, he found he simply could not commit himself, even to simple friendship. The whole trend of this affection, this mingling, this intimacy, this truly beautiful love, he found his soul just set against it. He couldn't go along with it. He didn't want a friend. He didn't want a loving affection. He didn't want comradeship. No, his soul trembled when he tried to drive it along the way, trembled and stood still like Balaam's ass. It did not want friendship or comradeship, great or small, deep or shallow. It took Lovat Somers some time before he would really admit and accept this new fact. Not until he had striven hard with his soul did he come to see the angel in the way. Not till his soul, like Balaam's ass, had spoken more than once. And then, when forced to admit, it was a revolution in his mind. He had all his life had this craving for an absolute friend, a David to his Jonathan, Pylades to his Orestes, a blood brother. All his life he had secretly grieved over his friendlessness. And now at last, when it really offered, and it had offered twice before, since he had left Europe, he didn't want it. And he realized that in his innermost soul, he had never wanted it. Yet he wanted some living fellowship with other men. As it was, he was just isolated. Maybe a living fellowship. But not affection, not love, not comradeship, not mates and equality in mingling, not blood brotherhood, none of that. What else? He didn't know. He only knew he was never destined to be mate or comrade or even friend with any man. Some other living relationship. But what? He did not know. Perhaps the thing that the dark races know, that one can still feel in India, the mystery of lordship, that which white men have struggled so long against, and which is the clue to the life of the Hindu. The mystery of lordship, the mystery of innate, natural, sacred priority, the other mystic relationship between men which democracy and equality try to deny and obliterate. Not any arbitrary caste or birth aristocracy, but the mystic recognition of difference and innate priority, the joy of obedience and the sacred responsibility of authority. Before Somers went down to George Street to find Jack and to be taken by him to luncheon with the Kangaroo, he had come to the decision, or to the knowledge, that mating and comradeship were contrary to his destiny. He would never pledge himself to Jack, nor to this venture in which Jack was concerned. They arrived at Mr. Cooley's chambers punctually. It was a handsome apartment, with handsome Jara furniture, dark and suave, and some very beautiful rugs. Mr. Coo-Ee came at once, and he was a kangaroo. His face was long and lean and pendulous, with eyes set close together behind his pince-nez, and his body was stout but firm. He was a man of 40 or so, hard to tell, swarthy, with short-cropped dark hair, and a smallish head carried rather forward on his large but sensitive, almost shy body. He leaned forward in his walk, and seemed as if his hands didn't quite belong to him. But he shook hands with a firm grip. He was really tall, but his way of dropping his head and his sloping shoulders took away from his height. He seemed not much taller than Somers, toward whom he seemed to lean, the sensitive tip of his long nose hanging over him as he scrutinized him sharply through his eyeglasses and approaching him with the front of his stomach. "Very glad to see you," he said, in a voice half Australian, half official. The luncheon was almost impressive. A round table with a huge bunch of violets in a queer old copper bowl, Queen Anne silver, a tablecloth with heavy point edging, Venetian wine glasses, red and white wine in Venetian wine jugs, a Chinaman waiting at table, offering first a silver dish of hors d'oeuvres and a handsome crayfish with mayonnaise. "Why," said Somers equivocally, "I might be anywhere." Kangaroo looked at him sharply. Somers noticed that when he sat down, his thighs in his dark gray striped trousers were very thick, making his shoulders seem almost slender. But though his stomach was stout, it was firm. "Then I hope you feel at home," said Kangaroo, "because I am sure you are at home anywhere." And he helped himself to olives, putting one in his queer, pursed, thick-lipped mouth. "For which reason I am never at home, presumably." "That may easily be the case. Will you take red or white wine?" "White," said Somers, oblivious of the poised Chinaman. "You have come to a homely country," said the Kangaroo, without the ghost of a smile. "Certainly to a very hospitable one." "We rarely lock our doors," said Kangaroo. "Or anything else," said Jack. "Though, of course, we may slay you in the scullery if you say a word against us." "I'm not going to be so indiscreet," said Somers. "Leave the indiscretion to us. We believe in it. Indiscretion is the better part of valor. You agree, Kangaroo?" said Jack, smiling over his plate directly at his host. "I don't think I'd care to see you turn discreet, boy," returned the other, "though your quotation isn't new." "Even a crystal gazer can't gaze into the bottom of a deep well, eh? Never mind. I'm as shallow as a pie dish, and proud of it. Red, please." This to the Chink. "That's why it's so nice knowing you," said Kangaroo. "And you, of course, are a glass finger bowl with a violet floating on it. You're so transparent," said Jack. "I think that describes me beautifully. Mr. Somers, help yourself to wine that's the most comfortable." "That's the most comfortable. I hope you're going to write something for us. Australia is waiting for her Homer, or her Theocritus, or even her Alice Sloper," said Jack, "if I may be permitted to be so old-fashioned." "If I were but blind," said Somers, "I might have a shot at Australian Homerics." "His eyes hurt him still, with looking at Sydney," said Jack. "There certainly is enough of it to look at," said Kangaroo. "In acreage," said Jack. "Pity, it spreads over so much ground," said Somers. "Oh, every man has his little lot, and an extended tram service." "In Rome," said Somers, "they piled up huge houses, vast, and stowed them away like grubs in a honeycomb." "Who did the stowing?" asked Jack sarcastically. "We don't like to have anybody overheard here," said Kangaroo. "We don't even care to go upstairs, because we are then 1 story higher than our true ground floor selves." "Prop us up on a dozen stumps and we're cozy," said Jack. "Just a little above the earth level, and no higher, you know. Australians in their heart of hearts hate anything but a bungalow. They feel it's rock bottom, don't you see? None of your stair-climbing shams and upstairs importance." "Good honest fellows," said Kangaroo, and it was impossible to know if he were joking or not. "Till it comes to business," said Jack. Kangaroo then started a discussion on the much-mooted and at the moment fashionable theory of relativity. "Of course it's popular," said Jack. "It absolutely takes the wind out of anybody's sails who wants to say, 'I'm it.' Even the Lord Almighty is only relatively so, and as it were." "How nice for us all," laughed Somers. "It needed a Jew to lead us to this last step in liberty. Now we're all little its, chirping like so many molecules one with another," said Jack, eyeing the roast duck with a shrewd gaze. End of Chapter 6, Part 1. Chapter 6, Part 2 of 3 of Kangaroo by D.H. Lawrence. This is a LibriVox recording. All LibriVox recordings are in the public domain. For more information or to volunteer, please visit LibriVox.org. Recording by William Jones, Bonita Springs, Florida. Kangaroo, Chapter 6, Part 2 of 3. The luncheon passed frivolously. Somers was bored, but he had a shrewd suspicion that the other two men really enjoyed it. They sauntered into the study for coffee. It was a smallish room with big, deep leather chairs of delicate brown color and a thick, bluey oriental carpet. The walls even had an upper paneling of old embossed Cordovan leather, a bluish coloring with gilt, old and tarnished away. It was evident that law pays even in a new country. Everybody waited for everybody to speak. Somers, of course, knew it was not his business to begin. "The indiscreet Calcott told you about our kangaroo clubs," said the host, smiling faintly. Somers thought that surely he had Jewish blood in him. He stirred his little gold coffee cup slowly. "He gave me a very sketchy outline. Interested you?" "Exceedingly." "I read your series of articles on democracy," said Kangaroo. "In fact, they helped me to this attempt now." "I thought that not a soul read them," said Somers, "in that absurd international paper published at The Hague, that they said was run absolutely by spies and shady people. Or it may have been, but I was a subscriber, and I read your essays here in Sydney. There was another man, too, writing on a new aristocracy. But it seemed to me there was too much fraternizing in his scheme, too much reverence for the upper classes and passionate pity for the working classes. He wanted them all to be kind to one another, aristocrats of the spirit." Kangaroo smiled slowly, and when he smiled like that, there came an exceedingly sweet charm into his face. For a moment his face was like a flower. Yet he was quite ugly, and surely, thought Somers, it is Jewish blood. The very best that is in the Jewish blood, a faculty for pure disinterestedness and warm, physically warm love that seems to make the corpuscles of the blood flow. And after the smile, his face went stupid and kangaroo-like, pendulous, with the eyes close together above the long, drooping nose, and the shape of the head was very beautiful, small, light, and fine. The man had surely Jewish blood, and he was almost purely kind, essential kindliness embodied in an ancient, unscrupulous shrewdness. He was so shrewd, so clever, and with the rogue of a mean man, absolutely unscrupulous. But for any human being who showed himself sincere and vulnerable, his heart was pure in kindness. An extraordinary man. This pure kindliness had something Jehovah-like in it, and in every difficulty and every stress he would remember it, his kindly love for real, vulnerable human beings. It had given his soul an absolute direction, whatever he said about relativity. Yet once he felt any man or woman was cold, mean, barren of this warmth which was in him, then he became at once utterly unscrupulous in defeating the creature. He was not angry or indignant. He was more like a real Jehovah. He had only to turn on all the levers and forces of his clever, almost fiendishly subtle will, and he could triumph. And he knew it. Somers had once had a Jewish friend with this wonderful Jehovah-like kindliness, but also without the shrewd fiendish subtlety of will. But it helped him to understand Coo-Ee. "Yes, I think the man sent me his book," said Somers. "I forget his name. I only remember there was a fiendish adulation of Lord something or other, and a terrible cri de coeur about the mother of the people, the poor elderly woman in a battered black bonnet and a shawl, going out with sixpence halfpenny to buy a shilling's worth of necessities for the home." "Just so," said Kangaroo, smiling again. "No doubt her husband drank. If he did, who can wonder?" "The very sight of her makes one want to shove her out of the house, or out of the world, for that matter," said Somers. "Nay," said Jack, "she's enjoying her misery, dear old soul. Don't envy her bits of pleasures." "Not envy," laughed Somers, "but I begrudge them her." "What would you do with her?" asked Kangaroo. "I wouldn't do anything. She mostly creeps in the East End, where one needn't bother about her, and she's as much at home there as an opossum is in the bush. So don't bother me about her." "Just so," smiled Kangaroo. "I'd like to provide public kitchens where the children can get properly fed, and make the husband do a certain amount of state labor to pay for it. And for the rest, leave them to go their own way." "But their minds, their souls, their spirits," said Somers. "They must more or less look after them themselves. I want to keep order. I want to remove physical misery as far as possible. That I am sure of, and that you can only do by exerting strong, just power from above. There, I agree with you." "You don't believe in education?" "Not much. That is to say, in 90% of the people it is useless. But I do want those 90% nonetheless to have full, substantial lives, even as slaves have had under certain masters, and as our people hardly have at all. That again, I think, is one of your ideas." "It is," said Somers, but his heart sank. "You want a kind of benevolent tyranny, then?" "Not exactly. You see, my tyrant would be so much circumscribed by the Constitution I should establish. But in a sense, he would be a tyrant. Perhaps it would be nearer to say he would be a patriarch or a pope, representing as near as possible the wise, subtle spirit of life. I should try to establish my state of Australia as a kind of church, with a profound reverence for life, for life's deepest urges as a motive power. Dostoevsky suggests this, and I believe it can be done." "Perhaps it might be done here," blurted Somers. "Every continent has its own way and its own needs." "I agree," said Kangaroo. "I have the greatest admiration for the Roman Catholic Church as an institution, but the creed and the theology are not natural to me. Quite. Not quite. I think we need something more flexible and a power less formal and dogmatic, more generous, shall I say. A generous power that sees all the issue here, not in the afterlife, and that does not concern itself with sin and repentance and redemption. I should try to teach my people what it is truly to be a man and a woman. The salvation of souls seems to be too speculative a job. I think if a man is truly a man, true to his own being, his soul saves itself in that way. But no two people can save their souls alive in the same way. As far as possible, we must leave it to them. Fata volentem ducat nolentem trahunt. I believe that too. Yet there must be law and there must be authority, but law more human and authority much wiser. If a man loves life and feels the sacredness and the mystery of life, then he knows that life is full of strange and subtle and even conflicting imperatives. And a wise man learns to recognize the imperatives as they arise, or nearly so, and to obey. But most men bruise themselves to death trying to fight and overcome their own new life-born needs, life's ever strange new imperatives. The secret of all life is in obedience. Obedience to the urge that arises in the soul, the urge that is life itself, urging us on to new gestures, new embraces, new emotions, new combinations, new creations. It is a subtle and conflicting urge away from the thing we are. And there lies the pain, because man builds himself into his old house of life, builds his own blood into the roads he lays down, and to break from the old way and to change his house of life is almost like tearing him to pieces, a sacrilege. Life is cruel. Above all things, man needs to be reassured and suggested into his new issues, and he needs to be relieved from this terrible responsibility of governing himself when he doesn't know what he wants and has no aim toward which to govern himself. Man needs a father, not a friend or a brother sufferer, a suffering Savior. Man needs a quiet, gentle father who uses his authority in the name of living life and who is absolutely stern against anti-life. I offer no creed. I offer myself, my heart of wisdom, strange warm cavern where the voice of the oracle steams in from the unknown. I offer my consciousness, which hears the voice, and I offer my mind and my will for the battle against every obstacle, to respond to the voice of life, and to shelter mankind from the madness and the evil of anti-life. You believe in evil? Oh, yes. Evil is the great principle that opposes life in its new urges. The principle of permanency, everlastingness is, in my opinion, the root of evil. The 10 Commandments which Moses heard were the very voice of life, but the tablets of stone he engraved them on are millstones round our necks. Commandments should fade as flowers do. They are no more divine than flowers are. But our divine flowers, look at these hibiscus. They don't want to immortalize themselves into stone. If they turned into stone on my table, my heart would almost stop beating and lose its hope and joy. But they won't. They will quietly, gently wither, and I love them for it. And so should all creeds, all gods, quietly and gently curl up and wither as their evening approaches. That is the only way of true holiness, in my opinion. The man had a beautiful voice. When he was really talking, it was like a flute, a wood instrument, and his face, with that odd look of a sheep or kangaroo, took on an extraordinary beauty of its own, a glow as if it were suffused with light, and the eyes shone with a queer, holy light behind the eyeglasses, and yet it was still the kangaroo face. Somers watched the face and dropped his head. He sat feeling rebuked. He was so impatient and outrageous himself, and the steady loveliness of this man's warm, wise heart was too much for him. He was abashed before it. Ah, yes, Kangaroo re-echoed, there is a principle of evil, the principle of resistance, malignant resistance to the life principle, and it uses the very life force itself against life, and sometimes seems as if it were absolutely winning. Not only Jesus rose from the dead, Judas rose as well and propagated himself on the face of the earth. He has many children now, the life opposers, the life resistors, the life enemies. But we will see who wins. We will see. In the name of life and the love of life, a man is almost invincible. I have found it so. I believe it also, said Somers. They were silent, and Kangaroo sat there with a rapt look on his face, a pondering, eternal look, like the eternity of the Lamb of God grown into a sheep. This rather wicked idea came into Somers' mind. The Lamb of God grown into a sheep. So the man sat there, with his wide-eyed, rapt face sunk forward to his breast, very beautiful, and as eternal as if it were a dream, so absolute. A wonderful thing for a sculptor, for Kangaroo was really ugly. His pendulous Jewish face, his forward shoulders, his round stomach, and his expensively tailored waistcoat and dark gray striped trousers, his very big thighs. And yet even his body had become beautiful to Somers. One might love it intensely, every one of its contours, its roundnesses and downward-sloping heaviness, almost a grotesque, like a Chinese Buddha, and yet not a grotesque. Beautiful, beautiful as some half-tropical, bulging flower from a tree. Then Kangaroo looked with a teasing little smile at Somers. "But you have your own idea of power, haven't you?" he said, getting up suddenly, with quick power in his bulk, and gripping the other man's shoulder. "I thought I had," said Somers. "Oh, you have, you have." There was a calm, easy tone in the voice, slightly fat, very agreeable. Somers thrilled to it as he had never thrilled. "Why, the man is like a god. I love him," he said to his astonished self. And Kangaroo was hanging toward his face and smiling heavily and ambiguously to himself, knowing that Somers was with him. "Tiger, tiger, burning bright in the forests of the night," he quoted in a queer, sonorous voice like a priest. "The lion of your might would be a tiger, wouldn't it? The tiger and the unicorn were fighting for the crown. How about me for a unicorn? If I tied a bayonet on my nose," he rubbed his nose with a heavy playfulness, "is the tiger your principle of evil?" "The tiger? Oh, dear, no. The jackal, the hyena, and dear, deadly humanity. No, no. The tiger stands on one side of the shield and the unicorn on the other, and they don't fight for the crown at all. They keep it up between them, the pillars of the world. The tiger and the kangaroo!" He boomed this out in a mock heroic voice, strutting with heavy playfulness. Then he laughed, looking winsomely at Somers. Heaven, what a beauty he had! "Tiger, tiger, burning bright," he resumed, sing-song, abstracted. "I knew you'd come, even since I read your first book of poems. How many years is it ago? 10, 11? I knew you'd come. Your hands are fire-branded flames. Noli me tangere. Of course you had to come." "Well, here I am, anyhow," said Somers. "You are! You are!" shouted the other, and Somers was quite scared. Then Kangaroo laughed again. "Get up," he said. "Stand up and let me look at you." The two men stood facing one another. Kangaroo, large with his full stomach and his face hulking down, and his queer glaring eyes. Somers, slight and aloof-looking, coolly eyed him up and down. "A little bit of a fellow, too delicate for rough me," he said, then started quoting again. "Your hands are 5 branded flames. Noli me tangere. I've got fat and bulky on all the poetry I never wrote. How do you do, Mr. Somers? How do you like Australia and its national animal, the kangaroo?" Again he smiled, with a sudden glow of warmth in his dark eyes, startling and wonderful. "Australia is a weird country. and its national animal is beyond me," Somers said, smiling rather palely. "Oh, no, it isn't. You'll be patting it on the back as soon as you've taken your hand out of your pockets." He stood silent for a long while, with feet apart, looking abstractly at Somers through his pince-nez. "Oh, well," he sighed at last, we shall see. But I'm very glad you came. You understand what I mean? I know when I say we are birds of the same feather, aren't we?" "In some ways, I think we are." "Yes, in the feathery line. When shall I see you again?" "We are going back to the South Coast on Saturday." "Then let me see you tomorrow. Let me call for you at your house and bring you back into town for dinner in the evening. May I do that?" "Why, thank you," said Somers. "What does thank you mean? Danke? No thank you?" "Yes, thank you," said Somers. "Don't thank me, man," suddenly shouted the other. "I'm the one to do the thanking." Somers felt simple, startled amazement at these sudden shouts, loud shouts that you might almost hear in the street. At last Jack and Somers left. Jack had felt it his business to keep quiet. He knew his chief, but now he opened his mouth. "Well, what do you think of Kangaroo?" he asked. "I'm beyond thinking," said Somers. "I know. That's how he leaves you when he makes a set at you. But he's a rattling fine sort, he is. He puts a heart into you when your chest's as hollow as an old mustard tin. He's a wonder, Miss Kangaroo, and he keeps on being a wonder." "Yes, he's certainly a wonder." "My, the brain that man has. I say, though, talking about tigers and kangaroos reminded me of a thing I once saw. It was up in the north. I was going along when I heard snarls out of some long buffalo grass that made my hair stand on end. I had to see what it was, though, so into the grass goes I, and there I saw a full-grown male kangaroo backed up against a tree with the flesh of one leg torn clean from the bone. He was gasping, but he was still fighting, and the other was a great big cat. We call them tiger cats, as big as a small fish leopard. A beauty, gray and black stripes, and straighter than a leopard. And before you could breathe, a streak of black and gray shot at that roo's throat, seemed to twist in midair, and the roo slipped down to the ground with his entrails ripped right out. I was so dumbfounded, I took a step in the grass, and that great hulking cat stopped and lifted his face from his warm food that he had started on without ever looking up. He stood over that roo for 10 seconds, staring me in the eyes. Then the skin wrinkled back from his snout, and the fangs were so white and clean as death itself, and a low growl came out of his ugly throat. "Come on, you swine," it said as plain as words. I didn't, you bet. I backed out of that beastly grass. The next one I saw was a dead one, and beside him lay the boss's best staghound, that had been trained to tackling wild boars since he was a pup. Dead as well. The cat came fossicking around our camp on the Madden River. My gad, though, but the size of the brute, and muscle like you wouldn't find in any other beast. I looked at the claws on the pads. They're as sharp as a lancet, and they'd tear the guts out of a man before he could squeak. It was goodbye roo that time. They put that yarn in the bulletin, and some chap wrote and said it was a Stephen, and the wildcat must be descended from escaped tame cats, because this country has no pussy aboriginal of any sort. Couldn't say myself, except I saw that tiger cat, and it didn't look much like the son of a homely tissy either. Wonder what put the thing in my head. Perhaps Roo's fat belly. "He's not so very fat," said Somers. "No, he's got what you'd call a corporation and a whole urban council in front of him. Neither is he flat just there, like you and me." End of Kangaroo, Chapter 6, Part 2 of 3. Chapter 6, Part 3 of 3 of Kangaroo by D.H. Lawrence. This is a LibriVox recording. All LibriVox recordings are in the public domain. For more information or to volunteer, please visit LibriVox.org. Recording by William Jones, Bonita Springs, Florida. Kangaroo, Chapter 6, Part 3 of 3. Kangaroo arrived the next day at Torestin with a large bunch of violets in his hand. Pale, expensive, late winter violets. He took off his hat to Harriet and bowed quite deep without shaking hands. He had been a student in Munich. "Oh, how do you do?" cried Harriet. "Please don't look at the horrid room. We leave in the morning." Kangaroo looked vacantly around. He was not interested, so he saw nothing. He might as well have been blind. "It's a very nice room," he said. "May I give you the violets? The poet said you liked having them about." She took them in her two hands, smelling their very faint fragrance. "They're not like English violets, or those big dark fellows in Italy," he said, "but still we persuade ourselves that they are violets." "They're lovely. I feel I could warm my hands over them," she said. "And now they're quite happy violets," he replied, smiling his rare, sweet smile at her. "Why are you taking the poet away from Sydney?" "Lovat? He wants to go." "Lovat? What a good name to call him by." He turned to Somers, looking at him closely. "May I call you Lovat?" "Better than the poet," said Somers, lifting his nose slightly with aversion. The other man laughed, but softly and happily. "His muse he's not in love with," he murmured to himself. "No, he prefers his own name," said Somers. "But supposing now," said Kangaroo, as if alert and interested, "your name was Coo-Ee, Benjamin Coo-Ee, Ben for short. You'd prefer even Kangaroo to that." "In Australia the kangaroo is the king of beasts," said Somers. "The kangaroo is the king of beasts, inviting the other ones out to feasts," sang the big man, continuing. "Won't you both come to dinner with the king of beasts? Won't you come too, Mrs. Somers?" "You know you only want Lovat to talk your man stuff." "I'm not a man, I'm a kangaroo. Besides, yesterday I hadn't seen you. If I had known, my dear Somers, that your wife, who is at this moment in her room hastily changing her dress, was such a beautiful person, I don't say woman, merely, I'd have invited you for her sake and not for your own." "Well, then, I wouldn't have come," said Somers. "Hear them! What a haughty pair of individuals! I suppose you expect the king of beasts to go down on his knees to you, like the rest of democratic kings and their constituents. Won't you get ready, Mrs. Somers?" "Are you quite sure you want me to come?" said Harriet suspiciously. "Why, if you won't come, I shall ask Lovat, dear Lovat, by the happiest fluke in the world, not Lovelace, to let me stay here to tea, dinner, or supper. That is, to the next meal, whatever name it may bear." At this, Harriet disappeared to put on a proper dress. "We will go as soon as you are ready," called Kangaroo. "We can all squeeze into that automobile at your gate." When Harriet reappeared, the men rose. Kangaroo looked at her with admiration. "What a remarkably beautiful person you are," he said. "But mind, I won't say woman. Dio liberi." He scuttled hurriedly to the door. They had a gay dinner. Kangaroo wasn't really witty, but he had such an innocent charm, an extraordinary winsomeness, that it was much more delicious than wit. His presence was so warm. You felt you were cuddled cozily like a child on his breast, in the soft glow of his heart, and that your feet were nestling on his ample, beautiful tummy. "I wonder you were never married," said Harriet to him. "I've been married several times," he replied. "Really?" she cried. "First to Benny Coo-Ee, then to immortal verse, and after that to the law, once to a haughty lady, and now I'm wedded to my ideals. This time it is final. I won't take another wife." I don't care about the rest, but were you ever married really? To a woman? A mere woman? Why, yes, indeed. A young baroness, too, and after 7 months she told me she couldn't stand me for another minute and went off with von Rumpelstiltskin. Is it true? Quite true. And is there still a Mrs. Kangaroo? Alas, no. Like the unicorn, the family knows no female. But why couldn't she stand you? Cried Harriet. Think of it now. Could any woman stand me? He asked with a slight shrug. I should have thought they'd have adored you, she cried. Of course they do. They can't stand me, though, and I thoroughly sympathize with them. Harriet looked at him thoughtfully. Yes, she said slowly, you're too much like Abraham's bosom. One would feel nowhere. Kangaroo threw down his napkin and pushed back his chair and roared with laughter, roared and roared with laughter. The Chinese manservant stood back perturbed. Harriet went very red. The dinner waited. Then suddenly he became quiet, looking comically at Harriet and still sitting back from the table. Then he opened his arms and held them outstretched, his head on one side. The way to nowhere, he said ironically. She did not say any more, and he turned to the manservant. My glass is empty, John, he said. Ah, well, he sighed. If you please one woman, you can't please all women. And you must please all women, said Harriet thoughtfully. Yes, perhaps you must. Perhaps it is your mission. Mission? Good God, now I'm a fat missionary. Dear Mrs. Somers, eat my dinner, but don't swallow me in a mouthful. Eating your host for hors d'oeuvres? You're a dangerous ogre, a Medusa with her hair under her hat. Let's talk of peach melba. Where have you had the very best peach melba you ever tasted? After this he became quiet and a little constrained. And when they had withdrawn for coffee, the talk went subduedly with a little difficulty. I suppose your husband will have told you, Mrs. Somers, of our heaven-inspired scheme of saving Australia from the thieves, dingoes, rabbits, rats, and starlings, humanly speaking. No, he hasn't told me. He's only told me that there was some political business going on. He may as well put it that way as any other. And you advised him not to have anything to do with it? No, said Harriet. I let him do as he likes. Wonderful woman! Even the wind bloweth where it listeth. So does he, with your permission. The wind has permission too, said Harriet. Everything goes by permission of something else in this world. But she went rather red. Bravo! A Daniel come to judgment. Then his voice changed, became gentle and winning again. It was as if he had remembered to love her in his way of love. It's not quite a political thing, he said. We want to take away the strain, the nervous tension out of life and let folks be happy again unconsciously instead of unhappy consciously. You wouldn't say that was wrong, would you? No, she replied, rather unwilling, and I have to be a fat old kangaroo with, not an Abraham's bosom, but a pouch to carry young Australia in. Why do you resent it? Harriet laughed, glancing involuntarily at his lowest waistcoat button. It seemed such a true figure. Why should I resent it? It's not my business. Let it be your business just a little bit. I want your sympathy. You mean you want Lovat? Poor Lovat. Richard Lovat Somers. I do indeed want him, but just as much I want your sympathy. Harriet smiled enigmatically. She was being her most annoying. A look of almost vicious anger came over the man's face as he leaned back in his chair, seeming to make his brows narrower, and a convulsion seemed to go through his belly. Then he recovered his calm and seemed to forget. For a long time he lay silent, with a strange hypnotic stillness, as if he were thinking far away, quite far away. Both Harriet and Somers felt spellbound. Then from the distance came his small voice. Man that is born of woman is sick of himself. Man that is born of woman is tired of his day after day. And woman is like a mother with a tiresome child. What is she to do with him? What is she to do with him? Man that is born of woman. But the men that are born like ants, out of the cold interval, and are womanless, they are not sick of themselves. They are full of cold energy, and they seethe with cold fire in the anthill, making new corridors, new chambers, they alone know what for. And they have cold, formic acid females, as restless as themselves, and as active about the anthill, and is identical with the dried clay of the building. And the active, important, so-called females and the active, cold-blooded, energetic males, they shift twig after twig and lay crumb of earth upon crumb of earth, and the females deposit cold white eggs of young. This is the world and the people of the world, and with their cold, active bodies, the ant-men and the ant-women swarm over the face of the earth. And where then are the sons of men? Where are the sons of men and man that is born of woman? Man that is born of woman is a slave in the cold, barren corridors of the ant-hill. Or if he goes out, the open spaces are but spaces between ant-hill and ant-hill. And as he goes, he hears voices claiming him, saying, "Hello, here comes a brother ant." And they hailed him as a brother ant. And from this there is no escape. None, not even the lap of woman. But I am the son of man. I was once a man born of woman, and by the warm heart of the mother that bore me, even if 50 wives denied me, I would still go on fighting with a warm heart to break down the anthill. I can fight them with their own weapons, the hard mandibles and the acid sting of the cold ant. But that is not how I fight them. I fight them with the warm heart. Deep calls to deep, and fire calls out fire. And for warmth, for the fire of sympathy, to burn out the ant heap with the heat of fiery living hearts. That is what I stand for. And if I can make no one single woman happy, I will make none happy either. But if I can let out the real fire of happiness from the heart and bowels of man that is born of woman, and woman that is born of man. Then suddenly he broke off. And whether I can or not, I love them. He shouted in a voice suddenly become loud and passionate. I love them. I love you, you woman born of man. I do, and I defy you to prevent me. Fiery you are, and fiery am I, and fire should be friends with fire. And when you make me angry with your jealousy and mistrust like the ants, I remind myself, but see the beauty of the fire in her. And think how the ants have tortured her and filled her with fear and horror. And then the rage goes down again. And I know I love you, and I know that fire loves fire, and that therefore you love me. And I chalk up another mark against the ants who have tortured you with their cold energy and their conscious formic acid that stings like fire. And I love you because you suffered from them as I have. And I love you because you and your husband cherish the fire between you, sacred, apart from the ants. Abat les fourmis. I have been like a man buried up to his neck in an ant heap, so buried in the daily world, and stung and stung and stung again, because I wouldn't change and grow old, till now their poison is innocuous, and the formic acid of social man has no effect on me. And I've kept my warmth, and I will keep it, till I give it up to the unknown out of my poor fat body, and it is my banner, and my wife and my children and my God, just the flicker that is in my heart like a fire, and that I live by. I can't speculate about God. I can't do it. It seems to me a cold antish trick. But the fire that is in my heart is God, and I will not forswear it. No, not if you offer me all the world. And fire is full of seeds, and let them scatter. I won't cherish it on a domestic hearth. I say I won't. So don't bring up that against me. I won't cherish it in the domestic hearth. I will use it against the ants while they swarm over everything, and I'll call fire to my fire, and set the ant heap at last in a blaze, like kerosene poured in. It shall be so. It shall be so. Don't oppose me. Believe the flame in your heart once and for all, and don't oppose me. Believe the flame of your own heart, and be with me. Remember, I am with you against the ants. Remember that, and if I am Abraham's bosom, isn't it better than no bosom in a world that simmers with busy ants? And would you leave every young, warm, naked thing on the ground for the ants to find? Would you? He looked at her searchingly. She was pale and moved, but hostile. He swung around in his chair, swinging his heavy hips over and lying sideways. Shall I tell you a thing a man told me? He had it from the lady's own lips. It was when the Prince of Wales was in India just now. There had been a show, and then a dinner given by the governor of the town, some capital or other. The prince sat next to the governor's lady, and he was glum, silent, tortured by them all a bit beyond bearance. And the governor's lady felt she ought to make conversation, ought to say something to the poor devil, just for the show's sake and the occasion. So she couldn't think what to tell him that would interest him. Then she had a brilliant idea. Do you know what happened to me last week? She said. You've seen my adorable little Pekingese Chew. She had puppies, 4 darling, queer little things, tiny little creepy crawlies. Of course we love them. But in the night, I thought I heard them crying. I wasn't sure, but at last I went down, and what do you think? There was a swarm of white ants, and they were just eating up the last bits of them. Wasn't it awful? The prince went white as death, and just then an ant happened to come on the tablecloth. He took his glass and banged it over it, and never spoke another word all evening. Now that story was told by the woman herself, and this was what she did to a poor nerve-racked lad she was supposed to honor. Now I ask you, where was the living heart in her? She was an ant, a white ant, too. He rolled over in his chair bitterly, with massive bitterness, turning his back on Harriet. She sat with a pale, blenched face and tears in her eyes. "How cruel!" she said. "But she must have been a fool." "Vile, no fool, quite brilliant ant tactics." There was a warmth in the lad's heart, and she was out to do her bit of the quenching. Oh, she gave him her nip and sting. Ants, social creatures. Cold, I'm as cold as they are when it comes to them, and as cunning and quite as vicious. But that's not what I care for. I want to collect together all the fire and all the burning hearts in Australia. That's what I want. Collect the heart fire, and the fire will be our fire. That's what I do want, apart from all antics and ant tricks. We have lighted such a fire this day, Master Latimer. Yes, and we'll light another. You needn't be with me if you don't want to. If you're frightened of losing your monopoly over your precious husband, take him home then. Take him home. And he rolled his back on her more than ever, finishing in a sudden gust of anger and weariness. He lay there rolled in his chair, a big, queer, heavy figure, with his face almost buried in the soft leather and his big hips sticking out. Her face was quivering, wanting to cry. Then suddenly she broke into a laugh, saying rather shakily and venomously, "Well, anyhow, you needn't turn the wrong side of you at me quite so undisguisedly." "How do you know it is the wrong end of me?" he said, sitting up suddenly and letting his head hang, scowling. "Falcon de parler," she said, laughing rather stiffly. Somers was silent, and kept silent till the end. He was thankful that Kangaroo was fighting the battle this time. Their host sent them home in his motor car. Neither of them had anything to say. Then as Harriet shut the door of Torestin, and they were quite alone, she said, "Yes, he's right. I absolutely believe him. I don't care what he does with you." "I do, though," said Somers. The next day they went to Mullumbimby, and the day after that each of them wrote a letter to Kangaroo. "Dear Kaiser Kangaroo," began Harriet, "I must thank you very much for the dinners and the violets, which are still quite fresh and blue in Coo-Ee. I think you are very horrid to me, but also very nice, so I hope you don't think the worst of me. I want to tell you that I do sympathize, and that I am awfully glad if I can be of any use to you in any way. I have a holy terror of ants since I heard you, but I know what you mean by the fire. Lovat will hand over my portion when he comes to see you, but I shall make myself into a fire brigade, because I am sure you will be kindling fires all over everywhere, under the table and in the clothes cupboard, and I, poor domestic wretch, shall have to be rushing to put them out. Being only a poor domestic female, I really don't feel safe with fires anywhere except in fireplaces and in grates with hearths. But I do want you to know you have my sympathy and my Lovat." She then signed herself Harriet Somers, and felt even more fluttered than when she had signed the marriage register. She received for answer, "Dear Mrs. Somers, I am much honored and very grateful for the assurance of your sympathy. I have put a 1 6 government stamp under your signature to make your letter a legal document, and have further forged the signatures of 2 witnesses to your deed of gift of Lovat. So I am afraid there is no court of law in New South Wales in which you could now substantiate a further claim over him. I am sorry to take this mean advantage over you, but we lawyers know no scruples. I should be more than delighted if I could have the honor of entertaining once more in Sydney, say next Thursday, a beautiful person and remarkable woman, one and the same individual, who tells me to my nose that I am a Jew, and that my name instead of Benjamin should be Abraham. Do please come again and call me Abraham's bosom, but don't fail to bring your husband for the simple look of the thing." "The kangaroo is a fighting beast, I believe," said Somers, looking at Harriet and laughing. He was not sorry when for once some other person gave her a dig. "I think he's rather foolish," she said briefly. These days Somers, too, was filled with fury. As for loving mankind, or having a fire of love in his heart, it was all rot. He felt almost fierily cold. He liked the sea, the pale sea of green glass that fell in such cold foam. Ice fiery, fish burning, he went out onto the low flat rocks at low tide, skirting the deep potholes that were full of brilliantly clear water and delicately colored shells and tiny crimson anemones. Strangely sea-scooped, sharp, sea-bitter rock floor, all wet and sea-savage, and standing at the edge, looking at the waves rather terrifying, rolling at him, where he stood low and exposed, far out from the sandbanks, and as he watched the gannets gleaming white, then falling with a splash like white sky arrows into the waves, He wished, as he had never wished before, that he could be cold, as sea things are cold and murderously fierce. To have oneself exultantly ice-cold, not one spark of this wretched warm flesh left, and to have all the terrific icy energy of a fish, to surge with that cold exultance and passion of a sea thing. Now he understood the yearning in the seal woman's croon as she went back to the sea, leaving her husband and her children of warm flesh. No more cloying warmth, no more of this horrible stuffy heat of human beings. To be an isolated swift fish in the big seas that are bigger than the earth, fierce with cold, cold life, in the watery twilight before sympathy was created to clog us. These were his feelings now. Mankind? Ha! He turned his face to the center of the seas, away from any land. The noise of waters and the dumbness like a fish, the cold, lovely silence before crying and calling were invented. His tongue felt heavy in his mouth, as if it had relapsed away from speech altogether. He did not care a straw what Kangaroo said or felt, or what anybody said or felt, even himself. He had no feelings, and speech had gone out of him. He wanted to be cold, cold and alone like a single fish, with no feeling in his heart at all, except a certain icy exultance and wild, fish-like rapacity. Homo sum, all right. Who sets a limit to what a man is? Man is also a fierce and fish-cold devil in his hour, filled with cold fury of desire to get away from the cloy of human life altogether, not into death, but into that icily self-sufficient vigor of a fish. End of Kangaroo, Chapter 6, Part 3 of 3. Chapter 7, Part 1 of Kangaroo by D.H. Lawrence. This is a LibriVox recording. All LibriVox recordings are in the public domain. For more information or to volunteer, please visit LibriVox.org. Recording by William Jones, Bonita Springs, Florida. As a rule, the jetty on its poles straddling a little way into the sea was as deserted as if it were some relic left by an old invader. It had spurts of activity when steamer after steamer came blorting and hanging miserably round, like cows to the cowshed on a winter afternoon. Then a little engine would chuff along the pier, shoving a string of tip-up trucks, and little men would saunter across the skyline, and there would be a fine dimness of black dust around the low ship and the end of the jetty. Luckily, it was far enough away so that Harriet need not fear for her beautiful white washing. She washed her linen herself for the sheer joy of it, and loved nothing so much as thinking of it getting whiter and whiter, like the Spencerian maid in the sun and sea, and visiting it on the grass every 5 minutes, and finding it every time really whiter, till Somers said it would reach a point of whiteness where the colors would break up, and she'd go out and find pieces of rainbow on the grass and bushes instead of towels and shirts. "Shouldn't I be started?" she said, accepting it as quite a possible contingency, and adding thoughtfully, "No, not really." One of these afternoons, when Somers was walking down on the sands, looking at the different shells, their sea colors of pink and brown and rainbow and brilliant violet and shrimp red, and when the boats were loading coal on the moderately quiet sea, he noticed a little engine standing steaming on the jetty just overhead where he was going to pass under. Then his attention was drawn away to the men picking up the rounded, sea-smooth pebbles of coal in one little place where the beach was just a black slope of perfectly clean coal pebbles, just like any other pebbles. There were usually some men or women or children picking there, putting the bigger pebbles of sea coal into sacks. From the edge of the small waves, Somers heard one man talking to another, and the English tones unconsciously expected a foreign language, and particularly the peculiar educated artisan quality, almost a kind of uppishness that there is in the speech of Australian working men, struck him as incongruous with their picking up of the coal cobs from the shore. Them in the chill of the shadow. Yes, they thought as much of themselves as anybody. But one was palpably a Welshman and loved picking up something for nothing, and the other mixed his democratic uppishness with a queer, lousy quality like a bushranger. They are 10 times more foreign to me, said Somers, than Italian scoundrels or even Indians. They are so foreign to me. And yet their manner of life, their ordinary way of living, is almost exactly what I was used to as a boy. Why are they so foreign to me? They silently objected to his looking, so he went on. He had come to the huge high timbers of the tall jetty. There stood the little engine still overhead, and in the gloom among the timbers underneath, water was dripping down from her, which gave Somers a distaste for passing just then. He looked up. There was the engine driver in his dirty shirt and dirty bare arms, talking to another man. The other man saluted, and to Somers' surprise, it was William James. He stood quite still, and a surprised smile of recognition greeted the other man, who saluted. "Why, what are you doing here?" called Somers. William James came to the edge of the jetty, but could not hear because of the noise of the sea. His face had that small, subtle smile that was characteristic of him, and which Somers was never quite sure of, whether it was really jeering or in a cunning way friendly. Roared William James. So Somers scrambled round up the banks and on to the railway track. "I couldn't come down at the moment," said William James. "I'll have to see the manager, then I'm going off on this boat. We're ready to go. You heard her blowing." "Where are you going? Back to Sydney?" "Yes. I come down occasionally on this coal business, and if I like I go back on the collier. The sea is quiet, and I needn't wait for a train." "Well, and how are you getting on like? With it down here all by yourselves?" "Very. A bit lonely for you. I suppose you wouldn't like to know the manager here, Mr. Thomas? He's a decent chap, from South Wales originally." "No, I like it best when I don't know anybody." "Well, that's a compliment for some of us. However, I know what you mean. I know what you mean. Jack tells me you saw Kangaroo. Made quite a fuss of you, I hear. I knew he would. Oh, Kangaroo knew all about you, all he wanted to know, anyhow. I say, if you think of stopping down here, you might get in a ton of coal. It looks like as if this strike might come off. Arbitration board's a fine failure, what? As far as I gather. Oh, bound to be, bound to be. They talk about scraps of paper. Every agreement that's ever come to in this country, you could wrap your next red herring in it for all it's worth. I suppose it's like Ireland. They don't want to agree. Yeah, that's about it. Labour people want this revolution of theirs, what? He looked at Somers with a long, smiling, sardonic leer, like a wink. There is a certain fact, he continued. As far as any electioneering success goes, they're out of the running for a spell. What do you think of trades unions one way or another? I dislike them on the whole rather intensely. They're just the nastiest profiteering side of the working man. They make a fool of him, too, in my opinion. Just my opinion. They make a fool of him. Wouldn't it be nice to have them for bosses of the whole country? They very nearly are. but I doubt very much if they'll cover up the last lap. What? Not if Kangaroo can help it, said Somers. No. William James flashed a quick look at him from his queer gray eyes. What did you make of him, then? Could you make him out? Not quite. I never met anyone like him. The wonder to me is he seems to have as much spare time for entertaining and amusing his guests as if he had no work at all on hand. Oh, that was just a special occasion. But he's a rather funny sort of savior, isn't he? Not much crown of thorns about him. Why, he'd look funny on a cross, what? No intention of being put on one, I think, said Somers stiffly. Oh, I don't know. If the wrong party got a hold of him, there's many mites in a pound of cheese, they say. Then I'll toast my cheese. Ha, ha. Oh, yes, I like a bit of toasted cheese myself, or a Welsh rabbit, as well as any man. But you don't think they'll ever let him down, do you, these Australians? No, said William James. I doubt if they'll ever let him down. But if he happened to fall down, they'd soon forget him. You don't sound a very warm follower yourself. Oh, warm isn't my way in anything. I like to see what I'm about. I can see that Kangaroo's a wonder. Oh, yes, he's a world wonder, and I'd rather be in with him than anybody if it was only for the sake of the spree, Bound to be a spree sometime, and before long, I should say, going as they are. I wouldn't like to be left out of the fun. But don't you feel any strong devotion to your leader? Why, no. I wouldn't say it's exactly strong devotion, but I think he's a world wonder. He's quite the shape of a man that I should throw away my eyes for. That's all I mean. Again, William James looked at Somers with that long, perhaps mocking little smile in his gray eyes. I thought even his shape was beautiful when he talked to me. Oh, yes, it's wonderful what a spell he can cast over you. But I'm a stuggy fellow myself. Maybe that's how it is I can't ever quite see him in the same light as the thin chaps do. But that's just the looks of the thing. I can see there isn't another man in the world like him, and I'd cross the seas to join in with him, if only for the fun of the thing. But what about the end of the fun? Asked Somers. Oh, that I wouldn't know, and nobody does for that matter. But surely if one believes a lot, and one believes very little, seems to me. Talking all in all, seems to me we live from hand to mouth as far as the beliefs go. You never would believe, said Somers, laughing. It was made to, replied Jaz, twisting his face in his enigmatic smile. Somers looked at the thick, stocky, silent figure in the well-made dark clothes that didn't in the least belong to him. There was something about him like a prisoner in a prison uniform, in his town clothes, and something of that in his bearing. A stocky, silent, unconquerable prisoner, and in his imprisoned soul another kind of mystery, another sort of appeal. The two men stood still in the cold wind that came up the sands to the southwest. To the left, as they faced the wind, went the black railway track on the pier, and the small engine stood dribbling. On the right, the track ran curiously black against a little farm place with a corrugated iron roof, and past a big field where the stubble of maize or beans stood ragged and sere on into the little hollow of bush where the mine was, beyond the stagnant creek. It was curious how intensely black, velvety, and unnatural the railway track looked on this numb coast front. The steamer hooted again. It is up here, said Somers. It is cold. He's coming now, though, replied William James. They stood together still another minute, looking down the pale sands at the foam and the dark blue sea, the sere grass scattered with bungalows. It was a strange, different bond of sympathy united them, that subsisted between Somers and Jack, or Somers and Kangaroo. Hardly sympathy at all, but an ancient sort of root knowledge. "Well, goodbye," said Somers, wanting to be gone before the manager came up with the papers. He shook hands with William James, but as usual Jaz gave him a slack hand. Their eyes met, and the look, something like a taunt in Truella's secretive gray eye, made Somers stiffen his back, and a kind of haughtiness flew into his soul. "Different men, different ways, Mr. Truella." William James did not answer, but smiled rather stubbornly. It seemed to Somers that the man would be smiling that stubborn, taunting smile till the crack of doom. "I told Mrs. Somers what I think about it," said Jaz, with a very Cornish accent. "I doubt if she'll ever do much more believin' than I shall." And the taunt was forked this time. "She says she believes entirely in Kangaroo." "Does she now? Who did she tell it to?" "Me." Ellis stood with that faint grin on his face, short and stocky, and erect like a little post left standing. Somers looked at him again, frowning, and turned abruptly down the bank. The smile left the face of the Cornishman, and he just looked obstinate, indifferent, and curiously alone, as if he stood there all alone in the world. He watched Somers emerge on the sands below, and go walking slowly among the sea-ragged flat shelves of the coast-bed rocks, his head dropping, looking in the pools, his hands in his pocket. And the obstinate light never changed in the eyes of the watcher, not even when he turned to the approaching manager. Perhaps it was this meeting which made Somers want to see Kangaroo once more. Everything had suddenly become unreal to him. He went to Sydney and to Coo-Ee's rooms, but during the first half hour the revulsion from the first persisted. Somers disliked his appearance, and the Kangaroo look made him feel devilish, and then the queer, slow manner of approach. Kangaroo was not really ready for his visitor, and he seemed dense, heavy, absent, and clownish. It was that kangarooish clowniness that made a vicious kind of hate spring into Somers' face. He talked in a hard, cutting voice. "Whom can you depend on in this world?" he was saying. "Look at these Australians. They're awfully nice, but they've got no inside to them. They're hollow. What are you going to build on such hollow stalks? They may well call them corn stalks. They're marvelous and manly and independent and all that, outside, but inside they are not. When they are quite alone, they don't exist. Yet many of them have been alone a long time in the bush," said Kangaroo, watching his visitor with slow, dumb, unchanging eyes. "Alone? What sort of alone?" "Physically alone, and they've just gone hollow. They're never alone in spirit, quite alone in spirit. And the people who have are the only people you can depend on." "I find them." "Not here. It seems to me least of all here. The colonies make for outwardness. Everything is outward, like hollow stalks of corn. The life makes this inevitable. All that struggle with bush and water and what not, all the mad struggle with the material necessities and conveniences, the inside soul just withers and goes into the outside, and they're all just lusty, robust, hollow stalks of people." The cornstalks bear the corn. I find them generous to recklessness, the greatest quality. The old world is cautious and forever bargaining about its soul. Here, they don't bother to bargain. They've got no soul to bargain about, but they're even more full of conceit. What do you expect to do with such people? Build a straw castle? You see, I don't believe in them. Perhaps I know them a little better than you do. Perhaps you do. It'll be Cornstalk Castle for all that. What do you expect to build on? They're generous to recklessness, shouted Kangaroo, and I love them. I love them. Don't you come here carping to me about them. They are my children. I love them. If I'm not to believe in their generosity, am I to believe in your cautious old world carping? I won't, he shouted fiercely. I won't. Do you hear that? And he sat hulked in his chair, glowering like some queer, dark god at bay. Somers paused, and his heart failed. Then make me believe in them and their generosity, he said dryly. They're nice, but they haven't got the last everlasting central bit of soul, solitary soul, that makes a man himself. The central bit of himself. They all merge to the outside, away from the center, and what can you do permanently with such people? You can have a fine cornstalk blaze, but as for anything permanent, I tell you, I hate permanency, barked Kangaroo. The phoenix rises out of the ashes. He rolled over angrily in his chair. Like Rider Haggard's she, I don't feel like risking it a second time, said Somers, like the venomous serpent he was. Generous men? Kangaroo muttered to himself. At least you can get a blaze out of them, not like European wet mashes, where you again strike a light, as you've said yourself. But a blaze for what? What's your blaze for? I don't care, yelled Kangaroo, springing with sudden magnificent swiftness to his feet and facing Somers and seizing him by the shoulders and shaking him till his head nearly fell off. All the time, I don't care, I tell you, I don't care. Where there's fire, there's change, and where the fire is love, there's creation, seeds of fire. That's enough for me. Fire and seeds of fire and love. That's all I care about. Don't carpet me, I tell you. Don't carpet me with your old European damp spirit. If you can't take fire, we can. That's all. Generous, passionate men, and you dare to carpet them. You. What have you to show? And he went back to his chair like a great sulky bear god, sat rather stupefied than convinced, but he found himself again wanting to be convinced, wanting to be carried away. The desire hankered in his heart. Kangaroo had become again beautiful, huge and beautiful like some god that sways and seems clumsy, then suddenly flashes with all the agility of thunder and lightning. Huge and beautiful as he sat hulked in his chair. Somers did wish he would get up again and carry him quite away. Where to? Where to? Where is one carried to when one is carried away? He had a bitter mistrust of seventh heavens and all heavens in general. But then the experience. If Kangaroo had got up at that moment, Somers would have given him his heart and soul and body for the asking, and damn all consequences. He longed to do it. He knew that by just going over and laying a hand on the great figure of the sullen god, he could achieve it. Kangaroo would leap like a thundercloud and catch him up and away into a transport that should last for life. He knew it. But alas, it was too late. In some strange way, Somers felt he had come to the end of transports. They had no more mystery for him, at least this kind, or perhaps no more charm. Some bubble or other had burst in his heart. All his body and fibers wanted to go over and touch the other great being into a storm of response, but his soul wouldn't. The colored bubbles had burst. Kangaroo sat up and adjusted his eyeglasses. "Don't you run away with the idea, though," he said, "that I am just an emotional fool." His voice was almost menacing, and with a strange, cold, intellectual quality that Somers had never heard before. "I believe in the one fire of love. I believe it is the one inspiration of all creative activity. I trust myself entirely to the fire of love. This I do with my reason also. I don't discard my reason. I use it at the service of love like a sharp weapon. I try to keep it very sharp and very dangerous. Where I don't love, I use only my will and my wits. Where I love, I trust to love alone." The voice came cold and static. Somers sat rather blank. The change frightened him almost as something obscene. This was the reverse of the passionate thunder god. "But is love the only inspiration of creative activity?" he asked rather feebly. "This is the first time I have heard it questioned. Do you know of any other?" Somers thought he did, but he was not going to give himself away to that sharp weapon of a voice, so he did not answer. "Is there any other inspirational source than the force of love?" continued Kangaroo. "There is no other. Love makes the trees flower and shed their seed. Love makes the animals mate and birds put on their best feather and sing their best songs. And all that man has ever created on the face of the earth, or ever will create, if you will allow me to use the word create, with regard to man's highest productive activities." "It's a word I always use myself," said Somers. "Naturally, since you know how to think inspiredly. Well then, all that man has ever created or ever will create while he remains man has been created in the inspiration and by the force of love. And not only man, all the living creatures are swayed to creation, to new creation, to the creation of song and beauty and lovely gesture by love. I will go further. I believe the sun's attraction for the earth is a form of love." "Then why doesn't the earth fly into the sun?" said Somers. "For the same reason. Love is mutual. Each attracts the other. But in natural love, each tries at the same time to withhold the other, keep the other true to its own beloved nature. To any true lover, it would be the greatest disaster if love broke down from her own nature and self and began to identify herself with him, with his nature and self. I say, to any genuine lover, this is the greatest disaster, and he tries by every means in his power to prevent this. The earth and sun on their plane have discovered a perfect equilibrium, but man has not yet begun. His lesson is so much harder. His consciousness is at once so complicated and so cruelly limited. This is the lesson before us. Man has loved the beloved for the sake of love so far, but rarely has he consciously known that he could only love her for her own separate, strange self, forever strange and a joyful mystery to him. Lovers henceforth have got to know one another. A terrible mistake and a self-delusion. True lovers only learn that they know less and less and less of each other. The mysteries of each grows more startling to the other. the tangible unknown. That is the magic, the mystery, and the grandeur of love, that it puts the tangible unknown in our arms and against our breast. The beloved. We have made a fatal mistake. We have got to know so much about things that we think we know the actuality and contain it. The sun is as much outside us and as eternally unknown as it ever was, and the same with each man's beloved, like the sun. What do the facts we know about a man amount to? Only two things we can know of him, and this by pure soul intuition. Know if he is true to the flame of life and love which is inside his heart, or if he is false to it. If he is true, if he is willfully false and inimical to the fire of life and love in his own heart, then he is my enemy as well as his own. Somers listened. He seemed to see it all and hear it all with marvelous clarity, and he believed that it was all true. Yes, he said, I believe that is all true. What is it then that you disbelieve? I believe that love is the one and only exclusive force or mystery of living inspiration. I don't quite believe that. There is something else. Kangaroo looked at him for once overbearingly and with a sort of contempt. Tell me what it is, he replied briefly. I am not very clear myself. And you see, what I want to say, you don't want to hear. Yes, I do. With your ears and your critical mind only. Say it anyhow. Say it. Richard sat feeling very stupid. The communicative soul is like the ass. You can lead him to the water, but you can't make him drink. Why, he says, it means an end of us and what we are in the first place, and then a re-entry into us of the great God who enters us from below, not from above. Kangaroo sat bunched up like some creature watching round-eyed out of a darker corner. Enters us from below, he barked. Not through the spirit. Enters us from the lower self, the dark self, the phallic self, if you like. Enters us from the phallic self? Snapped Kangaroo sharply. Sacredly. The God you can never see or visualize, who stands dark on the threshold of the phallic me. The phallic you, my dear young friend, what is that but love? Richard shook his head in silence. No, he said in a slow, remote voice, I know your love, Kangaroo, working everything from the spirit, from the head. You work the lower self as an instrument of the spirit. Now it is time for the spirit to leave us again. It is time for the Son of Man to depart and leave us dark in front of the unspoken God, who is just beyond the dark threshold of the lower self, my lower self. There is a great God on the threshold of my lower self, whom I fear, while he is my glory, and the spirit comes out like a spent candle. Kangaroo watched, with a heavy face like a mask. It is time for the spirit to leave us, he murmured in a somnambulist voice. Time for the spirit to leave us. Somers, who had dropped his face, hiding it as he spoke, watched the other man from under his brows. Kangaroo, who still sat impassive, frozen, antagonized Buddha, gave himself a jerk of recovery. Ah, well, he sighed with a weary, impatient, condescending sigh. I was never able to follow my mysticism and metaphysics. One of my many limitations. I don't know what you mean. "But what is your love but a mystical thing?" said Richard indignantly. "My love? Why, that is something I feel, as plain as a toothache." "Well, so do I feel the other, and love has become like cardboard to me," said Richard, still indignant. "Like cardboard? Well, I don't see love like cardboard, dear boy, for you are a dear boy in spite of yourself. Oh, yes, you are. There's some demon inside you makes you perverse and won't let you be the dear, beautiful thing you are. But I'm going to exorcise that demon." Somers gave a short laugh. The very voice of the demon speaking. "Oh, yes, I am," said Kangaroo in a steely voice. "I'm going to exorcise that demon and release your beautiful Andromeda soul." "Try," ejaculated Richard, dryly, turning aside his face in distaste. Kangaroo leaped to his feet and stood towering over the little enemy as if he would stoop over him and smother him in violent warmth and drive out the demon in that way. But Richard sat cold and withheld, and Kangaroo had not the power to touch him. "I'm going to try," shouted the lawyer in his slightly husky roar. "You've made it my prerogative by telling me to try. I'm going to love you, and you won't get away from that. I'm the hound of heaven after you, my boy, and I'm fatal to the hellhound that's leading you. Do you know I love you, that I loved you long before I met you?" Richard, curled and narrow in his chair like a snake, glanced up at the big man projecting over him. A sort of magnetic effusion seemed to come out of Kangaroo's body, and Richard's hand was almost drawn, in spite of himself, to touch the other man's body. He had deliberately to refrain from laying his hand on the near, generous stomach of the Kangaroo, because automatically his hand would have lifted off that rest. But he prevented himself, and the eyes of the two men met. Kangaroo searched Lovat's eyes, and they seemed to be of cloudy blue like hell smoke, impenetrable and devilish. Kangaroo watched a long time, but the other man was the unchangeable. Kangaroo turned aside suddenly. "Ah, well," he said, "I can see there is a beast in the way. There is a beast in your eyes, Lovat, and I can't conquer him then. Then woe betide you, my dear, but I love you, you see." "Sounds like a threat," laughed Somers. Kangaroo leaned and laid his hand gently on Lovat's shoulders. "Don't say that." His voice was small now and very gentle. "I loved you before I knew you. My soul cries for you, and you hurt me with the demon that is in you." He became very pale and was silent for some moments. The hand sank heavier near her on his shoulder. "You see," said Somers, trying hard to be fair, "what you call my demon is what I identify myself with. It's my best me, and I stick to it. I think love, all this love of ours, is a devilish thing now, a slow poison. Really, I know the dark god at the lower threshold, even if I have to repeat it like a phrase. And in the sacred dark, men meet and touch, and it is a great communion. But it isn't this love. There's no love in it, but something deeper. Love seems to me somehow trivial, and the spirit seems like something that belongs to paper. I can't help it. I know another God." The pressure of the hand became inert. "But aren't you really inventing other terms for the same thing that I mean, and that I call love?" said Kangaroo in a strange, toneless voice, looking aside. "Does it seem to you that I am?" asked Lovat, gently and dispassionately. The strange, great, passionate cloud of Kangaroo still hung there, hovering over the pale, sharp isolation of Somers, who lay looking up, and then it seemed as if the glow and vibration left Kangaroo's body. The cloud became gray and heavy. He sighed, removed his hand, and turned away. "Ah, well," he said. "Ah, well." Somers rose, really now, and feeling frail. "I'll go," he said. "Yes, do go," said Kangaroo. And without another word, Somers went, leaving the other man sunk in a great heap in his chair, as if defeated. Somers did not even pity him. His heart felt queer and cave-like and devoid of emotion. End of Chapter 7, The Battle of Tongues, Part 1 of 2.